Back in 2005 or 2006, I was renting this house that was a nearly 100-year-old farmhouse. My bedroom was upstairs, and for some reason it always creeped me out a little bit. It was as if I felt a presence there, although I hadn't had any actual paranormal experiences. One night, my then boyfriend and I had stayed up late watching TV and had fallen asleep on the couch. I had to work early the next day, so when I woke up around 3 a.m., I decided to go upstairs to bed. I gently shook my boyfriend to get him to come upstairs, but he did not immediately follow. It was beginning to get light, so when I got to bed I pulled the cover up over my head to try to block out the light so I could sleep. This house was old and creaky, and I heard my boyfriend coming up the creaky stairs and walk down the hallway to the room not long after I had laid down. I could hear him come into the room, and I felt the bed depress on his side as he sat down. But then he got up and then sat down further at the bottom of the bed. He did this, getting up and sitting down along the edge of the bed until he was sitting right next to me. I was annoyed at this point, wondering if this was some weird attempt to put the moves on me, when all I wanted to do was sleep. Then I felt his arm go across my waist, so I flung the blanket back up to ask him, "What the fuck?" But he wasn't there. I ran downstairs to see if maybe he was tricking me, and he was still sound asleep on the couch. So I ran back upstairs, got into the blankets, and shut my eyes tight until I fell asleep. For as long as I remembered in the house, I never had another experience, although the creepy feeling upstairs always remained. I'm not sure that what happened was real. It felt real. I don't think it was a lucid dream because I hadn't had time to fall back asleep yet. First, I'm going to start by saying that growing up in my parents' house, I've always felt a sense of unease, or as if there was a presence there. My sister also felt the same way. Our house is located in an area where there used to be a lot of mines. One night, I fell asleep on the couch in the living room. The couch was beside the stairs and also facing the kitchen. I remember very clearly opening my eyes, but not being able to move. I started hearing what sounded like 100 footsteps running up and down the stairs behind me, and then it went silent. I looked up into the kitchen and saw a dark silhouette of a woman standing in the kitchen, facing away from me. I remember that she was about 5'3" and very skinny. She had very long fingers and she was crying. I then woke up to my sister playing with my dog in the living room beside me, and then everything was normal. Another time I was sleeping in my room. I'm unsure if this would be considered sleep paralysis because it only happened for a split second. I remember I opened my eyes and there was a face directly in front of mine, sideways facing me, and it was laying beside me. The face was decomposing and the mouth was wide open like it was screaming in front of me. I immediately closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, it was gone. I've always had sleep paralysis since I turned 18. I used to have it 6 to 10 times every night when I was 18 to 20 years old, living in my old military dorm room. It always started the same way with the same entity. I would always see his torso and head covered in blue and green ink tattoos, and his voice mocked me when I prayed. Literally sounded like the low-tone voices horror movies depict of evil spirits. After about 2 years, I started having sleep paralysis maybe once or twice a month. I am now 37 and live in a new place in a different state. For the past 3 years now, I have had it every month, but it's always during a full moon. I know this because I kept a log of time and dates that occurred. I always wake up to see this dark figure standing in the doorway of my bedroom. It goes away when I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. It happens so frequently that I don't get scared anymore. Well, last night was weird. I was dreaming randomly about being in a bathtub. Nothing scary. Woke up because I felt like I needed to pee, Then sleep paralysis hit me. I saw a man who looked dead because his eyes were grayish, with his back towards me. I panicked, closed my eyes, and started praying. Once I regained full consciousness and control, I immediately opened my eyes and saw an 8-foot dark figure with red eyes standing in front of the doorway. I blinked several times and even rubbed my eyes, but it didn't go away. I felt so pissed because I felt violated. I began to rebuke it and it went away. I hate this. I don't know why this happens to me every full moon around 2 to 3 a.m. I have a feeling it sucks the positive energy or light out of me for whatever it needs it for. I'm so sick and tired of it. Anyone else feel this way or had similar experiences? Update. I put some small crosses at every entrance on the second floor, on each window, doorway, and staircase. My room is on the second floor directly above the living room and adjacent to the stairway. Last night I woke up because I heard a man laughing. It was so crystal clear. I wasn't dreaming because when I woke up I continued to hear it for about 3 more seconds or so. The laugh was not like someone laughing at a joke. It sounded condescending, mean, or mocking. I looked at the time and it was 2:50 a.m. It sounded like it came from the first floor where our kitchen and living room is. Wondering if it's laughing because the crosses I put on the second floor wouldn't let it pass. I also checked the side from our security cameras and no one was out there. Plus I live in a very secluded area. The other night around 3 a.m. I started to experience some sleep paralysis. This is normal for me. I often have sleep paralysis and although it's uncomfortable, it isn't necessarily abnormal. This particular night I started feeling something wrap around me, like a snake, but it felt evil. I was sleeping on my stomach and the thing was on top of me and wrapping me in its arms. So maybe more like an octopus at this point. After a bit of this, I noticed that the thing is actually just a snake-like octopus version of my friend. The body is my friend, the face is my friend, with the hands suffocating and constraining me. I wake up completely for a short period of time, but was unable to stay awake. I fell back asleep and into the paralysis again. Same shit. This also happens to me quite often. I try to fight my sleep paralysis and lose. Once waking up, I remember the friend I was dreaming of is more than likely awake because they had to work the night shift. I texted my friend and told him of my experience, when he tells me just had the strangest thing happen to him. He swears he saw someone walking and disappearing behind this small shed near the woods while he was outside on a smoke break at 3 a.m. Probably just a coincidence, but I thought I would share.
To set the scene, it was my spouse, our 2-year-old, and myself in a 1-bedroom apartment. 2-year-old's bed was close to the wall by the door. Our bed was on the other side of the room. I could see our 2-year-old, but also see the bathroom door, which was located just outside the room. It first started out with minor bad feelings. The usual walk into the apartment and feel something off. Bad vibes all around. One night while we were sleeping, I had woken to a strange feeling that our 2-year-old was up to something that she shouldn't have been. The room was completely dark, so I sit up to have a look around, and almost immediately this small shadow catches my eye. It's my 2-year-old. She's standing at the entrance of the bathroom looking back at me, and then proceeded to sidestep into the bathroom out of my view. I wake up my significant other and ask them, "Wake up. Why is 2-year-old out of their bed? How did they climb out?" She said, "What are you talking about? 2-year-old is in their crib asleep." My eyes finally adjusted to the dark and I see my 2-year-old sleeping peacefully in their crib. My heart starts picking up pace at this point as I'm trying to figure out who did I just see walk into our bathroom. I get out of bed and rush to the bathroom ready to catch whoever it is. I flip on the light, but the bathroom is empty. It's just me staring at my reflection in the mirror. I turn off the light and head back to bed, confused about what just happened, but not too sure what I saw. Fast forward a few nights and I'm still thinking about what happened. There I am in bed next to significant other with 2-year-old sleeping sound. Again, I wake up to this strange feeling like we're being watched. I open my eyes, my body is still. I'm paralyzed, trapped in my own body. My eyes search across the room and I look at the door to our bedroom, and what I saw made my heart drop. There was this man at our bedroom door. Something about him was completely off, like he was something otherworldly in a man's body. He was more shadow than detail, and his posture was hunched like he was trying to be quiet, like he was stalking his prey. The shadow man begins to creep towards me, lurching closer to our bed. My mind is racing. I'm thinking, tonight's the night. An invader has finally entered our home, and I was the only one awake. I start planning my attack and what I'm going to do to defend my family, but my body is still immobilized. The intruder then does the unthinkable. He places one foot on my bed, then the other, and slowly starts creeping higher and higher up the bed. He's standing over me, and in the quick moment of fear, I was able to break out and kick both of my legs up towards the shadow man, hoping to catch him by surprise and ready to leap at him. As I kicked up, I felt the weight of my blanket fly off my body. I wasn't going to wait to hear the sound of a thud as he fell back. I was in fight or flight, and my only focus was on jumping on this thing as fast as possible and keeping my family safe. My violent kick wakes my significant other up in a panic. I get up ready to pounce when I see that there's no one there. "What the hell is going on?" she said. "There was a man in our room. I kicked the shit out of him. He was right there." The room is empty and dark. No man, no intruder, no sound. The silence is broken by my wife telling me to check the rest of the apartment. And after I look around, there was no one else there. I go back to bed and try to sleep, but my adrenaline was still pumping, so sleep wasn't really on the table. A few months after this event, we decided to move and upgrade to a bigger place to live, and since moving, there hasn't been any of the bad vibes as in the apartment. No shadow man, no little girl, just the 3 of us, thankfully. I have a friend, 27 male, who told me a fascinating story about lucid dreaming. He explained that his father had taught himself to lucid dream every night, a skill I was highly envious of. His father taught him how to do it when he was 15 or so, by drawing dots on his hands and looking at them throughout the day, so that eventually when he was dreaming, he could look at his hands and not see the dots, allowing him to realize he was dreaming. This is a common technique for inducing lucid dreams and something that I tried, but never long enough to actually stick to it. As a teenager, he learned to lucid dream on command, just like his father every night. He explained that it was more thrilling than any drug he'd ever taken because he had full control over every scenario. He could construct any environment of his wildest imagination. He could have sex with any person he imagined, obtain superpowers like flying, invisibility, teleport to any place he wanted, or visit alien worlds, etc. It was pure bliss, and he explained to me that he ended up sleeping all throughout the day at times because his dream world was more exciting than reality. He did this every night for more than a year or so until things started to get strange. He told me that he started to notice a hooded figure in the periphery of his vision. But whenever he tried to look at the figure, it would walk out of his field of vision. The figure first appeared very far away in the distance from him, but every night after the first sighting, the hooded figure would return to his dream, closer to him, and still always outside his central view. He could never really focus on the figure or see its face, so he couldn't tell if it was supposed to be human or something else. Once the figures started appearing closer to him, he would be filled with an overwhelming sense of dread and felt less control over his dream environment. He finally felt terrified to fall asleep, knowing that the figure would get even closer and seemingly harm him, as he sensed the evil nature of this faceless figure. He ended up fighting sleep every night to prevent dreaming and turned into an insomniac, which he still is to this day. He told me he doesn't lucid dream anymore, and I'm not sure how he unlearned it, but he hasn't seen the hooded figure since. Pretty creepy story that really stuck with me, and a caveat to trying to learn to lucid dream every night. You might still grow to regret it when things get out of your control.
So to start off, I wanted to explain that I suffer from bipolar disorder, and I deal with many sleepless nights because of it. I have experienced sleep paralysis so many times in my life since I was a little kid that I never kept count. When I was little, I was absolutely terrified. I wouldn't be able to move, and there would just be this dark silhouette of a person standing nearby. The distance would vary from each experience. The most terrifying one that stuck with me was when I was maybe 10 years old. The figure was standing on my chest, and I had difficulty breathing. I never understood why this was happening to me. Then as I got older, my fear turned into rage. Instead of wanting to scream out of terror, I was trying to let out a war cry and would try to charge the figure, but to no avail. I turned 21 and I had stayed up playing games all night. When I finally drifted off, there was a figure, but this time it was different. Again, I was filled with so much rage, and all I wanted to do was attack this mysterious figure. I managed to lift my arms towards it. It took a step back, and I woke up. That was the first time I saw it move. I then went a very long time without suffering from sleep paralysis, till my wife left me unexpectedly when I turned 29. My grief consumed me. I spent many nights sobbing without sleep. Then one night, when I finally did fall asleep, after being prescribed a powerful sleep aid, the figure returned. Except it was more aggressive this time, and it was no longer just a shadow, but it would still never let me see its face. Still filled of rage, I would try to charge it, but my movement was very slow, and it took so much effort just to lift a finger. It grabbed me by my foot, but to its shock, I grabbed its hand back. I tried to pull myself up using all the strength I had. Just before I could, it shoved its hand over my face, blocking my view. I then bit its hand as hard as I could. I completely woke up shortly after that. So far, it hasn't returned, but that was only a few months ago. I'm sure that isn't the last encounter I'll have. Every time I have these episodes, I make it a goal to defeat whatever it is, and I will grow stronger every time I face it. Given my bipolar condition, this could just be my imagination since I don't have a very good self-image. I don't claim to know what it is or what's happening to me, but what I do know is I will not stop fighting this until I defeat it or it leaves me forever. If anyone's had similar experiences, how have you fought back? To be clear, I have had sleep paralysis before, but never like this. In fact, I think this is the first time that I've truly experienced it, because usually what I do is just snap out of it. I think to myself, get angry, and I could shake off the sleep paralysis because it usually felt like an intense amount of fear. But not this time. I woke up this morning, or thought I did, and my body was vibrating. I could hear a buzzing sound. I was laying on my left side, and it was so weird. Why can't I move? No wait, I can sort of move. It was a lot of effort, but I managed to move my body slightly, but it seemed like it wanted to stay in that position because it returned to it, and the buzz sound continued. What the fuck is that sound? Aliens? Holy fuck, am I probed? I have to see, that's awesome, but I have to see. I blame seeing scenes from Signs and the abduction clip in VHS these days. But yeah, for the chunk of the panic moment, I was thinking irrationally, I'm gonna see aliens. So I put everything into turning around and looking up. I mean everything. The buzzing just keeps intensifying as I made even more of an effort to turn. So it was a really intense fight to move. To me, it was like I was in a force field and I was breaking through, teeth bare, eyes trying not to fall asleep. I was thinking, take a fighting stance, get ready to throw a punch. I used to box, so I'm thinking, if I see something, I have to punch it. In all of this, the buzzing is going insane in my head. It's like having an industrial fan going full speed on both sides of your head. And again, this is funny because in retrospect, I probably looked like I was just turning around very slowly in bed. To me, this was an epic moment. At one point, I think I momentarily fell asleep again, then woke up again. It was so stupidly intense that I was laughing in bed so much from it. This happened about 2 years ago. My father had passed about 10 years before, and I kept his watch next to my bed. I live alone with 2 rescue kitties that sleep with me, and whenever I have a scary dream, seeing them next to me calms me down, and I realize it's just a dream. So, I go to sleep on Wednesday about 9:30 p.m. While I'm sleeping, I feel the watch next to me, and something in my room that keeps referring to the watch, but not in words. Then I hear it. Can you do me a favor? I'm frozen. I can't move, and I'm thinking this isn't my father, but referring to the watch was to trick me. I'm screaming in my mind, no. It asks again, can you do me a favor? I can't see, but I feel it in the room. I'm getting angry at this point. How dare this thing try to trick me into using my dad's watch? It's not my dad, I know that. I was trying really hard to move and getting angry. It asked me again, can you do me a favor? But I wake up and yell no. I look at the time and it's midnight. My cats are nowhere to be seen, and now I'm even more mad that this thing scared my poor cats. I sage the place, saying you're not welcome and to get out. I get back to sleep and I wake up still mad. I tell everyone about what happened. I'm not sure how that thing got into my house. Later that evening, I found out that a woman I work with died Wednesday afternoon and she lived alone. She was supposed to start work at midnight, the time I woke up. Also, she always used the phrase, can you do me a favor? I felt terrible knowing that she was alone, dead, trying to tell me. I had never had anything happen like that before. I felt some guilt, but when I told people at work, her trying to contact me made me feel better. Not really scary, but it did make me feel better about her death. Another girl at work found her body, since she wasn't the type not to show up without calling. It was a very sad time. Hey, this is Bad Vibes, and if you made it this far in the video, thank you. I'm going to tell 2 experiences that I had with sleep paralysis. So if you don't want to hear those, you can click off. These are the 2 experiences that stood out to me the most and the ones that made me have the most fear. I never once saw a shadow figure or anything like that. These were also the first and last time I ever had sleep paralysis. So for the first time, at this point I had never heard of sleep paralysis. I had no clue it was a thing, didn't know what it was. And that's what made this so scary. This was when I was living with my in-laws. I was in bed, my wife sleeping next to me, and I woke up. I was laying on my back, and I opened my eyes, and I'm staring at the ceiling. And I was freaking out at this point because I couldn't move, and I had no idea what was going on. So I'm just laying there. I could move my eyes slightly, but that's it. And I'm just thinking in my head, what's going on? Why can't I move? And then I realized I couldn't move my mouth either. I don't know how long it lasted, but I finally, I guess fell asleep. Well, fully asleep. The next day I tell my father-in-law about it and my wife, and they look at me like I'm crazy. Like that's not a thing, that didn't happen. But anyways, I eventually found out what sleep paralysis was, and I had it some more in that house, but since I knew what it wasn't really scary, it was more annoying. Well, the last time I had it, it was 2 days after moving into our first apartment, so the place was unfamiliar. I was laying in bed, and I had my door open, and you can see from my bed all the way to the front door. I wake up, can't move, same old, but then my stupid brain goes into thinking, what if someone breaks in? What am I gonna do? Like, how am I gonna protect my kids and wife? And I'm just staring at the front door, just staring at it, and it's playing tricks on me at that point. So I'm basically causing myself to have a panic attack. Don't know if I eventually snapped out of it or I fell back asleep. I can't remember that part of it, but I just freaked myself out so bad, feeling helpless. And that was the last time I had sleep paralysis. Anyways, thanks for watching. I know my story won't be as interesting as some others here, but it's mine, and all these years later, it's still unexplainable to me and my brother. When we were about 7, we're twins. My brother and I like to sit in our shared room and do whatever it was 7-year-olds do after a school day. One night, we were both at the bottom of our bunks talking and taking turns playing my Game Boy. The door to our room is open, and from the angle that we are laying at, you can see the living room and the kitchen of the apartment, which were connected. For some reason, both of us decided to turn our attention away from the game and look out the door at the same exact time, and we both saw what looked like a dark shadow in the shape of a man running across from the left side of the door to the right. The weird thing is, about a foot or two after our door, where the figure was running towards, was just a wall. I remember us thinking and talking about if the person was hiding just over the side of the door frame. We called our mother and told her the story, and asked if someone else was here or it was just her. She obviously freaked out and said no, and when asked if she saw it too, as her room was right next to ours, she said she didn't. As we were already terrified of sleeping in the dark, all the lights in the house were on already, so there was no mistaking what we saw. We also didn't hear anything, we just saw it, which makes the experience even stranger. Nothing else supernatural happened in the apartment to us, and it's been about 12 years since that happened, and I still think about it from time to time. Honestly, if it weren't for my brother being right next to me and seeing it too, I might have written it off as a vivid dream. But I can remember the experience so clearly, and he does too. I honestly have no explanation for what we saw. I was staying up late watching TV one school night when I was around 16. I'm 23 now. I had to get up to go to the bathroom. When I was finished, I opened the door and walked out as normal. I had taken maybe 2 steps when I suddenly felt myself run into something and be slightly pushed back. Without thinking, I apologized as I believed it was one of my relatives. However, when I looked up, as I had my head down before, I realized that what I was looking at was an obscure, human-like shape that was entirely opaque. It was as if I had bumped directly into a shadow that had taken a 3-dimensional form. Before the initial disbelief could even set in, it disappeared. I reached my hands out in front of me, but nothing was there. I literally sprinted back into my room and leaped on my bed. Nothing quite like that has happened to me since, but I definitely had other strange occurrences in this house. I'm wondering if any other people had seen or heard of something similar and can help me find some literature on this description. Three weeks ago, after my grandfather passed, I had my first sleepover. My friend and I went to sneak into the kitchen for a midnight snack. When we turned the corner, a black silhouette of a figure as tall as the ceiling was walking across the living room towards my parents' room. It was very muscular, a body like Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime, no hair, no clothes. I can only tell this by the definition of the edge of the silhouette. We froze. It turned to look back at us. It began walking towards us. It had one massive eye, like a cyclops. The two of us turned and slammed the door behind us and hid under the covers on my bed, absolutely freaking out and sobbing. My whole life I threw that in the vault, but today, sharing ghost stories with a friend, I finally talked about it in detail. They are floored and mind blown, and I'm interested in hopefully finding out more about this experience. So a few years back, I had gone out with some of my friends to the mountains for a camping trip. And by camping, I mean getting drunk or high around a fire in the middle of the woods, and then pass out in our trucks. I was always the youngest of my friend group, and this took place before I found my taste of mind-altering substances. I'm typically something of a skeptic, and if this had happened nowadays, I would probably blame it on me being drunk. But I was stone cold sober the whole time, which is why I feel so sure of what I saw. We're all out by the campfire, maybe 10 or 15 of us. I'm sitting on someone's tailgate, smoking a cigarette when my friend, let's call him John, comes up to me clearly intoxicated. John was the one who I came out to the campsite with, and probably one of my closest friends of anyone out there. He asked me if I wanted to go on an adventure with him in the woods. I figured that if nothing else, I should probably go with him to make sure he doesn't drunkenly fall over and hurt himself. Not to mention, even though I didn't drink or do any drugs back then, didn't mean I was opposed to fun adventures in the forest. So we walked past the tree line that surrounded the campfire and into the dense trees. The moon was out and it was pretty clear that night, so although it was dark, it wasn't pitch black. We come to a clearing that seemed to be made up by many flattish boulders and rocks. We were looking up at the night sky, and John was drunk talking, and I was listening and nodding with whatever nonsense he was saying. He sat down on one of the flatter rocks and eventually just laid down and passed out. I tried to jostle him awake, but he kept mumbling for me to let him rest for a while. Since this is usually how John behaves when he's drinking, I complied and figured that I'd head back to the campsite and check on him again in a little bit. I go back, talk to a few people, smoke a few cigarettes, and then decide to go back to check on John. Maybe 10 minutes had passed. I'm walking back to the clearing where I had left him, and already from afar, I noticed that he wasn't in the spot I had left him. I keep going, thinking he must have gotten up and wandered off somewhere. As I'm walking, I notice a shadow in shape of a human standing behind some shrubs a few feet to my right. I stopped, figuring that John was just messing with me. I said, "Dude, come on, let's head back to camp." No response. Then the stereotypical, "Please, you're not scaring me." And still nothing. I move closer to the shadow and notice that I can't make out any distinguishable features, no shirt logos, no eyes, or any face for that matter. Just a vacuum of black that stood in the shape of a human, hanging out with me in the forest. I backed away, putting it all together that it wasn't John, and I ran back to camp. I checked the truck that John and I drove out, and there he is sleeping on the bench seat. I did a quick head count, and everyone that I recalled being there was still there. The only thing that convinces me that this was paranormal was the sheer absence of light that this thing took shape of. Just pure darkness. Whenever I tell the story, John always gets the chills imagining this thing was probably out there with him and around him when he was passed out by himself. The general conclusion was that John stumbled back a while after I left him, and I didn't notice that he had returned. Like I said, I'm a skeptic, so I always rationalize these things, but this is one of the experiences I've had that I just can't believe was simply my eyes playing tricks on me. I've heard of shadow people, but I always thought those were things that people just saw during sleep paralysis, not out in the wilderness, fully awake. If anyone could give me any idea of what it could have been, that would be much appreciated. So from the ages of about 6 up until I was around 13, I was followed by what I believe was an evil spirit. Every night I would absolutely tremble at the thought that I had to go to bed. I lived in an old house, probably built in the early 1920s, with my grandmother and grandfather. Every night I would go to bed, only to wake up to what sounded like someone making yawning and snoring sounds in my room, and I would instantly open my eyes and see a grayish figure standing over my bed. Every night it would be there. I had bunk beds, but the bed beneath was taken out and a metal cupboard was placed there. It would constantly scratch the drawers all night long and walk around my room. I'd be absolutely terrified to move. I would stay in the same spot for up to 8 hours. My body would literally be in so much pain, but I wouldn't move an inch. I used to tell my grandmother about this, but she would assure me that it was only a nightmare, and I would put it in the back of my head for the day and go to school, knowing full well it was no dream, and I would have to deal with it that night. My school life was terrible, as I would only get about 1 to 3 hours of sleep a night. I was always so exhausted at school, and used to have to stay back to catch up after all the kids had went home. Back at home, it started getting more intense and scary, to the point I literally thought I was gonna die. What went from walking around in my room, scratching drawers and making noises, turned to full-blown sprinting down my stairs, running into our kitchen, slamming every cupboard door, running back up the stairs, and bursting through my bedroom door and screaming. My grandmother and grandfather never woke up once from this. He used to knock my toys over and break things. He used to literally follow me to any house that I had a sleepover at. I remember one time I was at my aunt's house. It started slamming the cupboards, then burst in my room and stayed at the bottom of my bed all night, hissing like a snake. One time my wardrobe had moved throughout the night, basically blocking my door, only leaving a 10-inch gap. And as usual in the morning, I would get the blame. The worst night I ever experienced was when my granddad went to work early. I'd say around 4-ish. As soon as he left, I heard the slamming of the cupboard doors, so I knew it was coming and I prepared myself by laying perfectly flat under the blanket, like I always do. It burst open my door, and I have goosebumps as I type this now. I felt a sinking in the footing of the bed. Something was on the bed and was slowly crawling up to me. I felt like screaming. I was 10 years old and terrified. It even terrifies me now thinking about it. It slowly crawled up my bed and started scratching the exact spot where my face was. I could almost feel what seemed to be claws slowly scratching at my face. I didn't know what to do, but I remember having the thought that maybe I would wrap my arms around it and wrestle it in the blanket and dash off into my grandma's room to wake her up. But I was too terrified to move, and I really thought I was gonna die. Thankfully, it climbed off my bed and ran up the stairs a few more times, and that was it for the night. As I got older, it started getting less and less until the last encounter, which was kind of weird. I was 13 and just started high school, and hadn't experienced anything for months, possibly over a year at that point, but I still had terrible anxiety when going to sleep. I got ready for bed as usual and turned off my TV. There was a blue light on my TV which reflected onto the wall next to me. I heard a thud at the bottom of my bed and knew something was with me. I can clearly remember this as I was now in my teens. I was thinking to myself that I can't let this win this time. It already ruined my childhood. I can't let it win. I was looking at the blue reflection on my wall to see if I could see anything. I see this huge black shadow come over me, which stayed there for about 5 minutes and left. I say this was my weirdest experience because I felt no threat at the time. It didn't feel like anything wanted to hurt me, unlike the prior years. Could this have been a spirit looking over me? I don't know, but I do know that this was my last experience with whatever it was, and I'm 21 now. My grandparents still live in that house, but I moved out. If anyone could help me in any way, I'd appreciate it. I sometimes wonder what crawled up into the bed that night, and what would have happened if I tried to confront it. It's been years now, and I really want answers. Thank you for listening.
I saw a shadow person. I was out parked on a backcountry road, and I was with 2 of my friends. It started out as a low dark blur. I thought it was a bush at first. It was through the windshield in plain view of all 3 of us. Then, it morphed into what looked like a crouching person, with his head facing downward. Before our eyes, he slowly stood to full height, head still pointed downward with his chin to his chest. Once he came to full height, His head rolled out to look directly at us, and then he disappeared. Naturally, both of my friends were freaking out. I was exhilarated because I'd never seen such clear evidence of the unknown before. I finally drove away at their insistence, but I know all three of us saw the same thing, and that it was fucking real. It had an air of malevolence to it that sent shivers down my spine, but I was on a high the whole rest of the night. Shadow people are real. So this happened a few years ago to my fiance and I, while we were living at my mother's house for a little while we were in between places. It was nighttime during the summer, and we were out walking the dog and having a good time, as it had been oppressively hot earlier that day. Our dog was walking alone, enjoying his walkie time, and we were almost home. Suddenly, my fiance stops dead still and presses her hand against my chest to stop me from moving forward. I say, "What's up?" and notice my dog is stopped still, staring intently at something in front of my mom's place. She had this porch light which illuminated the lawn a little bit, and as my sight line went from my dog to the front yard, I saw, well, I don't know exactly. There was a humanoid figure on the front lawn that appeared to be dragging a large contractor-style garbage bag toward the backyard, which abuts the woods and leads down to a creek. It's vague to recall it now, but it was tall, seemingly dressed darkly, maybe in jeans and a hoodie, but it was only partially visible in the porch light. When I looked up, its head moved toward us, and it felt like it was staring right at us. The three of us were paralyzed in that moment, all filled with dread, until my brain decided to kick in. Just turn around and keep walking. My fiance and I turned directly on our heels, and thank God, our dog did the same. Both of us refused to look behind us until we turned a corner much further down the street. Our dog was stealing looks behind us, watching our backs. Once we turned the corner, we called the police, who came around to meet us and did a sweep of my mom's property, the surrounding properties, and the woods. There were 6 to 8 cops total that responded, with a canine unit too. It's a rich area of the suburbs. Here's the kicker though, and why I think this story belongs here. The cops called us back later that night, we weren't sleeping anyway, to tell us they had turned up nothing. No footprints or evidence of anyone on the lawn, no drag marks from the bag. Their dogs caught no abnormal scents in the area. My fiance was livid at them because we definitely saw someone there, and from that point on, we walk our dog with knives and a walking stick at the ready, just in case. As time has gone on though, I've begun to wonder if it wasn't a person we saw, but a thing. How else could it leave no earthly trace of its existence? When my eyes were on it, all I felt was fear, filling my every thought, such that I was paralyzed. And I wasn't the only witness, since my fiance and dog both saw it. And it was definitely dragging something along with it, which should have left a mark on the grass lawn. I've always been fascinated with stories of shadow people, wendigos, and skinwalkers, the latter two not being native to my area, allegedly. I do believe in ghosts, since we live in a house haunted by her deceased family. They didn't approve until I put a ring on it. Did we have a brush with the unknown that night? Or am I just failing to properly rationalize what we saw? Here goes. I can't find any information out about this entity. I'm trying to reach out to see if anyone else has come across her. A few nights ago, I had a dream. I was having a sleepover with a good friend. She was asleep under the blanket. I look at the end of the bed, and there's this long skinny shadow with long wild hair. She reaches out and grabs my ankles and pulls herself up and kind of wraps around me and hisses in my ear. I woke up, and she was crouching beside my side of the bed and reaching toward me. She was so tall, she reached the ceiling, even crouching. She was very thin, with long arms and long claw-like fingers, shadowy skin, long black wild hair, black eyes, and most importantly and disturbing, a grinning mouthful of long pointed teeth. I started punching and screaming. At first, she grinned wider and then disappeared. My partner woke up to me punching and screaming at my side of the bed. The next day, I texted my friend that was in this dream. We're both sensitive, but she feels and sees things stronger than I do and has a very level head. I also knew that she had seen a similar entity a few years ago in a different part of the city. I sent her a sketch, and she confirmed it was the same entity that she had seen. She sent me a painting that she'd done of it, and it scared me so bad, I could barely look at it. Normally, she has an answer for things, but this thing, it scares the hell out of her too.
To start off, I've always had a moderate belief in the paranormal and the unexplained. I am certain there exists a phenomena where we currently do not accept and understand, but at the same time, I don't just want to believe everything I hear from people. Skepticism for me has come along with maturity. Anyway, I'm a 22-year-old male and I live in Portland, Oregon. All of the accounts about to be described occurred in a 2-year window, starting about 3 years ago. Much of this happened at my old house, where my mom, my brother, and I lived. So in this house, there are 3 floors. Bottom floor is the garage and my brother's room. Middle floor is the kitchen and living room. And the top floor is my room, a bathroom, and my mom's room. I would often spend many nights awake, tirelessly working on my music in my room while everyone else slept. Occasionally I would be alone in the middle of the night when I would feel a sense of uneasiness. I would feel as if I was being watched when I knew I wasn't. I felt like this on many occasions, but never thought anything of it, and it never really kept me up at night. Now, the first time I had some sort of clue that something was up was after I had left my house for a week or so. I went on a camping trip in southern Oregon with some friends. During the trip, we had ventured out into a rural town where we could make some calls and use Wi-Fi before heading back to the campsite. I remember my mom telling me that day over the phone that my aunt, let's just call her Anna, had come over to visit her this week, and that last night she hadn't gotten any sleep. Anna had stayed in my room and had slept on my bed, except for the fact that she hadn't really slept. She told my mom the next morning that the entire night she had a fear of ever closing her eyes, because every time she did, she'd feel the presence of a large dark man standing over the bed watching her. My mom told me that she refused to go back into that room and asked my mom to remove me from there for my own safety. I refused and continued to sleep in my room because, as far as I know, everything was normal and Anna may have just had a stressful day and was restless that night. So about a month passes and my cousin is over at the house. He's related to Anna. She is his aunt as well. We'll call him Cade. Cade is 3 years younger than me, so at the time, I was 19 and he was 16. We would always sleep in my room when he would come over, me in my bed, and him on a blow-up mattress on the floor, about 1.5 feet away. So on the first night that he's over, we stay up really late, each of us on our phones. He was watching some car racing videos, and I was watching some deep web horror stories. I later found out that he was creeped out and scared by me watching those videos around him so late at night, but at the time I had no clue, so I kept watching. Eventually, we both fall asleep. In the middle of the night, he wakes up and turns over to go use the restroom when he sees something that makes him instantly nope that thought away. He said he saw a black figure standing between my bed and him, and appeared to be looking down at me, laying on my bed. He pulled the covers over his head and didn't make a noise. Nothing else happened and he eventually fell asleep again. Now, about 6 months later, we had my mom's friend Ashton over at the house. Ashton is a middle-aged man that my mom met through my father. and they had remained close friends ever since. He was sleeping in my room one night while I was over at my friend's house, and he couldn't sleep. He told us the next day that he kept on having extremely morbid dreams about people dying and killing each other constantly. He wouldn't explain much, but he said that he felt afraid to sleep because his dreams were essentially montages of violence. He left the house, and things returned to normal. Now keep in mind, up to this point, I never actually seen or felt this presence myself, aside from feeling watched on occasion, so I never really felt too afraid. Then, one day I get home from class and my brother is freaked out. He is 5 years younger than me, and he is unlike me in the sense that he has little to no sense of humor. He doesn't joke around or make shit up. He's very by the books, straight and narrow kind of kid. So I know for a fact that he doesn't make shit up for no reason. Well, on this day he had been home alone while my mom was at work and I was at school. He had been laying down on the couch watching TV when all of a sudden, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something leaning around the wall to his left, just slightly over the edge of the wall, making its head visible. He turned to see what was there, and there was nothing at all. Slightly disturbed, he raises the volume of the TV and tries to forget about it. He suddenly gets this feeling as if something quickly slid across the floor towards him, like a slug, but in a blink of an eye. I don't recall how exactly he felt this was its motion or what he saw to make him feel this, but I do know that he immediately hunched down onto the couch, crouching almost, out of fear of being seen. He told me that this thing literally peers over the couch downwards at him, slowly creeping more and more into his vision. He jumps up and turns around and it's gone. Nothing is there. I asked him what it looked like from the few glimpses he had, and all he could say that it was pitch black and only had one distinguishable feature: eyes. He doesn't recall the color, but distinctly remembers seeing a pair of eyes each time he saw it. After this experience, however, he never saw it again. Now, this next thing was the first thing that happened to me, and to this day I can't explain it, and it's never quite occurred again. I had woken up at 8 that morning and went downstairs to make myself breakfast. I had laid down on the couch and closed my eyes for a few seconds, and before I knew it, I had almost dozed off. You know that stage right before you fall asleep where you're almost completely immersed, but you can still hear all the sounds of the real world and think cognitively? Yeah, so that's where I was, nearly asleep but not asleep yet. So I'm thinking to myself, what should I think about before I drift off, when I suddenly get one of these black and white visuals. They appeared in an instant, and I can remember constantly thinking, what the fuck? It was like I was looking through the eyes of some sort of other creature that perceives the world in black and white. The perspective I'm seeing is from the corner of my bedroom, and it's very near the floor, as if it's sitting. I almost want to open my eyes and say fuck sleep altogether, but my curiosity gets the best of me. I mentally suggest that this perspective looks towards my mom's room. It elevates and walks out of my room, facing my mom's room. Now keep in mind, I'm seeing the perspective of whatever this is, almost as if I'm controlling it by thought. I then think to myself, okay, if I can make you turn away and start walking downstairs towards my sleeping body, I'm fucking done. Sure enough, after a singular thought, I see the view turn around and start walking downstairs. Now, I'm sleeping on the couch, which is about 4 feet away from the bottom of the stairs. I really wanted to keep this thing walking down until I could bring it close to me and see myself from its perspective, but I remember feeling scared to draw it near me while I wasn't really there to defend myself. So instead I say fuck this as it gets about 5 or 6 steps from the bottom. I open my eyes. I'm back in my real body now, and I immediately get up to search the stairs and later my room, but nothing. Now there has been several other interesting smaller experiences that I don't place too much weight on because it happened under the influence of drugs. For example, my best friend in college, Danny, and I were on acid one time when he suddenly stops talking to me. He is staring behind me and I'm trying to figure out what's going on when I start to feel the burning sensation on both of my forearms, like something is twisting and lightly burning them. He soon leaves the room altogether and comes back in maybe 20 minutes later. The rest of our trip we spent watching movies, and it isn't until the next day he tells me what he saw. He was apparently speaking to me when all of a sudden he sees a large, translucent, but red-tinted being standing behind me. It was at least 6 feet tall. I was currently sitting down as he notices this, and before his eyes, it reaches its 2 arms down, grabs hold of one of my arms with both of its hands. And this is exactly when I started reacting to the burning sensation on my arms, independent of him telling me what he was seeing. This thing, according to him, kept the grasp of my arms and stood behind me until he left the room. He told me that he heard me talking to something and speaking deeply, like I was in a very involved conversation, when there was no one else in the room, and I also have no memory of this. Keep in mind, I had done acid around 4 or 5 times up to that point, and I never had things happen which I couldn't remember. Like I said, since this occurred on acid, I don't fully trust this experience as evidence of anything. The final piece, which makes this all the more interesting, is that my dad's longtime friend, who is sort of mystic, has heard about all these occurrences, and she has an opinion of it, which I think is most likely. See, I've almost died 4 times in my life. These were very close calls, and to this day, I've survived them with no broken bones, no trips to the hospital. Those are stories for another day, but my whole life I felt like I had a guardian angel or something looking over me. Couple that with the fact that everyone but me who spends any amount of time in my room somehow ends up seeing this black thing, except me, who literally sleeps and hangs out in that room every day. And you arrive at the conclusion that she did. This may be some sort of good being, a guardian for me, or at the very least, a benevolent character that is attached to me. I have never felt scared or threatened at any point by this thing, and it doesn't show itself to me, so my opinion is that it's either a defender or a bystander towards me. We have moved houses and I still think about this being often. I wish no ill will to it, and don't even necessarily want it gone. The way I see it, as long as it can respectively coexist with me, I'm willing to stay bonded with it. I have no reason to fear it, and I firmly believe if it wanted to, it could have hurt me, or at very least scared me, and it never did. So that alone takes away any reason to fear it. Anyway, I'm interested in hearing what you guys have to say about this, and what you think about this. This morning, I was in my bathroom. The window overlooks my backyard, and I had the window open. I kept hearing someone outside call my dog's name. They kept saying, "Mountie," calling out as if to get him to go inside. When I listened closer, the voice sounded exactly like mine. Same tone, same deepness. It sounded as if it was coming from my own backyard, or perhaps a neighboring yard. I looked outside and saw nothing. No movement, no person, no dogs. I got a chill, and after a minute the calling stopped. I figured maybe it was my mother, although the voice sounded identical to mine. When something scary happens, you try to rationalize it, you know? So I made my way downstairs and past my mother's room, where she was still getting ready for the day. I asked her if she had left the dogs outside. She told me that she hadn't been downstairs yet. When I went downstairs, Monty and my sister's dog, Ruby, were both laying on the sofa, exactly where I had left them when I went up to use the bathroom. I know it sounds insane, I do, but I also know what I heard. I heard my own voice calling out to my dog, as if to try to get him inside, which is a regular occurrence. I don't know if this is paranormal, or a glitch in the Matrix, or something else, but I'm still rattled about it. Today I went to show a home that was built in 1903. It was in a mill community that was very run down and in poor condition. I took the clients and we looked around. I didn't feel any strange feelings throughout the house until I got to the door that led to the upstairs. First of all, the door had a bolt on the outside, as if you were locking someone inside. Strange, I thought, but I've seen stranger. I go to touch the door and this wave of nausea and sheer terror comes over me, unlike anything I've ever felt before. I take my hand off the doorknob and wrap up the showing, wanting nothing more than to get the heck out of there. When I got back into my car, I googled the address, and sure enough, the previous owner died in the house. However, I can't imagine the old lady feeling evil and dark like this felt. I think it was something else. Moxie was about 14 years old. She was a pit mix. Sweet dog with lots of personality. On New Year's Eve 2020, she suffered a vestibular disease, which is sudden and non-progressive disturbance of balance. It's most common in old dogs. This happened while I was walking her and the other dog, Kuma, together. We were about a half block from the house when this happened. After the diagnosis on the 1st and on the 6th of January, her health deteriorated, lost about 20 pounds, and refused to relieve herself outside, even with a comfortable sling I had gotten for her to ease her walking and to ease my back. She died on February 1st, around 9 a.m., sadness all around. A week later, on the 8th, we were in the kitchen making dinner when suddenly, her distinct bark of happiness was heard down the hallway from our bedroom. One loud bark. This is something that she would do on a regular basis to get our attention, so that we could help her get on the bed. We both stopped what we were doing and stared at each other. The other dog looked down the hallway also. I said, "That was Moxie." Yeah, it was. She must have been saying hello from the afterlife. We both, along with Kuma, curiously walked to the bedroom, turned on the light, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Just the notion that she barked at us from the afterlife. Backstory time. My grandfather was a horrible man, and he was dying of cancer. Basically, my grandfather abused his 4 little girls and ended up doing serious time in prison because of it. He got out early because of his cancer. My sweet grandma, despite all he had put her through, still took him in. The rest of the family were very supportive of him during his final days because he was family and they are very kind-hearted people. My grandfather died shortly after in hospice care and spoke his last words to me. Because I was 6 at the time, I had not yet learned of my grandfather's sins. I really looked up to him at this time, and all my cousins still tell me I was his favorite. After he passes, all the families went to their homes. Mind you, none of them lived in the same cities. I will never forget that night. We had all gotten home and were very sad. I went into my room and shut the door. I heard a faint knock on my window. I peeked through the blinds and I saw the Grim Reaper holding my grandfather's spirit by the back of the collar. I couldn't actually see my grandfather's physical form, but I just knew that's how he was being held. The Reaper looked exactly how you would imagine. His dark hood covered his face, leaving nothing but the glare of his dark reflective eyes peering out into my room. I also saw his Reaper hook, which looped over my grandfather's spirit. Mind you, I only looked out the window for maybe 3 seconds before screaming. The moment I screamed, all the lights in my house flickered. I left my room and my sisters and parents met me in the hall. My mom's phone immediately started blowing up, and her siblings asked if the lights in her house had just flickered too. Apparently, all 6 of my aunt and uncles had their lights flicker in their houses at the moment I screamed. None of them had a physical experience like mine though. I told my dad that my grandpa and a bad man were outside my window. He frantically searched outside but saw no trace of anyone standing outside. I think about this experience a lot, especially after having a similar encounter after trying to communicate with my grandpa via a Ouija board. That was before I found out what kind of person he really was, but that's a whole different story. I believe I was visited for a few different reasons. I've always been in tune with otherworldly beings. My grandpa's last words were to me. I was his favorite because I was 6 years old. Apparently, that was the age that he would molest his girls. I believe the Reaper visited me to teach my grandfather a lesson, to show him one last reason of why he was going where he needed to go. I do wonder why he wanted me to see them though. Obviously, that was a pretty traumatic experience to leave a 6-year-old with. If anyone else has seen the Grim Reaper, please share. All my friends look at me like I'm crazy when I share this with them. When I was a child, my grandparents picked me up almost every day after kindergarten because my parents were both at work. I would always sit in the back seat on the right side. This particular day, I asked him if I could sit on the other side. My grandpa was annoyed and just told me to use my usual spot. And somehow, I insisted and my grandma finally gave in. On the way home, another car crashed into the right side of our car. Nothing happened to any of us. The police told my grandpa that we were lucky that no one was sitting on that right side in the back seat, because most likely that person sitting there would have been badly injured or worse. My grandparents were stunned. Not only did I avoid getting hit by a car, but I also acted out of character. I'm usually an unproblematic child, and arguing with them about switching seats wasn't something they expected from me.
On our days off right after high school, my cousin and I would routinely drive my parents' golf cart around the neighborhood and behind it because it was abandoned and completely overgrown. We knew all the abandoned construction trails through the forest where they met back up to the roads that were completely unbothered by any suburban houses. It was broad daylight, probably around 2 or 3 p.m., and we had parked the golf cart coming off of a trail toward the concrete roads into the back part of the neighborhood. The grass on the unused lots was covered in weeds and grass that was probably 5 or 6 feet off the ground. We took out a pipe and take a few hits. All is peaceful. The birds are singing. The air is clear. My cousin takes another hit and passes it to me. I start to light the bowl, but before I can take another hit, I hear my cousin say my name twice, very seriously. I panic and think the cops have just pulled up or something. I look at him, and he's staring straight ahead, shocked, and just says in a low voice, "Yo, what the fuck is that?" I look up and down the road, and I see it. It's a little man, peering out from the grass on the left side of the road, about 20 feet away. It looks like a naked humanoid, completely covered in mud, and crouched down as low as a person can go, while still being mobile. It's not human, but it's human-shaped. With both of us staring at this creature, he backs up slightly, and then, it still disturbs me to remember this, runs faster than humanly possible across the concrete road and into the grass on the other side. It was like a human moving as fast as an insect does when it panics. Imagine crouching down as far as you can without falling over, and then sprinting. This thing appeared to do just that. No words were needed. I disengaged the parking brake and gas it. We drive all the way to the front of the neighborhood, to the community center area, probably a mile away, and decide we should probably just go home. Lots of frustrated "what the fuck was that?" followed, because there was no rational explanation at all. We still talk about that story all the time. Funny enough, about a year ago, my parents moved to a bigger house, about 100 feet from where this happened, once the neighborhood started building back there again. At the time, I was working for Animal Planet as a camera operator on their show, Lost Tapes. We were filming in the Pine Barrens for the Jersey Devil episode. There had been a lot of set vandalism, so I had started camping at the set every night to see if I could catch whoever or whatever was doing it. It had been doing it all week, but I had never been able to catch anything. Usually, I would hear weird sounds and stuff being broken, jump up and scramble for the trailer door, only to find the vandal already gone. By the 7th night, the crew and I were fed up, as there was now several $1,000s worth of damage. One of the lifts suggested staking out around set, so we would have a better chance of success. Come that night, I, along with both lifts, the producer, our audio guy, and a makeup artist, were staggered around the set, waiting. I was in the rundown house, behind the busted wall, a small, handheld camera in my hand, so I could at least get a picture of the vandal if nobody caught them. Around 2:40 a.m., I started hearing stuff on the roof and began creeping out of my hiding spot. My plan was to climb the broken wall, stick my camera and head through a hole in the ceiling we had made for lighting and effect, and take a picture. Then climb onto the roof to either grab them or scare them towards one of the lifts who was hiding next to the house. I had just gotten my head through and was raising the camera when I saw it. And it saw me. I didn't even get the chance to scream before it was on me. It bit into my shoulder and I slipped. We both went falling down into the house, where it landed on top of me. The jolt from the fall forced it to let go of my shoulder, but in doing so, it only got angrier. It took a swing at me with its claws, and I rolled to the side, getting my right side slashed. By now, everyone heard the commotion and came running. Our audio guy had the foresight to bring a small handgun, and he drew it. It didn't notice, as it was too focused on me, who by now was beginning to black out from blood loss. From what I was told by a lift, our audio guy shot it twice in a wing, and it got the message, but still wanted a piece of me. It took me in his claws and tried taking off through the roof hole, but couldn't fit, so it dropped me. I fell to 10 feet to the floor, while the audio guy kept firing until he couldn't see it anymore. Nobody wanted to wait for an ambulance, afraid that it might come back, so a lift slung me over his back, and everyone took off running. They guessed it was still pretty pissed as it followed them, dive-bombing both the group and the car as everyone fled. It only stopped when they finally reached the boundaries of the Barrens. I woke up in the hospital a few hours later. By now, the Forest Patrol, police, news reporters, journalists, and a network exec had gathered. Nobody knew what to tell anyone. We all doubted that anyone would believe it if we all cried Jersey Devil, so we just said it was a bear and kept it at that. I came away with a broken neck, 3 bruised and cracked ribs, 2 lacerations on my side, a series of puncture wounds on my shoulder, and a shit ton of PTSD. The on-set shoot was cancelled, and we ended up just renting a campsite in California to film. None of us really talk about it. I think I'm the only one who feels comfortable telling people. We still work for Animal Planet on and off, but tend to avoid the big Lost Tapes poster in the producer's office. I know it seems hard to believe, but it happened, and I still have the scar. I have made other posts about some of my paranormal experiences, but this is the most frightening thing that I've ever seen. And this happened when I was about 7. The year would have been around 2003. We lived in an apartment at the time, and I was asleep in my room. I woke up and walked into the hallway to go downstairs, but I stopped because I saw my parents and little sister sitting in my parents' room on their bed. The way their room was set up, the foot of the bed was in front of their doorway, so I was facing them. They were all sitting straight up against the headboard, with their legs out on the bed, and when they saw me, they didn't speak, but they started frantically waving at me to come in the room, like they were really excited. They had these huge smiles. I started to run into the room to see what was going on, and why they were so excited, but as soon as I hit the doorway, I felt this overwhelming dread. And that was the first time in my life that I experienced that kind of fear. I stood in the doorway, watching them, too horrified to move. They stopped waving, and their smiles kept getting bigger and bigger, and started to look very exaggerated and unnatural. Their eyes turned solid black, like holes in their faces. Then they started getting up. Without changing their expressions or turning their faces away from me, the dad doppelganger stood up from the bed and started to walk towards me, while the sister and mom doppelgangers leaned forward and started to crawl down the bed. Their movements looked almost mechanical. It was very inhuman. I watched until the dad had made it around to the foot of the bed, and the mom and sister were starting to step onto the floor. Then I ran out of the room and downstairs. My mom and sister were in the living room, but my dad wasn't even home. I told my mom what I saw, and she said it was just a dream. I was so afraid. I just tried to forget about it, but I've never been able to. I'm pretty positive it wasn't a dream, because I can remember waking up, getting out of bed, and leaving my room before seeing it. I've had other experiences, but this is the only thing that's ever felt absolutely evil. As an adult, I occasionally have sleep paralysis and even dream loops that can get pretty scary. But I wasn't a kid who had a lot of nightmares, and that's the only time I can recall ever acting like that over something. I asked my mom about it a while back, and she said she remembered me crying over it and being really upset and insisting it wasn't a dream. I'm not sure if these things would be considered doppelgangers or some sort of mimic energy, and I have no idea why they were there or why I saw them.
I see the same man in my nightmares. The nightmare always begins the same. I am sitting at my desk. I do not remember sitting down. It does not matter, I suppose. The curtains are open, but the world is dark. The sky is black. There are no stars. There is no moon, no street lamps. I turn my head to face back into my room. To do so feels like moving through water. The screen of my computer shows me a forum that I do not recognize. A part of me feels like I am breaking some kind of rule by simply being there, simply looking at the screen. The words of the posts are in English, but they do not form complete sentences. I struggle to read what they say. My room is light. It's a sickly hospital kind of light, and I do not know its source. Looking up to the ceiling reveals that the bulb is dim. Is it off? Yet the light hangs dead in the air nonetheless, almost like it's been painted on. This unsettles me, so I decide to switch the light on. At least this way the visuals of my surroundings will make constant sense. My light switch is typically situated by the entrance to my room, by the door, but as always in my current world, I could find it fixed on the wall right next to me instead. I do not even have to stand up. I do not question this change. I reach over and flick it. It clicks, but does nothing. I try again, then again, but the level of light in the room does not change. He's in the house. I am sweating. The real unease starts here. Perhaps if I could find him before he finds me, then this time will be different. Perhaps everything will be okay. I am standing, I realize. I do not remember getting up. I start making my way across my room. There are no creaks in the carpet beneath my feet. The door is silent as I gently pull it open. The corridor stretches out ahead of me. It's longer than it should be, but I cannot tell by how much. The light hangs low against the walls, like it tried to climb up from the floor but failed, getting stuck halfway. The pictures and portraits on the walls are familiar, but the people within them have disappeared. There is only me. And him. I make my way through the corridor. He could be in any of the rooms. My heart pounds. It hurts. I feel if I were to look down, I would be able to see a Thurum warning in my chest. I push through the door to the bathroom. The water of the shower is running, but there is no one standing beneath it. I do not think to turn it off. I see myself in the mirror. I should not be able to, given my current angle, but the angles are all wrong anyways. I try not to look at myself directly in the face. I know that I will not like what it shows. He isn't in here. I return to the corridor. There is another door in the same wall, a little further on. I walk through the shade, shiverish with cold, but I do not shiver. The door leads me into a room I recognize, but fail to accept it is out of place. It's my parents' room from when I was a kid. But they are not here. I walk into the center. My dark reflection is picked up on 3 carefully positioned mirrors, 2 small, 1 body length. I am careful not to look directly at any of them. "Are you in here?" I try to say. "I know you're in here. I found you." But the words catch in my throat. They are forced out as little more than dry whispers. It's a bluff anyways. I search the room. The bed is made. The books on the shelves have blurred into each other. They are the same book anyway, I realize. One of them is in my hand. It's cursed. I understand, but I open it regardless. The pages take up my entire field of vision, but I still cannot read them, and they won't help me. He knows I can't read them. The book is smaller now. It fits into my pocket, and I stow it away. I don't want to be in this room anymore. The corridor beckons. I remember hearing from somewhere that whistling is supposed to help with fear. I purse my lips and try, but all I hear is the sound of my own raspy breathing. There are more doors, more rooms. They all stand cracked open. None of them are entirely closed. I push through them one by one, but he isn't there. This is his fault, but he's not here. I hear footsteps along the corridor behind me. I swivel, or at least I try to. The turn instead is a slow one, as if the air is made of treacle, and by the time I am able to look, there is nothing there, only grim shadow. I look to the stairs. They descend down into darkness, but I'm going to take them. Down I go, step by step. There are more than there should be. I'm not even sure if these stairs are mine, but they carry me to the ground floor. The furniture is drawn on. I realize it's fake. I wouldn't be able to move any of it if I tried. It's all part of the same thing. It's his fault. The dining room is the most different, though I am not surprised by its change. I can see from the base of the stairs. The door is fixed open, and the floor gives way. Peering over the edge reveals a sudden drop down into the pitch black. The room has been filled with dark water that extends up above the frame of the doorway. The dark shapes drift about in the darkness. I could join them if I choose. He isn't in there. I turn back to the hallway. The architecture of my house prevents me from doing a complete loop from room to room to room, but that is what I do anyway. There are arches in the walls that allow me to pass. I cannot see out through the glass of any of the windows. I don't even think to look. I am not concerned by what is outside. He's watching me. I can feel tears streak down my face. It is always the same. It is always the same. The architecture of my house prevents me from doing a complete loop from room to room to room, but that is what I do anyway. I pass through the arches. He's watching me through the walls. The rooms have all been painted in distinct colors. They are dull but distinct. I cannot decide on what these colors are, however. I can only recognize the difference in relation to each other. Something creaks and grinds in the shadows from across the house. It sets the hairs on my forearms on end, but I do not stop. I keep going. There are people in this room. I resist the urge to go and talk to them. They aren't alive. They are fixed like mannequins, mid-conversation in the corner. I pass by them. The second that I move into the next room, I know that they will be gone. If I were to go back and take a look, the room would be empty. The silence is a sharpened blade, held at the edge of my neck. It is cold. I return to the hallway. There is another set of stairs that lead down into the basement I do not have, but I pass them by. They would lead me deep beneath the earth, below layers of stone. I try the front door, but it is locked. The handle doesn't even move or shift as I try to pull it. The handle does not move. This door is not for me. This is where he ends it. I do not delay the inevitable. I suppress and sob and turn around to look down the corridor. It is long, like the corridor of a school hallway. He stands at the opposite end. "Please," I try to say, but I cannot produce even a whisper this time. I bring my hands up in defense, but the movement is slow. He has begun to walk towards me. He does not walk like you and I. He walks as if he had never tried to walk before, as if he studied the movement from afar and is now putting it into practice. His legs stretch further than they need to as he moves. Like a puppet, he shambles silently down the corridor towards me. My hands are by my sides. I am forced to bring them up in defense for a second time. I bare my teeth. I snarl at the man, but he doesn't much care for my threats. They are empty. He knows they are empty. Closer now. His skin is the color of shadow. His eyes are white. He has pupils, but I only see them if I look for them. His teeth are painted on. Every face you see in a dream is a face you have seen in real life. "Stay back," I want to say. I am not cold anymore. My entire body burns with fear and panic. "Stay back!" Closer, he creeps. He whispers my name, but the voice comes from behind my ear. His mouth does not move. He is in the house right now. Closer. One of his eyes begins to slip down his face. I can't move. There is nowhere to go. He is larger than his surroundings now. He is 3 feet away, 2 feet away, 1 foot, and still he approaches. I shrink back desperately, but still he draws closer. He is going to tear out my neck from the inside, or worse. I want to scream so badly, but I can't. I can't. I screw my eyes tightly shut as the heat overwhelms me. And this is where my dream ends. I always wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding in my bed. Throat dead dry in the dark, but too afraid to reach out for the glass of water. I will suffer the discomfort. I curse the dream. I curse my imagination. My blood rushes loud in my ears, and every little noise across the house is amplified tenfold. But the welcome morning always comes. Always. Except this time is different. When I awaken, I am not in my bed. I am sitting slumped at my desk. I rub my eyes, terrified but relieved. I must have fallen asleep mid-work. I have been particularly tired lately. I allow myself a little chuckle as I stretch. My heart is pounding, but there is always a tremendous sense of relief when I am reminded that the dream is just that. A dream. I turn to look out the window. It's nighttime. I must have slept away the entire evening. There are no stars tonight, no moon. It seems that the street lamps aren't running either. A sense of cool unease begins to creep over me. I turn back into the room. My computer has entered into its screensaver mode. I shake the mouse and the blackness fades. I am able to see the screen. It shows me a forum with a twisted interface. The posts are in English, but they do not form complete sentences. I struggle to read what they say. I do not remember loading this site up. There is no minimize option in the upper right, so I hammer quickly but quietly at the computer key. In the 4th or 5th attempt, I am giving the navigation prompt and I hastily bring up Reddit in a desperate bid to find a website that is familiar to me. Did it always look like this? Did they change some settings? I glance into the room. The room is light. It is sickly hospital kind of light. I look up to the ceiling. and to my cold horror, I see the bulb is dark. The glass is dim behind the lampshade. It is not switched on, and there is no obvious source for the room's light. My breathing becomes shallower. No, please, no, please. I could turn my head right now and look at the wall beside me. I could do it right now, at this very second. That would provide me my answer, surely. If the light switch has moved to the wall beside me, then I have my answer. But I can't. I can't bring myself to look. I can't bring myself to check to see if the switch has changed position. Because, what if it has? The light hangs dead in the air. He is in the house.
My wife and I are both very sensitive to energies that most people around us are not. We've each had our share of far-out paranormal encounters separately, and since we've been together, it's been one hell of a ride that just seems to get more far out as time goes on. Backstory: while we were building our house, we were living in a large wall tent on our property. It was pretty large for a tent, almost 400 square feet, so you could easily walk around in it. It had our full-size bed on a bed frame in there, a kitchen area, and a table with several chairs. It even had a canvas drop cloth as a floor, so we weren't walking around in the dirt. And I had the sides folded in and weighted down all the way around, as well as staked down to keep any critters out. Apart from a couple of flies and one or two spiders, it did the trick. At the time, I was doing freelance handyman and repair work during the day and building our house in the evenings. And on the day of this incident, I was finishing up work on a house that had bad juju written all over it. I could feel the negative energy from the curb the first time I pulled up to the house to meet the owner. And walking through the door, the feeling intensified. But it wasn't absolutely overwhelming. And what can I say? We really needed the money. I had lost part of a thumb a week earlier in an accident working on the house, and had an upcoming surgery to get it stitched up, and to get the bone properly covered, and we didn't have insurance. Money was more than tight. Besides, I felt comfortable in my abilities to keep the negative energy at bay while I did whatever work had to be done and get the hell out of there. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. After a couple of weeks of working there, by the way, no one was living there at the time. The regular things that you would expect to happen in a high energy place happened. Lights flipping back on right after I turned them off. Doors slamming shut behind me while I'm walking down the hallway, or opening for me as I'm reaching for them. The kind of stuff that's pretty much just meant to get a rise out of you. And the more I played it cool, the more intense it got. Eventually, I get to the last day, when, over the phone, the owner hinted at stiffing me for the bill, and I was packing up all my gear. I guess it was evident that I wasn't planning on coming back, because the activity in the house was extremely low, virtually non-existent, except for the same dense negative energy that was always there. But now more than ever, I felt like I was being watched. Not just watched, but stared at, like something was focusing on me with everything it had. Everything up until this point had been weird, but it was only your everyday kind of weird. The kind of weird that people who don't want to accept it can still somehow find logical excuses for. They'll say there was a draft or faulty wiring, really big mice in the walls, etc. The next thing that happened was the first thing in the house that genuinely spooked me. As I walked through the living room to the front door to leave for good, tool bucket in hand, I passed the only hallway in the house on my right. As I looked down the hallway to double check that I had turned off all the lights, I saw something that I didn't want to believe. At the end of the hallway, about 20 to 30 feet away from me, sat a huge black dog. Its head was following me as I walked past the hallway. When I say huge, I mean massive, like my head would have fit inside of its mouth. My prior experience with manifestations like that have taught me to give it as little energy as possible, and that you're better off acting like you hadn't noticed it. So, I continued to walk calmly to the front door, even though every hair on my body was standing on end, and my adrenaline was racing. I stopped at the front door inside the house, turned around, and addressed the house and everything within it, stating that as I left the house, nothing was welcome to follow me. I drove home, and that was that. I didn't tell my wife because I didn't want to worry her. We had enough going on at the time without bringing up things that I felt had already been addressed. So, fast forward to later that night. My wife and I are fast asleep in bed. I'm torn out of sleep by my wife's terrified gasp, and being in a canvas tent in the middle of nowhere, I was already on edge. In the first split second of being awake, I see my wife sitting upright in our bed, still in the process of gasping, while our dog, who had been sleeping next to her, ran, barking and snarling like a lunatic, and jumped off the base of the bed, between us and the door. I still hadn't seen what was terrifying them, but leapt out of the bed while shouting at our dog, "Bed!" He's a little guy, and his job was to let me know about the boogeyman, not to fight it himself, and landed between the dog and the entrance to our tent. The entrance, which was not only still zipped up and buckled up tight, but staked to the ground in multiple places as well, as I did every night. As my feet hit the ground, I stood almost face to face with a massive black dog. It was sitting in front of the doorway, and as I landed and looked it in the eyes, I was filled with nothing short of absolute rage. I love my wife with all my heart, and here was something dangerous that wasn't welcome in our home, watching us sleep. Immediately, I stepped forward and shouted at it, deep and loud, "Get out!" As I did so, this thing stands up and steps toward me, and I shout again, this time clapping my hands together as hard and loud as I can, without stepping forward again. Again, this unbelievably massive dog, which is almost face to face with me height-wise, steps forward. At this point, we're maybe 4 feet away from each other. It hasn't ran off, and it's clear that this thing could easily kill us both if I let it. I lunge forward and come down as hard as I can with my right fist, aiming to kill it, aiming between the snout and right below the eyes. And just like that, ready to get torn to ribbons by this thing, I go right through it, and it's just gone. I'm completely shocked and spin around to see if, somehow, it slipped past me to my wife and dog. Then, I unzip the very bottom of the front of our home, rip the stakes from the earth, and run a few steps out into the night, looking every direction for the thing. The moon is out, and I've got excellent night vision, but I can't see any sign of it, and nothing is moving. I can't smell it, nothing. So, after a minute, I run back inside to make sure my wife is okay. She's still sitting straight up in bed, eyes wide open, but she's okay, and the dog is tense as hell. I finally felt my thumb screaming in pain and pouring blood at this point. The bone was still exposed, waiting for surgery, and the heavy bandage had gotten knocked off at some point. My heart rate is calming down, and I asked her what she saw while I'm trying to stop the bleeding again with paper towels. Now, we're both extremely logical people, despite all the weird shit we've seen. No matter how much paranormal stuff you've seen, you can't fall down the rabbit hole, and it's still safe to assume that the vast majority of weird shit you experience can be explained logically, and that's the way we both view it. But when I asked her what she saw, and before telling her what I saw, she looked me dead in the eyes and said that it looked like a werewolf was sitting in our doorway watching us. I don't believe in werewolves, but I know for a fact that we both, individually, identified an unbelievably massive canine in our home, 10 feet from the foot of our bed, and we both saw it vanish in the thin air. I know our dog saw something that he identified as a threat. There were no tracks anywhere around our tent the next morning. I looked as soon as the sun came up. Even if there had been tracks, we live in the middle of nowhere, in the desert. There aren't any wolves. There are occasionally stray dogs and coyotes, but everything is on the small side. The only description that has consistently came to my mind since then has been a hellhound, but I can't seem to find any similar stories online. Anyone with any thoughts, feel free to chime in, and I'll answer any questions I can.
Normally, I am a really quiet person, but the pandemic hit me hard. It hit everyone hard. Like many people, I was found with a lot more time on my hands than anticipated. Sure, a lot of it was spent doing college work, but I soon found myself bored. I guess a few of my friends did as well, because after much persuasion, I found myself buying the latest horror game for VR. I knew spending money was really bad right now, but I was okay. I had a good savings built up, so when this game came up for the third time, I finally caved in and bought the game and headset. The headset was like your typical VR headset. It had straps and the standard goggles that went around your head. There were no extra controllers, which I found a little odd. One of my friends, who we'll call Riley, already had the headset game combo and said it was great. With much reluctance, we also convinced our other friend, who we'll call Cameron. He was very reluctant to get the game at first. It took a bit of bribing to get him to join, but he ended up buying it as well. The first day I played the game was on Halloween. I took the day off from school, silenced my phone, and set my living room for VR playing. I sent a quick message to our group chat to make sure the others were ready as well. While I waited for a response, I tied my hair back into a long braid and settled on the couch for some classic YouTube. Finally, both Riley and Cam confirmed that they were ready. Navigating to our group's chat voice channel, I set myself up with my headset, sliding it over my head and adjusting to fit. The sound of the others joining the call echoed through the headset speakers. The screen was currently black, as we all agreed that Riley would set it up since he had better internet. I was home due to the virus, and managed to have the night free from my family. "Can you guys hear me?" I asked tentatively, waiting for their replies. "Yes," came Cam's first, followed shortly by Riley. "Okay then, I'm ready." The black screen was getting disorienting, and I wanted to get into the game quickly. I heard Riley tap a few keys on his keyboard, and then the screen changed. We were greeted with a generic, simplistic loading screen. It displayed the game's author and company name briefly before the effects of the flickering lights turned it off. "I hope you guys also turned off your lights," I muttered. "It's really dark in here." "Yeah, same here," Riley said. "I have a nightlight on, but that's about it," Cam admitted, which made me laugh. "Of course, you'd leave a light on," I teased. "Come on, this game can't be that scary." The banter was interrupted by the main menu of the game. Riley quickly tapped a few more keys and created us a lobby, and our characters soon spawned in. We were outside in a truck, with Riley as the driver and myself in the passenger seat. Cam was in the back, peering through the windows. "We're in front of the house," he observed. "How do you move again?" You kinda just do," Riley said. "It's subconscious, really. It's really quite cool, don't you think?" "Kinda weird," I admitted, testing it out by moving my arm in-game. I felt completely submerged in the game. I knew I was standing in my living room, in front of my computer, but it was as if I wasn't subconsciously aware of my environment outside the game. It was very disorienting, but I didn't say anything because I didn't want to chicken out. "Earth to Eve," Cam was waving a hand in front of my face. "Are you coming or what?" The passenger side of the truck was opened, and Riley was already outside holding 2 flashlights. "Sorry, Just tired. I lied, carefully exiting the vehicle. Riley handed me the flashlight, which I turned off and on. Then, I turned around and looked at the house before us. This map for the game had a farmhouse standing directly in front of us, off a narrow road that was blocked off by some fences. The log cabin was 2 stories, and had a few windows lining the front. The 3 of us hesitated on the front porch, peering into one of the windows. "Well, I'm not going first," Cam admitted. "No way." "Scaredy cat," I muttered, stepping in front, opening the door. The first thing that I noticed was the sound. It was like stepping into a different world, fully submerging myself into the deep end of this game. I lost all connection with reality, and my focus was the house in front of me. Directly in front of me was the living room. It was small, with a fireplace on the wall to the right with a big glass window centered in front. 2 flowery faded curtains lined the window. The living room looked like my grandma decorated it. A worn-looking couch surrounded by 2 wooden tables. In front of the window was a rocking chair, exactly the kind of creepy chair you didn't want to find in any haunted house. Next to us in the door was a small foyer, with a staircase leading up to the upper floor. Next to the living room was another small hallway that led off somewhere to the right. After taking in this small house, I entered cautiously. My hand brushed a light switch, which made me flinch. Recovering quickly before either of my friends noticed, I flicked the switch and the light flooded the small foyer. "Let there be light," I exclaimed dramatically, flourishing my hands as if doing some kind of magic trick. Riley rolled his eyes, while Cam just laughed at my corny joke. The game was simple. We had to investigate the house, find paranormal evidence, and then we could leave. Any ghosts that were inside had a chance of killing us after a period, but that was fine. It was just VR. We would be able to view our friend's perspective if we died. It was just a creepy game that we could turn off at any point if we got too scared, right? I ventured forward towards the living room. In this game, each of us was equipped randomly with ghost hunting equipment. I had a camera, Cam carried an EMF reader, and Riley had a spirit box to communicate with any ghosts inside. "I'll go upstairs," Riley volunteered, slowly creeping up the stairs. The distinctive old house creaks filled the silence as he advanced. Cam opened the door to the left and peered inside. "Oh, it's a kitchen. Do you think there's food?" "How can you eat food in VR?" I asked. "Well, you could try." And with that, I was left alone as he disappeared in search of virtual food. The house had been abandoned for some time. According to the game's description, the owners had just up and left. In the living room, a few magazines were scattered on the coffee table, and a blanket was thrown haphazardly on the couch. Suddenly, the light in the foyer flicked off. I let out a startled shout against my will as I was once more plunged into darkness. Cam poked his head out of the kitchen, and I turned to face him. "What happened?" "The lights went out." I went forwards towards the lamp, pulling the string. "I think the power's out." We were each equipped with walkie-talkies in order to communicate better. I unclipped it from my belt and held the button. "Riley, the power's out. Do you know where the switch is?" "Nope. It's pitch black up here, even with the flashlight. I wonder if the ghost is up here," came his tiny response in the small radio. "Probably," I mused. "I mean, that's typical for horror games, right?" Cam had exited the kitchen, and I followed him to the stairs. I shined my flashlight up the stairs, peering upwards to the landing. It was as if the light was sucked up by the infinite darkness, and I shuddered a little. "It's really dark up there," Cam said in the walkie, echoing my thoughts. I led the way up the stairs, with Cam shortly behind me, and we ascended upwards. The darkness poured around us, as if the shadows themselves were a pool, and we were entering it deeper. Our flashlight beams went left and right until they fell across Riley's form, who was posed at a closed door. "Guys," he whispered as we approached, "there's something in there." Listening quietly, I could hear it. There was a quiet sobbing coming from within the room. "Well, that'll do it. There's definitely something in there," I whispered. Hoisting up my video camera from around my neck, I pressed a button and it veered to life. Then, I slowly nudged the door open with my foot. The crying immediately stopped, and I immediately noticed something was wrong. Because I could smell it. The god-awful scent of an old musty room mixed with the smell of rotten meat hit me like a punch to the face. I backed up, bumping into Riley as I retreated from the room. "What the hell is that?" I shouted as I stumbled backwards. "How is that even possible?" Somewhere in the distance, I heard a door slam shut, but my brain was too preoccupied with the smell to understand what was happening. Neither replied as we're both gagging, retreating further down the hall until they left me alone in front of the door. I slammed it shut, following them towards the stairs. The three of us, holding our noses and coughing from the horrific smell, raced towards the front door. Cam, who was in the lead of the mad dash to escape, suddenly stopped, causing Riley and I to run into him. "I can't open the door!" he cried, pulling frantically on the now closed door. "Well, let's just take off the headsets," Riley suggested. As if on cue, the three of us reached up to take off our headsets. I could feel my fingers close around the straps, pulled them over my head, temporarily disoriented by the darkness in my living room. But instead of being in front of my computer, I was back in the truck, Riley next to me, with Cam in the back.
I grew up in a small town in my country. I lived with my parents, big brother, and our maid. By the time I was around 7, my brother was 12. At night, I usually shared the bed with a maid. It might sound weird, but the maid had been there since I was a baby, so my parents trusted her and decided to let her move in with us since her home was too far away from our house to come and go every day. My brother had his own bedroom, but this particular night he slept in my parents' bedroom since he and my dad went to sleep late, watching movies and television in their bedroom. I wasn't a fan of the movies, so I went to sleep early. Late that night on that day, everyone was fast asleep, I guess. Something unusual woke me up. A slow tickle terrorized my feet from the edge of the bed. I tried to ignore it, but the tickling just kept increasing, and it wasn't funny. It was weird and scary. I lost it and sat up, only to have the worst reality nightmare ever. A black figure stood in the doorway facing me, but I couldn't see the face or anything, except for the fact that I could see a black silhouette. I couldn't scream, neither could I cry. I only laid back on my pillow and tried to force myself to sleep. Like I said, I slept with a maid, and at that moment she was fast asleep. For some unknown reason, I couldn't wake her up. I guess I never tried to. I never dared to look again, and after some minutes, the tickling began, and I couldn't take it anymore. I raised my feet up closer to my stomach and woke her up, and asked her if she could take me to my parents' room. For some reason, I wasn't willing to tell her about the figure standing motionless by the open doorway. After a few seconds of struggling, I finally succeeded in waking her up. I quietly whispered and asked her to take me to my parents' room. She scolded me a bit for disturbing her sleep, but I didn't care at all. I just wanted to leave. Now my focus was fixed on the figure who never seemed to move. It just stood there. That was super scary. My maid picked me up and walked towards the door. I don't think she could see the person. My heart was pounding hard. I was so scared of coming closer to this horrific being. When we got closer, I tried to get a closer look at this figure. Albeit I was scared, but I just wanted to know. I don't know. I mean, I was only 7. As close as we were, I never saw the figure's face. Was it because the lights were off? I don't know, but it gave me goosebumps not being able to see this figure. We walked down the hallway, and I looked, but no one was following us. I wondered what the figure did afterwards. A sigh of relief escaped my mouth as we entered my parents' room. My brother was fast asleep on the carpet, and my parents are on the bed. We woke them up and I explained the whole story to them, but they didn't believe me. They just prayed with me and let me sleep with them in the bed, and then the maid went back to the room. I tried to convince her to stay, telling her that the figure would tickle my feet, but she never listened. The next day, I told my brother, and he just laughed at it and announced that he was pulling a prank on me, but deep down, both of us knew it wasn't him. Though it only happened that night, it still scares me. 2 days ago, I discussed it with my grandmother, and she seemed to care. She told me that if the maid couldn't see it, it only means that the figure was a demon or a witch. That made me even more scared. The image of that figure that night will always haunt me. Okay, let me start by saying that this is the first of many stories I'll submit here. I've been listening to scary stories on YouTube for about 7 years now. I've always wanted to submit a story, but I'm a busy mother of 4 and just never found the time to. But it's midnight right now, and I'm the only one awake. I have some free time now, so I have a story I would like to share. All my life, I have seemingly attracted the paranormal. When I was a teenager, things started to escalate. At one point, my mother took me to see a therapist because she believed I was either crazy or desperately seeking attention. But the truth was, I meant every word of everything I said. I have always been the sort of person that will try to find a logical explanation for things. Sometimes there's simply no logic to explain. It is what it is. Anyway, moving along. I am a 37-year-old female, and I live in a very small town in Kansas. A few winters ago, I was working in town about 2 hours away from home. I would stay with my friends in the city as I worked for 3 or 4 days at a time, and then I would go home for the same amount of time. Back and forth, back and forth. It was dreadful, but I digress. One night, I got home very late. I have 2 daughters that are 9 years apart. The 3 of us stayed up to do our nails. I told my youngest that since they were on Christmas vacation from school, I would let her stay up late to see the snowfall. It was supposed to start snowing around 2 a.m., and it did, more or less right on time. When I was a child, it snowed every year in December, but as the years have gone by, it seems to happen less and less. Since she was only 6 years old, she had seen very little snowfall in her time. I let her stay up until about 2:15, and then I said, "Okay kiddo, it's way past the bedtime for babies," and I put her in bed. My oldest daughter and I stayed up and finished doing our acrylic nails. When we were popping our old nails off, we had to use a steak knife. Yes, I know, that wasn't a very good idea. We were sitting there in the living room. The living room was the first room you would enter if you were coming from the front porch. From the outside looking in, there was a glass door, and then a big heavy wooden door. Suddenly, around 2:30, the wooden door flew open with a bang. I immediately jumped up to my feet and grabbed the knife in front of me. I walked towards the door, and then I felt confused. I couldn't figure out what happened because the glass door was still shut. But as I already said, I've experienced more than my fair share of paranormal activity throughout my life, and sometimes I can't find an explanation. I just let it go and carry on. Around 3 a.m., I decided to step out to the front porch and have a cigarette. I was just looking out over the road and the yards, taking in the dead silence of winter. I wasn't really thinking about anything, just looking at the snow. And that's when it dawned on me that what I was looking at didn't make any sense. From my front walk to the road, there's about 5 yards of grass. Every bit of snow is pristine, every bit of it, except one thing. The footprints begin in the middle of the sidewalk, bare feet footprints. They walked to my front door, but I'm not sure how they left. How was that? There were no footprints leading to my yard. It was as if someone was dropped from the sky or stepped out of another realm into mine, right in the middle of my yard. I mean, those footprints came out of nowhere. They began in the middle of my damn yard and walked to my door. And even if it was just a person walking around there, what were they doing barefoot in 16-degree weather outside in the snow, and 3 a.m. no less? What the bloody hell? I snapped some pictures on my phone, but I had a pretty cracked phone back then, and honestly, I'm not even sure what happened to those pictures. However, my mother had just given me her old iPhone a few months ago. I was scrolling through all the pictures on that phone this morning, and saw the picture that my mother had taken was still on the phone. The morning after that incident, I had called my mother and had my mother come over to take a look at them. The unfortunate part of this, my pictures at 3 a.m. were more convincing. By the time she got there, a few hours had passed. The cat walked past and left their prints. My mom's footprints were there as well. I absolutely insist that every bit of this is true. In the picture, you can see the snow behind the prints, where it's just blank. They start right there, and as you can see, some of them are facing different directions, but they are barefoot and strange. Some of them really look human, and some of them look too wide at the front of the foot to be human. I have no idea what to make of this. I debated sharing this since, unfortunately, I have zero remaining evidence. I was told that there was no way of saving the video, since the CCTV system only kept the recordings for the past 48 hours. Even if it were recoverable, this happened nearly 10 years ago, and the thrift store in question closed this year. So it's lost to time, unfortunately. I had actually forgotten all about this for years. When I was 17, I got a job working for a major thrift store chain in a northern Seattle location that was considered by many to be sketchy. The MO of this chain was to buy up old grocery stores or other serviceable old buildings and open up stores. This building was, I believe, one of the old grocery stores of the area. It was tiny and very old. I had made a few friends while working there, most of whom I'm still friends with today, and recently this was brought back up. It blows my mind that I could have forgotten this, because it's the only actual tangible evidence I had ever seen with my own two eyes of real paranormal activity. So here's what went down. One night, after everybody went home, the security alarm went off. That flagged the security company to send a police car and to inform the building owners. So on and so forth, down the chain of command, until it landed at my friend, who was at the time the store supervisor. Since he lived within walking distance of the store, he was responsible for meeting with a patrol and verifying that the building was all clear, and it was. With that taken care of, everyone went on about their business. The next day, he obviously checked the security footage to see what might have set off the alarm. He actually called me and a few others into the office to show us the footage. Let me describe the layout for you a little bit so you can have a better mental image. The front of the store was an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows with 3 doors, an entrance, an exit, and an emergency exit with a big red handle that would trip the alarm if used. The registers stood between the front of the wall and the racks of clothing, with each crack having a little end cap sign on a little metal post. If you've thrift shopped before, I'm sure you would know what it looked like, as it's pretty much the same in all stores. The back part of the store, which was employee only, had a bunch of racks of clothes waiting to be priced that sat there for the next morning. So he shows us the CCTV footage. It's dark and empty, and nothing seems to be happening for a minute. Then, one of the end cap signs starts to slowly spin. This I could easily write off as a vent draft or something, but things started picking up. The CCTV would pan back and forth between the cameras, overlooking the front windows, registers, and partial view of the racks and the end cap signs, to the back of the house area where we processed all donations. In the back, you could see a sleeve of a coat being lifted, as though it was pinched at the cuff and lifted above the collar before being dropped again, over and over. That could not be explained by a draft. Back to the front camera. The The sign is now spinning extremely fast, and the shitty cardboard signs they have hanging on fishing lines from the ceiling are swaying like crazy, almost like an earthquake. And then, the glass windows, they started actually flexing violently. The red handle on the emergency door, a long metal bar, almost as long as the actual door, at the front, thrusted up and down, while the whole door looked like they were being wailed on by somebody, or several somebodies. This is what set off the alarm. There was nobody there. The parking lot was visible through the glass, and there was not a single person there. All this activity started very slowly and ramped up into somewhat of a violent frenzy, and then just stopped, all within maybe a 1 or 2 minute span. So yeah, I have no proof, and that is frustrating, and can think of no logical explanation for any of it. I'm absolutely floored that I was able to forget that I was shown that video, even if it was a better part of a decade ago. Please someone, help us. We don't know what to do. It's getting so bad. It's been bad over the last 20 years, but this is the worst by far. Both of my parents grew up in haunted houses, and of course my siblings and I have all grown up in haunted houses as well. At first my parents thought my brother just had an imaginary friend. His name was Joe, and he lived in the closet. My brother woke up screaming in the middle of the night when I was a baby, so I don't remember. My parents ran in there, and he had blood all over his sheets, and 3 very long cuts on his back. They had bunk beds, and my brother was on the bottom. My parents said he was pale and wouldn't say a word. Things calmed down for a really long time, until I was 10. I had one of my friends stay over, and we were staying up really late, playing games, and doing what little girls do. We started hearing scratching sounds coming from outside my door. I had a cat, so I thought it was her. So I went to open the door, but there was nothing there. We ended up shrugging it off. Then it started again, and the doorknob started to jiggle, and it slowly opened. There was a dark figure standing there, looking at us. It was out of breath, and its shoulders were going up and down. Then it lunged at us, and we screamed, causing my parents to come in running. Nothing and nobody was in the house. My friend never stayed the night at my house again, and we stopped being friends shortly after. 9 years later, just little things were happening, nothing too scary. My boyfriend went off to basic training, and I still lived with my parents when I was 19. I had a dog, Zeus, who was sleeping on my bed, and he's a yellow lab. It was 6:30 in the morning, and I had to be up at 8:30 for work. He woke me up growling. Then I heard a weird voice in my ear speaking a language I didn't understand. When I started to open my eyes, it started growling in my ears. I opened my eyes fast, and my door slammed. My dog was standing over me, with his hair standing up, looking like he was about to attack someone. Everyone was already at work, and I heard banging coming from my parents' room. I got Zeus off of me, and jumped out of bed, and ran to my parents' room. The cabinets were opening and closing fast, and things were being thrown everywhere, around the room. It wouldn't stop. I turned around and went to run out, but the door slammed shut. My dog was running around the house, barking and growling, and started running into the door. I said screw it, and ran out and grabbed some work clothes, and got my dog and got the hell out. I dropped off my dog at my friend's house and went to work early. When I got home, my parents' room was destroyed. My mother was crying, and my dad was pissed. I told them everything, and we decided not to talk about it again, and went on with the rest of the night. My brother still lived with my parents as well. That night, his door kept opening and closing, and I kept hearing running in the hallway, so I thought it was him. I slipped on my slippers and stomped to his room. I was gonna yell at him to knock off his stupid shit, and when I opened the door, he was snoring. I woke him up and he promised me it wasn't him. He told me to leave his door open to see if anything happens again. I'm halfway down the hallway and my brother yells at me to run to my room and not to look back. But of course, I turn around instead. As I turned around, I see a large black figure standing in the doorway staring at me. It had large red eyes. I froze and started to whimper. My brother, being the protective big brother, came charging out of his room, telling the thing to leave me alone, and then it disappeared. My brother ran to me and led me to my room and slept on the floor all night. I didn't sleep. Now a year later, I'm 21. My husband is away in the army at the moment, and we are waiting for our plumbing to be done at our new house. Last night we had a bad rainstorm. I woke up to growling again and couldn't move. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure with red eyes just staring at me, and it opened its mouth so wide it could fit my whole head in its mouth. It had huge sharp teeth and a long skinny tongue. It screamed in my ear and my ears started to ring. I wanted to cover them, but I couldn't. My parents come running into my room, covering their ears, but it stopped mid-run when they saw the thing. My dad came running to me and picked me up and carried me to his room, and Zeus followed. I was finally able to move and started shaking uncontrollably. My brother still lives there, as well as his girlfriend. We heard her scream, and then she started banging on the door, and then my dad opened it, and she came running in, crying and shaking. We all started to ask where my brother was. Before she could answer, he came out of his room on his hands and feet with black eyes, just staring at us. We all froze, none of us knew what to do. My brother then popped his neck and started running for us. My dad slammed his door shut and locked it. My brother ran right into it. My mom was screaming for it to get the hell out of the house and just kept repeating this while things were being thrown, then it goes quiet. My dad opens the door and my brother was passed out on the floor with his nose bleeding. When my brother woke up, we told him everything. He didn't remember a thing, but remembers hearing screaming, and then it all went black. Nobody slept last night, and we all called in and are trying to figure this out. Now it's the next night, and it's 11 o'clock. We are hearing growling and scratching through the entire house. We can't do this again. Please help. I will keep you updated as soon as I can. Thank you. I go to Florida every year to see my cousins. When we were a few weeks into our vacation, my cousins started saying when they were at my cousin Logan's and Kelsey's house that they would see this little boy in Kelsey's dark closet at night. So being skeptical, I asked if I could stay so I could see for myself. I went there the next night. We set everything up and we were sitting in a dark room. They said I had to focus on the closet long enough to see it. At first I was confused because I didn't see anything. But then everyone realized that the doll on a swing in Kelsey's room, named Cricket, started rocking back and forth side to side, and that's a weird rocking pattern, and there was no draft. After that, I focused hard on the closet, then I saw it, and so did everyone else. A black shadow like a hand started reaching out from the closet, and it wrapped its fingers around the door. Then it disappeared and everyone stopped since they were so scared. I still to this day clearly remember the black, ghoulish hand. So I've never really talked about this, but it all started 3 years ago when I was talking to this girl for a little bit. Her name was Natalie. She lived in an older house and had the entire basement to herself. I remember her saying things like how her house was haunted. I didn't really believe her until this one night. So me and my friend Nick are spending the night at her house, and I remember my friend laying down on the couch at like 9:30 and he was just staring blankly at the wall. I didn't think anything was wrong, and I thought he was just messing around, so I started calling his name. Yo, Nick. 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 Nothing I said could get a response from him. Meanwhile, I was across the room, and Natalie was sitting on her bed. After about a minute of him just staring blankly, he jumps off the couch and says, "I don't mess with that. I don't mess with that." Freaking out, and Natalie started laughing. It didn't really dawn on me until later that I think she knew what was happening. Anyways, I started laughing too, thinking it was a joke. About 5 minutes pass, and he calms down and sits back on the couch. This is where things get a little creepy and interesting. She had a screen door in her room that opened outside. I specifically remember as soon as I took 2 steps out of her room, every single light in her room, including outlets, all blew out and it was pitch black. It got really creepy for a second. We tried everything, and the only thing in her room that would work was a lamp next to the couch, right next to Nick's head. Anyways, this was all kind of new to me, and I didn't really know what to think about the situation. I then remembered things getting weird in the room, like Natalie was getting super agitated over the littlest things and wouldn't let me sleep in her bed. So I was like, whatever, I'll just sleep on the floor at the foot of her bed. I remember I couldn't fall asleep that night. I was laying there for a while everyone else was asleep when I had this sleep paralysis type of feeling. I couldn't move or anything. I remember this happened to me once when I was young, and all I could think to do was to pray and start saying the Our Father prayer in my head. When about halfway through it, it stopped and I just tried to go back to bed. About 30 seconds pass and it hits me again that I can't move. This is giving me chills as I type this. So I start praying again, and halfway through the prayers, it stops. At this point, I was like, whatever this is gone, until about 30 seconds pass again, and this time it's much more frightening. I remember it felt like someone plunged me onto an outlet, like I was being shocked through my whole body, and I was kind of shaking or whatever. It was just holding me down. I remember trying to move my arms as hard as I could to rip the blanket off of Nick, to wake him up and help me. But in my head, I was saying Our Fathers, and it left halfway through again. At this point, I was freaking out. I was literally scared for the next few months after this, and I slept in the same room as my mom for a month or so. It took me a while to kind of make sense of what happened that night, but I think some entity or demon or something, I don't know, tried messing with my friend Nick, and when I laughed and taunted it, it targeted me. But this story is not over. So this happened about 2 years ago when I moved into my new house, which I still live in today. I remember my aunt was visiting, and it was late night, around 2 a.m. I was just chilling, playing video games, doing my thing when I hear a weird sound to my left and right. I had my gaming headset on, so I ignored it and kept playing. When I thought I heard the same sound for the second time from behind my bed, I took my headset off and waited, trying to hear it again to find out what it was. I sat there for like 2 minutes, just waiting, when I heard the sound right next to me. Woo. It's literally all I could make out, and it was just weird and creeped me the fuck out. So I ran to my mom's room and told her something was making sounds in my room. And she was like, oh, it's probably the sprinkler system or some other shit outside, and went outside to look. I remember I walked back into the hall to my room and stood there waiting for my mom to come back inside, when I literally heard the loudest woo in my ear. I ran out of the house crying and freaking out, and my mom thought I was crazy. I remember hearing a voice another time while I was trying to sleep, and I just kept telling it to go away. Since then I haven't heard any other crazy shit, though I do get sleep paralysis sometimes. The most recent experience, I had what was like a presence of a woman in my room, and I couldn't move. I don't know, all this stuff is just kind of creepy to me. So a couple days ago, my boyfriend and I were driving up this road that was in the middle of the woods. As we turned the corner, we first see a deer. The deer didn't even flinch at our car coming up the road, which was weird. Then we saw it. Now, I'm not normally a person that scares easily, but seeing this thing made me piss myself. It looked as if it was talking to the deer. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, very thin, and it was all black with wings. It flew up right in front of the car, and my boyfriend slams on the brakes, turns to me and says, "Tell me you saw that," and asked me to describe it to him to make sure he wasn't going crazy. I did, and we sped all the way home. This happened in about a minute, although it felt a lot longer. I was telling my dad about it, and he said he saw the same exact creature years earlier at my sister's bus stop. He tried to convince my sister it was this a garbage bag or something, and my sister's response was, "Daddy, that thing was too fast and too big to be a trash bag." And all my dad could say was, "I don't know." If anyone has any idea what this could be, I would like to know. I'm very skeptical about all of this, and I'm looking for a more logical explanation. I'm a male that's 13 years old, and I was 13 when this event happened. So anyways, I was asleep around 2 or 3 in the morning, and I heard some laughter coming from my basement. I thought it was my dad playing a joke on me. So in the morning, before he left, I asked him if he had been laughing at 3 a.m. in the morning. I know it was a weird question, but I asked him anyways. He told me no, and asked me what it sounded like. I told him it sounded exactly like his voice, but more hysterical and deeper. He just gave me a weird look and said I was probably having sleep paralysis. If you're familiar with that, you know that you can't move. And the thing is, I was fully mobile, meaning it wasn't sleep paralysis, and it was real. It all starts with my parents very sick in the hospital for completely unrelated reasons to the story. During that time, my mom's uncle, I will call him Bill for now, lived in a house in a smaller neighborhood, but a good one. He was basically a kid in an adult's body. He was happy and joyful as anyone could ever be. While my parents were sick, Bill was in his house after struggling with cancer and an incident of carbon monoxide poisoning. He knew he was going to pass soon, but was waiting for my mom to get back from the hospital to know that she would be okay. She got there and found him in bed waiting for her, very weak. She told him that she was okay, and that's all he needed to hear before passing on. After that, many years passed. My parents got the house from him, and after a while, they had me and my brother. While we still lived there, many oddities occurred very frequently, like things falling and not being able to find out what caused it. But the odd part is it almost seemed playful and never harmful to anyone. Some of the time, we would be in the room alone, commonly in the basement, and you could almost feel like there was someone there. But it wasn't scary, it almost seemed like it was giving a feeling of home. The reason I'm conflicted on this scenario is because when we moved to our new house, none of this occurred. Was it a ghost? I'm not even sure. This is a story about when I used to live in Thailand. I'm pretty young, and this scared me a lot. It all started when my parents took us on vacation to the beach. They got a pretty cheap hotel, 3 minutes walking from the beach. The first night it was nice, except when I heard a kid shout and woke me up. I thought it was from the hotel, but it was 2 a.m. and they should be sleeping. It was sharp screams, really sharp. I got a bit scared, but didn't have the balls to wake up my parents, which were sleeping in the next room. I ended up just falling back asleep. When I woke up, I couldn't find my phone, and the lamp I had left on turned off by itself. I asked my sister if she did it, and she said she didn't. I was really skeptical about that. I ended up having some fun, so I forgot about it. But that night, I heard a kid crying, saying, "Don't do it, please." I got the hell up and woke up my sister, but she slapped me and said, "Go back to sleep, dumbass." So that's what I did. But on that same night, I woke up to what I think was a shadow of a kid saying, "Help me, he's coming." At that point, some people might have said I was hallucinating, but I wasn't. It was pure reality. Dumb me didn't say anything. The next day, we meet a Belgian man who lived in the hotel. In a sarcastic way, he said, "Did you sleep well?" My mom didn't get it, but I did. The last night, before we went back, I was asleep and woke up to see a freaking gardener. He was old. When I got back, the weird guy I am, I spent 9 hours on the PC digging into this, and what I found was terrifying. Where I was sleeping was the house of Thailand's most notorious murderer. I jumped from my computer. What I found was a Chinese man that immigrated to Thailand for work as a farmer. But what they didn't know was that he would kidnap children and eat their livers. Now it all made sense. I am a female. It was a Thursday and I had my alarm set for 6 a.m. because I had school. I woke up to my alarm blasting in my ear. I grabbed my phone and turned off the alarm. I was awake and was glued to my bed, so I decided to go onto Instagram. That's when I saw it, someone standing 1 foot away from me. My vision was a bit blurry, but I could see that she was wearing a nightgown with flowers and she had long hair. Her legs were so pale. She went in front of my brother's bed, moving side to side gently, looking at me. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. I went under my covers and started rubbing my eyes and accidentally scratched myself. That's when I realized I wasn't dreaming. I pulled the covers off and she was still there. All I could do was call my brother's name. For my brother's privacy, I'll just call him Jack. I whispered while crying, "Jack, use your flashlight." I said this about 5 times while crying louder. He heard me on the 5th time and woke up and grabbed his flashlight. That's when she vanished and my dog woke up. I was still scared and crying as I told my brother what happened. I got up and still went to school. When I got home later that day, I told my mom, and what she said still chills me to the bone. She said that a woman had died in her house and used to live there alone with her son. When she died, her son moved away, and that's when my mom rented the house. I am no longer comfortable being in this house. Now this isn't a scary story, but more of a creepy one. My friend's dad's family used to live in the woods near Eureka Springs, Arkansas. My friend's uncle was the oldest of the 3 kids and was allowed to explore the woods on his own, even though he was only about 9 at the time. One day he came across a little cottage nestled in the woods. He knocked on the door and was greeted by 2 old ladies. He promptly asked for some water, as he had been exploring for a few hours. The ladies invited him in and gave him some milk and cookies and sat him down and talked to him for a while he was petting their white cat. They talked for a while and eventually invited him to stay for dinner and spend the night because it was getting dark and he was ways away from home. His parents were pretty used to him being in the woods for nights without coming back, so they accepted it without question. He spent the night without incident and returned home the next morning. He would visit them many more times over the next year, and one day they told him to bring his parents and his brothers next time he came. So the next week, the whole family embarked on a long trek to the cottage. When they arrived, however, they found the remains of a small cottage that appeared to be abandoned for years. Everyone was confused, as they all trusted that my friend's uncle had visited these women many times. They had absolutely no idea what happened, or if my uncle had actually been visiting anybody. To make things weirder, as they were leaving, an old skinny white cat ran past them, darting into the trees, leaving them in utter shock. In 2006 or 7, when I was around 8 or 9 years old, I experienced something quite strange. I had never seen anything that could be considered creepy at my house, but one night I certainly did. It was around midnight when I happened to wake up. This was pretty common in a lot of people, so I thought nothing of it and was just getting ready to go back to sleep. As usual, my bedroom door was open with a hallway light turned on, and that's when I saw it. An abnormally tall, dark, faceless black figure in the corner of my room. It was looking down at me, staying quiet and still the entire time. I didn't really know what to think. Oddly enough, I didn't feel scared. I was just merely wondering, what is this thing? The tall figure continued to stand there, still staring at me. I knew I wasn't experiencing sleep paralysis because I was able to move. Yet, this seemed far too real to be a dream. I decided to slowly turn around and face the wall instead. I covered myself with blankets and closed my eyes. I don't know what the tall figure did after that, if it had even left or not. The next thing I knew, it was morning. I decided against telling my parents about what I had seen. They were pretty hardcore Christians, and I honestly didn't want to freak them out. Yet, I did eventually decide to tell at least my mother about it. She luckily didn't freak out. Instead, she told me that she too has seen something very similar, if not the same figure. Except her encounter was quite different and much more disturbing from mine. According to my mother's account, the tall figure also approached her in the middle of the night. My father remained asleep next to her. Suddenly, the tall figure lunged itself at my mother and began to choke her. She was able to repent it in the name of Jesus a couple of times. When the dark figure finally backed away and disappeared, it was only then that my father woke up, but he still had no idea what just happened. My mother told me the reason why I had not been attacked was supposedly demons, as she thought this figure was. Do not attack children. Personally, I see it as a bad omen. Some terrible things have happened to me over the years after the appearance of the dark figure, but I have since recovered and have a lot of support. I'm 21 years old now and still live in that same house, yet I have never experienced anything like this ever since. I can only wonder what the tall figure was thinking as it stared at me on that night. When I was younger in the 60s, we lived in an old house built before the Civil War. It was up in Oldham County, Kentucky, in an area known as the Devil's Backbone, on Dawkins Road. I was around 12 years old and had an encounter I would never forget. One night, I was unable to sleep and I was laying on my side when I got this very uncomfortable feeling. I turned on my back and saw a young man with dark hair and a mustache staring at me from the foot of my bed. He was wearing clothing from the 1800s. I looked at him for a while before I lost my nerve and ducked under the covers. When I looked back up, he was gone. Several weeks later, I was upstairs in my brother's room and I was home alone. Suddenly, someone loudly ran up the stairs to the door. I opened it only to find a cold breeze. I left the house until everyone else came home. Sometime later, I was in town with my dad. We met an old man that said he lived in the house when he was a boy. He said the house was haunted and that a young musician hung himself from the second-story window, which was my brother's room. This happened to me when I was 14. Me and my family were camping in Crystal Lake, Azusa, California. We took off that day, so when we got there we could swim the lake, but of course we were delayed by traffic, so we didn't arrive until it was getting dark. Once we got there, we unpacked and finished settling in, and we wanted to light a fire and make s'mores. Unfortunately, there was no firewood because we forgot, so me and my cousin, being the adventurous teens that we were, decided to grab a flashlight and go seek for dry wood. My older brother asked if he can come with us, but we refused because we were trying to be independent. We walked down a forest path for about 5 minutes, not far enough to get lost. We found a spot where there was a whole lot of wood, almost like someone was collecting a pile and just left it there. But we had forgot a sack to put the wood in. I told my cousin that I would go back to get the sack from the van, and I'd be right back. I had an iPod, so I let him borrow it so he would be entertained while I grabbed the sack. It was a creepy walk through the forest alone, so I decided to run. After I grabbed the sack, halfway going back, I hear my cousin scream. I sprint towards him. When I get there, he had his head between his knees and was sobbing softly. I thought he was trying to pull a prank, but after asking him what happened, he put his hands on his mouth and pointed with his other hand. When I looked up towards the direction that he pointed to, I saw what I could only describe as pure terror. A lady in a bloody bride's dress floating, just staring at us. She never moved, just stared. She didn't have any eyeballs, just a weird glow to her. But I stared at her, and it finally clicked. What the fuck am I still doing here? I grabbed my cousin and pulled him up. I never ran faster in my life. When I got to the rest of the family, they told me that they heard a lady sobbing in the far distance, but we never heard anything. I explained what happened to us, and they saw the terror in our eyes to know that we were serious. I had a rough time sleeping, and we never did get any s'mores. Okay, so let's get this straight. I'm a 15-year-old girl who lives in New Zealand. Back when this took place, I was around 12 years old. In 2016, a couple days before Christmas, the worst thing happened to us. We found out that my auntie died, which is on my dad's side of the family, and they were very close. She was a jockey and fell off her horse, and it crushed her. Her favorite thing was to smell lilies. This will be useful later. Anyway, after about 2 years after her death, we visited her grave again for Christmas, and have been here to see her many times, but this time felt different in a way. The air was heavy, and I got a wave of dread. It was so overwhelming that I had to stay in the car for a bit. Once I thought the bad feeling had calmed down, I decided to hop out and look around the cemetery. As I was doing so, I smelled a familiar smell, like the smell of lilies, and at first it was comforting in a way, but then I felt like I was being watched, but like whatever was watching me didn't want me to be there. So I listened to my gut feeling and booked it back to the rest of my family. Not shortly after, once all of us were in the car driving back, we saw that there was something in the middle of the road. So we stopped, but the longer we stared at it, the more we realized it was my auntie, and she looked worried. And about 2 seconds later, a car comes flying by in full speed, and then she disappears. I'll tell you now that it scares me, and I couldn't sleep that night. But the longer I thought about it, I realized that she saved us that day, and she was looking out for us. We would have got hit by that car. This happened around 8 years ago. I was probably 7 or 8. I just moved to Ecorse, Michigan with my grandmother. It was me, my 2 sisters, and my grandmother living there. Both sisters are older and braver than I am. I remember us three sleeping on a futon in the living room, and my grandmother had just bought a nightlight for the next room so I wouldn't be scared. But every night it just didn't seem to work. I remember not being able to sleep one night and just staring at the ceiling. Then from the corner of my eye, I see my nightlight go on, but it wasn't like it just turned on. It was like someone moved from standing in front of it. I tapped my older sister to wake her up, and she witnessed it all as well. We waited until the morning to tell my grandmother, but of course she didn't believe us. Fast forward 2 months, my favorite cousin came to visit me and one of my sisters. We were playing in the backyard with sticks and branches. My cousin was obsessed with Resident Evil at the time, so he was hitting plants with the stick, calling the game, chop off the heads. At one point we were in the back left of the yard, and my cousin finds this box. It's a pretty long box. I was somewhat of a tall kid, and if I were to crouch a little, I could fit in it. My cousin joked that it was a coffin, and since I was a kid, I believed him. But we all forgot about it later. Fast forward 2 months, we're moving out. Grandma said that she found a better place, but somehow I knew that this place just gave her the creeps. Once me and my sister moved most of our things to the new house, we just stayed there to settle in. My grandma went back to the old house to say a prayer. I don't know why, but she's always been one to do that. She returned to the new house and pulled my older sister aside and told her something, with an unsettling look on her face. I wasn't told till recently what they were talking about. My grandma said that when she was saying a prayer, she happened to open her eyes and saw a little girl. My grandma's eyes were filled with tears as she said it. She continued with telling me that she called the house owner a few days later, and he told her that he was desperate to get someone into the house because he was losing money, so he just didn't tell her the background of it. Turns out, the last 2 people that lived there were a father and his daughter. For some unknown reason, the father murdered the daughter in the room, then hid her in the far back of the closet. I never told her about that coffin-like box that me and my cousins found, but I still wonder if it was her in that box. I'm a water treatment plant operator. Been doing this for about a decade. I've been the night shift guy my whole career. The nights are normally quiet and can be boring if everything is going as planned. My plant has a few different buildings. The oldest is 60 or so years old. The main building is where I spend the majority of my night shifts, and is only roughly 20 years old. For more backstory of the area, this used to be a booming, energized area. This area was littered with railroad tracks and drifters coming and going on the trains. Our farms and factories were very bountiful back then. Now that you all understand that with success in the area, there's also a darkness. From the settling of the area, wars with natives, and even into the 30s and 40s of people being killed on train wrecks and bad business deals, the grounds are laced with darkness. The silence of night shifts can be eerie all on its own. Lots of bumps and bangs in the dim lit darkness. On the night that I'm about to speak about, everything started as normal. I came around sunset, got the nightly Passover, and began my work. Around midnight, I had to do my rounds around the whole property while getting the nightly pump numbers. I made my rounds with nothing but a flashlight around the main building. The oldest building is a good walking distance away from the main building. I set out in the darkness, heading for that building. I must also add that we aren't in the nicest area of the town. However, I'm a big guy, and I can hold my own. As I made my walk, I got an uneasy feeling. I've gotten this before, but I have a job to do, and nothing came of it. I rounded the corner and unlocked the door. As I did this, the hairs on my back and neck stood up. Again, I have a job to do though. I opened the door and there stood nothing. I walked in and proceeded to get my numbers. As I turned to shut the door, I looked down the hallway to see a woman in pure white looking at me through the other door. I almost jumped out of my boots and pissed myself a little. As I came back to reality, I once again made eye contact with this entity. As soon as I met her gaze, everything in me said, "Hey, your life is in danger, buddy." Her face was distorted and started to shift around. I was now frozen as she shifted into what looked like an Indian warrior. His eyes were glowing. As I got to my feet, he shifted into a huge wolf creature. The growls were chilling to say the least. It snarled, then ran towards me. I didn't even have time to shut the door. I ran as fast as I could, screaming bloody murder. I felt as if it was trying to bite my backside. It got a hold of my pant leg and tore it to shreds. I stumbled and rolled, but somehow managed to get back on my feet. I darted to the main building, and as I shut the door, I heard a loud thud on the other side. I locked the doors and cowered inside. I could hear the thing growling and scratching at the walls. I got the courage to look out the window, just to end up face to face with a white lady again. I called the police and had them sit with me until the sun came up. No one else has ever seen the white lady since. It's still quite freaky, but I had a job to do. This happened just yesterday, so it's fresh in my mind. I'm not quite sure what to think about it because it's just so bizarre and unbelievable. I might have just been too sleep deprived. So last night, maybe at 11 p.m., I was walking around my block. My town is relatively safe, so I didn't feel any danger. Plus it was pretty at night. I had been walking around for maybe 5 minutes when a pale woman with blonde hair and a white dress caught my eye from across the street. She was about my height and looked to be around my age too. I didn't actually pay attention to her after I first noticed her. While I circled the block again, she was on the same street, a couple feet in front of me. She was standing on the curb, staring at cars passing by. It was a main road, so even that late, people were still driving on it. I said hello to her, and she turned and gazed at me. I couldn't see her face super well, but from what I think I saw, she had no pupils or color in her eyes, and she just stared at me. After a while, I asked if she was okay. She didn't respond again and simply pointed to the road. I was really confused and didn't understand. Right as a red car started coming down the street, she stepped onto the road. The car slammed into her and it was a bloody mess. The driver immediately stopped and jumped out. It was a man in his mid-20s. We both spoke about it, freaking out. He called the police and I went around the car to see the state of the girl. Once I circled around the car, she was gone. Not gone as in dead. Gone as that she wasn't even there. The blood was gone too, but not gone from his car. After the police arrived, they concluded that it was some big hoax from a kid who didn't know what they were talking about, and some guy just went along with it. The blood on his truck was investigated and found to be paint. I'm still not sure what happened was real. It felt so real, but I don't believe in the paranormal. I don't know what it was, if it was just a dream or if it was real. I remember it like it was real. I feel like I can't leave my house now. I don't understand anything, and I kind of feel like I'm going crazy. Has anyone else experienced something like this? I hope you will seek kindness in retort of my words through the ordeal that has taken me over 6 years to pull the plug and say, fuck this shit. First off, let me introduce myself. I am M. I graduated top of my class back in the day and have striven for perfection in everything I do. Yes, I'm an asshole and I'm an internet troll as well. But when it comes to the life of another human, I have always put myself before others, which basically the number one rule of EMS is scene safety, i.e., you go home before them. I'm clearly not right in the head going into this profession, and I don't think anyone truly is when you've seen what I've seen. I originally got into this profession strictly as a scapegoat for the apocalypse, so to speak, to at least have a certain skill that would make me an asset to whatever community or gang I come across when shit hits the fan. But once I started studying medicine and learning just why people develop symptoms the way they do in common origins, it just intrigued me. Healthcare is literally a Rubik's Cube. Someone comes up with a combination of I am fucked, and you have to figure out the solution. Well, at least on the ambulance, we just had to intubate, IO or IV, and pump some chest if needed. There is no greater feeling than stuffing a nasal down someone that is drunk, faking a heart attack, seizure, or being unresponsive. They can pretend all they want, but when you have a 4-inch tube forced up your nose, they will tend to quit faking and wake up immediately. And that was where I came in. My specialty was calling bullshit on most people. My personal favorite was asking someone mid-seizure if they were having one, and they would reply yes, while twitching and throwing their arms. Yeah, get the hell out of my ambulance. In reality, an ambulance is nothing more than a great white taxi, also known as a ride to the ER. Unless we call bullshit and send your ass back to triage in the front. We have slick jackasses here as well that sit in the ER for hours and impatiently walk or drive up a block or two, then call 911 for chest pains, then are stupid enough to tell us that they waited too long in the ER. Yeah, back to triage, and it added $2,000 to your bill, idiot. We are a level 2 trauma center, and that means the real shit we come across goes straight to the metro halfway down or up the map. I live in a city with a population of 30,000, 100,000 workforce during the day, and 80% of our nights are mostly routine, taking me mob back to the nursing home or transporting to dialysis. But once in the blue moon or so, we get called to some actual grit your teeth trauma shit. You know, the entire reason we went to school in the first place. I kid you not, we get our fair share of bullshit calls like Medic 31, response code 3 to 456 Fucktard Drive for a possible Sasquatch attack. Dude was drunk, methed out, and got bitten by his dog. Or Medic 52, respond to 123 Hillbilly Lane for a possible demon possession. A 16-year-old female drunk and high came in after her curfew with Catholic parents. So as you see, we always get a form of entertainment each night, just in different ways. I even got a call out for SWAT because a woman couldn't open her tub of cream. No kidding, the RX cream where you have to unscrew and flip and screw back in with a punctured top. One run that stuck with me for a long time still to this day, that I cannot, nor anyone else can explain this, and everyone in the station thought I was bullshit until the local channel broadcasted the story the next day. We responded to this call one night at 3 a.m. Medic 32, we have a code 3, MVC requesting assistance at the top right corner of Highway 91 and 420, multiple fatalities and a possible airlift. We need you for backup to assess and assist. Right on, was the first response out of me. I clearly didn't know what I was about to get into. After about a 10-minute drive with the lights and sirens on, we get to the scene. Emergency responders and fire were already there, as was the primary ambulance in the county that we were dispatched to, about 20 miles away. Yes, I drove 90 to 100 in a 50. The initial scenario was a drunk driver crossed the highway instead of turning on his side, then drove into oncoming traffic. A family of 3 was coming down the other lane, opposite of him. They were both driving in excess of 70 miles per hour each, and collided head-on with each other. The drunk driver, not wearing a seatbelt, was immediately ejected through the windshield and killed instantly. His eyes were open and a smile on his face, on the pavement. The other vehicle, the driver was killed instantly by the airbag, with her seatbelt on. It broke her neck. The front passenger died from blunt force trauma to the head for not wearing a seatbelt and slamming his head on the dash, pretty much turning into a smashed tomato. The backseat guy, brother of the driver, we actually had an air vac with several contusions and lacerations. He had a degloving of the forehead and was basically scalped. Every time he wiggled his eyebrow, the skin would open more and you could see his skull. So after my initial assessment, I was gathering some info. I heard a very shallow and tart plea, "Help me." So after we extracted the dead female, the only one actually wearing a seatbelt, which it was obviously she died from a broken neck, hitting the airbag so hard, or the whiplash afterwards, because airbags kill you deader than shit. I turned my ears to the sound of the plea. It was coming from the back seat. While the EMRs were bagging and tagging the female, I investigated. It was a little girl, maybe 8 years old, laying on the floorboards of the vehicle. Apparently, she wasn't wearing a seatbelt and was reaching down for a Bible right before they ran into each other. So I thought, "Mister, can you help me? I'm stuck." "Honey, we are doing the best we can right now. You have been in something very bad, and we are trying to work things out." "Is that your daddy up there in the front?" "No, that's Larry, Mommy's husband. He's my stepfather. Daddy is in the swimming pool." "Okay, baby. We are gonna get you what you need to get out. Are you hurting anywhere?" "Yes, sir. My arm and my bottom, and I can't really breathe." She then started to cry. "Okay, sugar. I need you to calm down for me right now. We are gonna get you out, but can you tell me your name and the last game you played today? This was an awareness check. Yes, my name is Gina. We played hide and seek today. I hid in the swimming pool and Daddy found me. Okay, sweetie, we're gonna take you to the hospital to get you checked out. Is that your mommy in front? Yes. Is she still here? She is still here, but I need you to stay calm, okay? Okay, I guess I'll see you later then. Okay, Peanut, I'm gonna try to get you some help, and we're gonna get something to put around your neck so it doesn't get hurt anymore. Okay, thank you, mister. I will see you soon. At that moment, I frantically ran to the ambulance and the EMRs, yelling, "Oh my fucking god, there's a little girl on the floorboards of the back seat that we missed. I need a C-spine now." They looked at me like I was stupid. "Dude, you gotta come. I need help, now." My partner quietly told me, "Dude, there were only 3 people in the vehicle. It's been cleared. Fucking chill." Bullshit, I just talked to her. She's laying on the floorboards. Bro, you've been up too long, man. Get in the bus and let us handle the rest. I got this. But there was a fucking girl. Let us handle this. So I got back in and ended up transporting. The 3rd person that was gonna fly died from severe trauma and blood loss. And the very next day, the local news reported that an 8-year-old girl named Gina drowned in her backyard swimming pool. Her father also passed away when he found her and dove in to save her, but he got sucked into the bottom drain and drowned as well. To this day, I do not know what happened with this. Apparently, the family in the car were speeding to get to their daughter after they found out. The one thing that jacked me up the most about this is she said, "I will see you soon." Growing up in central US, I've heard all the myths and legends about skinwalkers. I never really gave them any merit up until last week. I also heard that talking about them or thinking about them can draw them. But I need to tell someone, anyone that would listen and not think that I'm crazy. Let me start with some background. My name is Dakota. I am 26 and have grown up in and around the Southern Rockies and the Superstition Mountains. All my life I've been drawn to the outdoors. Hiking, camping, biking, rafting, kayaking, you name it, I've done it. I'm very experienced in all these activities, and have worked as a guide and a survival instructor since the age of 19. I've experienced many strange and possibly paranormal things during my time in the wild, but I'm rambling. Anyway, last Friday I took some time off for myself, just to get back in tune with the solitude of nature. I packed all my gear, finished going through my checklist, and made sure to let some other guides know where I was headed to and that I would be back a few days later. I loaded my gear into my 4-wheeler, made sure that Bear, my very large, very loyal, very protective German Shepherd, was comfy in the passenger seat. He is my lookout, adventure partner, and best friend. He never leaves my side, even to the point that all the small businesses around the long-forgotten mining town I call home welcome him happily. We set out shortly after 11 a.m. towards a canyon I recently discovered hidden away behind thick brush and an apparent rock slide. After about 5 hours driving through the dusty and desolate landscape, the trail continues on between a narrow passage through the mountainous cliffs. When we arrived, I parked the 4-wheeler behind a large outcropping of boulders, took the keys, and covered it up. Not that I was worried about theft. I was probably miles away from the nearest human. I covered it up to keep it out of the unforgiving sun and to prevent any melting damage. After getting my 4-wheeler stashed away, I drawn my pack and my sidearm, which was a large caliber Desert Eagle. There weren't many animals out here, but I like guns and target shooting, so who cares if it's overkill? It's the last means of protection, and it will do the job. I surveyed the area. There was thick brush and dry foliage all around us, with a small foot trail I cleared from the 4-wheeler at the rear, and a large rock pile in front of us, with sheer cliffs on either side. I skirted around the rocks to a very narrow passage, in behind on the left side. It was a tight squeeze, and I had to remove my pack and pull it behind me. I had to side shuffle like this for about 20 feet, with cold jagged rocks against my chest and loose boulders against my back. The trail narrowed near the end, and I had to suck in my chest and wiggle my way out into the larger opening in the rocks, with Bear waiting happily for me, with his head cocked to the side, with a confused look on his face, almost wondering why I was struggling when he passed so easily. When I finally freed myself from the narrow crevice, I looked around and my jaw dropped. All around me, the cliff walls were covered with ancient cave paintings and carvings, some of which I recognized from some of the other Native American sites used as religious sites, but many of the symbols were new to me. The most notable was a large painting near where the trail continued on. It depicted a large figure whose head and antlers resembled that of a deer, but body was long and narrow. And strangest of all, it's at times like this that I wish that I brought some piece of technology, such as a camera or iPhone, but I usually leave them at home and only bring an emergency sat phone. Intrigued, I left the opening and headed down the trail. I was surprised by the steep downward slope that seemed to be heading down further and further into the earth, and I was even more surprised when the trail ended at the mouth of a large cave, a cave I didn't know about. This couldn't get any better. I set down my pack and pulled out my flashlight. It was getting pretty dark, so I figured I'd just check out the opening and then get settled in for the night. I wandered in a few feet and abruptly stopped when the floor dropped down into a chasm. My flashlight barely penetrated the dark abyss below me. Disappointed that I needed to return another day with my cave gear and possibly another partner, I headed back towards the mouth of the cave and Bear, who strangely stayed put and did not follow me in. He must have got tired, I thought, as I suddenly started to realize my own fatigue after 5 hours of driving and nearly 4 hours of hiking. I started a small fire with some light newspaper logs, in which burned surprisingly for a long time, heated up some water for a dehydrated omelet, and gave Bear his bag of kibble. After a not quite so satisfying meal, I unrolled my sleeping bag and got comfortable, with a fire by my side, and a decent view of the stars peeking between the distant cliff tops that sheltered me from the rest of the world. With a peaceful thought, I dozed off to the sound of the crackling fire and Bear snoring beside me. I sleepily checked my watch when I was nudged awake. It was almost 3 a.m. in the morning. I softly pushed Bear's head away from nudging me so I could go back to sleep. But that's when, in the dim firelight, I saw his teeth and his head low beside me, in a very protective position. He was staring towards the mouth of the cave with a deep guttural growl emanating from his throat. More alert now, I clumsily grabbed for my flashlight and unholstered my pistol, my fingers ready to switch off the safety. I motioned to Bear to be quiet, which was a very handy skill that had taken him a long time to learn. On command, he quieted, but still snarled, staring at the dark hole in the cliff. I illuminated the edge of the drop-off, my gun aimed with the beam, and we listened. For a few minutes, all I heard was silence besides my heartbeat. Then, faintly I heard it. I still can't describe it, but I will try my best. It sounded like the bleat of a goat and the sound of a wildcat coming together to form words that seemed so broken and foreign. Quiet at first, it was accompanied by crackling and scraping sounds, getting closer and closer. I strained my eyes to see the edge of the beam of light. What I saw next, I'm sure will be burned into my mind, and I will never forget it. In the light, long rotten fingers with thick black claws curled around the lip and proceeded to pull something up and over into the cave. This thing pulled itself to standing. It was about 6 feet tall, with long like deer legs, too skinny to support it, and it ended with small hooves that seemed to float above the ground. The body looked semi-human, but a skeleton draped with rotting stinking flesh, with patches of mangled fur and ribs protruding from the chest. The smell was rancid, and I wanted to look away, to vomit, and to run, but I was paralyzed with fear, and I kept staring at the long curled antlers and the warped twisted body, long arms hanging loosely in front with claws scraping the ground, but mostly the disturbing contoured mix of human and animal intertwined to make a face so haunting. I will remember it vividly on my dying day, I'm sure of it. And when it locked onto my view with its empty rotten sockets, it met my eyes, then I heard it. Quietly but all around me, the hard howl of mangled words, "Let me help you." With that, I snapped out of my paralyzed state, switched off my safety, and pulled the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times from only 3 feet away. In an instant, the horrible thing before me flickered and was 2 feet away to the right. I fired again and again as this thing twitched and jerked towards me in a terrifying nightmare coming to consume my very being. I don't remember much of what happened next. Bear was barking, us sprinting, flashlights and gunfire at the jerking and crackling. The putrid breath on my neck and the voice, that evil voice echoing around me. Let me help you. I remember the peak of sunlight, the roar of the side-by-side as me and Bear sped through the desert. We woke up in our shack uninjured, but forever scared by our experience. It keeps me awake every night since, and I need to tell somebody, to warn somebody. Please, if you see the carving of this thing, or an unknown cave, please don't enter. Growing up in central US, I've heard all the myths and legends about skinwalkers. I never really gave them any merit up until last week. I also heard that talking about them or thinking about them can draw them. But I need to tell someone, anyone that would listen and not think that I'm crazy. Let me start with some background. My name is Dakota. I am 26 and have grown up in and around the Southern Rockies and the Superstition Mountains. All my life I've been drawn to the outdoors. Hiking, camping, biking, rafting, kayaking, you name it, I've done it. I'm very experienced in all these activities, and have worked as a guide and a survival instructor since the age of 19. I've experienced many strange and possibly paranormal things during my time in the wild, but I'm rambling. Anyway, last Friday I took some time off for myself, just to get back in tune with the solitude of nature. I packed all my gear, finished going through my checklist, and made sure to let some other guides know where I was headed to, and that I would be back a few days later. I loaded my gear into my four-wheeler, made sure that Bear, my very large, very loyal, very protective German Shepherd, was comfy in the passenger seat. He is my lookout, adventure partner, and best friend. He never leaves my side, even to the point that all the small businesses around the long-forgotten mining town I call home welcome him happily. We set out shortly after 11 a.m. towards a canyon I recently discovered hidden away behind thick brush and an apparent rock slide. After about 5 hours driving through the dusty and desolate landscape, the trail continues on between a narrow passage through the mountainous cliffs. When we arrived, I parked the four-wheeler behind a large outcropping of boulders, took the keys, and covered it up. Not that I was worried about theft. I was probably miles away from the nearest human. I covered it up to keep it out of the unforgiving sun and to prevent any melting damage. After getting my four-wheeler stashed away, I drawn my pack and my sidearm, which was a large caliber Desert Eagle. There weren't many animals out here, but I like guns and target shooting, so who cares if it's overkill? It's the last means of protection, and it will do the job. I surveyed the area. There was thick brush and dry foliage all around us, with a small foot trail I cleared from the four-wheeler at the rear, and a large rock pile in front of us, with sheer cliffs on either side. I skirted around the rocks to a very narrow passage, in behind on the left side. It was a tight squeeze, and I had to remove my pack and pull it behind me. I had to side shuffle like this for about 20 feet, with cold jagged rocks against my chest and loose boulders against my back. The trail narrowed near the end, and I had to suck in my chest and wiggle my way out into the larger opening in the rocks, with Bear waiting happily for me, with his head cocked to the side, with a confused look on his face, almost wondering why I was struggling when he passed so easily. When I finally freed myself from the narrow crevice, I looked around and my jaw dropped. All around me the cliff walls were covered with ancient cave paintings and carvings, some of which I recognized from some of the other Native American sites used as religious sites, but many of the symbols were new to me. The most notable was a large painting near where the trail continued on. It depicted a large figure whose head and antlers resembled that of a deer, but body was long and narrow. And strangest of all, it's at times like this that I wish that I brought some piece of technology, such as a camera or iPhone, but I usually leave them at home and only bring an emergency sat phone. Intrigued, I left the opening and headed down the trail. I was surprised by the steep downward slope that seemed to be heading down further and further into the earth, and I was even more surprised when the trail ended at the mouth of a large cave. A cave I didn't know about. This couldn't get any better. I set down my pack and pulled out my flashlight. It was getting pretty dark, so I figured I'd just check out the opening and then get settled in for the night. I wandered in a few feet and abruptly stopped when the floor dropped down into a chasm. My flashlight barely penetrated the dark abyss below me. Disappointed that I needed to return another day with my cave gear and possibly another partner, I headed back towards the mouth of the cave and Bear, who strangely stayed put and did not follow me in. He must have got tired, I thought, as I suddenly started to realize my own fatigue after 5 hours of driving and nearly 4 hours of hiking. I started a small fire with some light newspaper logs, in which burned surprisingly for a long time, heated up some water for a dehydrated omelet, and gave Bear his bag of kibble. After a not quite so satisfying meal, I unrolled my sleeping bag and got comfortable, with a fire by my side, and a decent view of the stars peeking between the distant cliff tops that sheltered me from the rest of the world. With a peaceful thought, I dozed off to the sound of the crackling fire and Bear snoring beside me. I sleepily checked my watch when I was nudged awake. It was almost 3 a.m. in the morning. I softly pushed Bear's head away from nudging me so I could go back to sleep. But that's when, in the dim firelight, I saw his teeth and his head low beside me, in a very protective position. He was staring towards the mouth of the cave with a deep guttural growl emanating from his throat. More alert now, I clumsily grabbed for my flashlight and unholstered my pistol, my fingers ready to switch off the safety. I motioned to Bear to be quiet, which was a very handy skill that had taken him a long time to learn. On command, he quieted, but still snarled, staring at the dark hole in the cliff. I illuminated the edge of the drop-off, my gun aimed with the beam, and we listened. For a few minutes, all I heard was silence besides my heartbeat. Then, faintly I heard it. I still can't describe it, but I will try my best. It sounded like the bleat of a goat and the sound of a wildcat coming together to form words that seemed so broken and foreign. Quiet at first, it was accompanied by crackling and scraping sounds, getting closer and closer. I strained my eyes to see the edge of the beam of light. What I saw next, I'm sure will be burned into my mind, and I will never forget it. In the light, long rotten fingers with thick black claws curled around the lip and proceeded to pull something up and over into the cave. This thing pulled itself to standing. It was about 6 feet tall, with long like deer legs, too skinny to support it, and it ended with small hooves that seemed to float above the ground. The body looked semi-human, but a skeleton draped with rotting, stinking flesh, with patches of mangled fur and ribs protruding from the chest. The smell was rancid, and I wanted to look away, to vomit, and to run. But I was paralyzed with fear, and I kept staring at the long curled antlers and the warped twisted body, long arms hanging loosely in front with claws scraping the ground, but mostly the disturbing contoured mix of human and animal intertwined to make a face so haunting. I will remember it vividly on my dying day, I'm sure of it, and when it locked onto my view with its empty rotten sockets, it met my eyes, then I heard it, quietly but all around me. The hard howl of mangled words, "Let me help you." With that, I snapped out of my paralyzed state, switched off my safety, and pulled the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times from only 3 feet away. In an instant, the horrible thing before me flickered and was 2 feet away to the right. I fired again and again as this thing twitched and jerked towards me, in a terrifying nightmare coming to consume my very being. I don't remember much of what happened next. Bear was barking, us sprinting, flashlights and gunfire at the jerking and crackling. The putrid breath on my neck and the voice, that evil voice echoing around me. Let me help you. I remember the peak of sunlight, the roar of the side-by-side as me and Bear sped through the desert. We woke up in our shack uninjured, but forever scared by our experience. It keeps me awake every night since, and I need to tell somebody, to warn somebody. Please, if you see the carving of this thing, or an unknown cave, please don't enter.
Before I start, I should mention that I am half white, half Mexican male, and this story happened to me when I was 17 years old. My family went to California for a summer vacation, and to see the family we have out there. That year, we decided to go camping in a certain park in Northern California for a few days, and being a Phoenix native, it was a much-needed break from the 120-degree heat. All was good for the first few days, until the second to last night there. A group of 5 to 6 of us were sitting by the campfire at 1 in the morning, when we noticed the forest goes dead silent around us. As we all look around at each other, questioningly, we hear the pained, blood-curdling scream of a woman saying,
No, 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 no.
ring from the trees to the left of our camp. Not knowing what was wrong or what was going on, we kept our ears open and stayed on guard. A few moments later, we hear the same noise again, but somehow different. More inhuman this time, like a voice being played off of a speaker. We instantly recognized it as the voice of the woman from before. Horrified, we quietly all went to our tents to hide. Eventually, we all fell into a very uneasy sleep. I jolted awake at 3 in the morning, desperately needing to pee. Thankfully, we were across from the outhouses, so after a quick sprint over to the outhouses and relieving myself, I hear what sounded like scratching on a tin metal roof. I immediately froze, remembering the inhuman howl from earlier that night, hoping they weren't related. Armed with only my phone, I watched the next half an hour tick down, either waiting for the sun to rise or for the sound of the scraping to stop. Suddenly, the light in the bathroom cut out. The timer for the lights had gone out, leaving me in the dark. With the faintest bit of light threatening to peek its head over from the horizon, I decided to make my break back to the tent. I made it across the dirt road to the camp when I heard it again. That woman's shriek, but not loud. It had the same intensity and inhuman artificialness, but it was like barely a whisper. Foolishly, I turned around and perched on the metal roof. I saw was a 7-foot, pale gray creature with 3-inch claws on all fours and deep sunken eyes staring at me a mere 25 feet away. Its flesh was tightly stretched across its bones. It was completely hairless and lacked any form of genitalia. I was frozen solid as we looked at each other until it took to its right and saw the light creeping up. It stared at me and let out one more agonizing cry that had me haunted till this very day. It sent one last soul-stabbing stare before it vanished into the early morning. As I lay back into my tent silently sobbing and trying to fall back asleep, I hear the faint echo of the thing's cry. Needless to say, I didn't sleep at all that night and refused to set foot in those woods again. As we left the campsite that day, we saw a homeless-looking woman standing at the side of the road going down the mountain. I didn't make eye contact, but I knew she was staring at me. Once we passed, I casually looked over my shoulder to see if she was there, and she wasn't. But there was an owl who flew close to the ground to where she was.
I'm currently hiding in my closet, shaking in fear. I'm typing this out now on my phone, so sorry if there's formatting issues or grammar, but I don't really give a shit right now. In case I don't make an update to this post, please report it to the authorities. Or anyone, please. I don't know what to do. During April of 2018, I adopted a 5-month-old puppy from the pound. I was lucky enough to get her out of that hellhole and into a loving home. She's a boxer collie mix, and her name is Nellie. I don't know what the heck happened to her, but what I have now is not my dog. She was a timid pup when I first brought her home. I remember she was inside for less than 5 minutes before she peed on the carpet. I could only laugh and kiss her because I was so happy. She slept on my bed that night, and many more nights to come. She only weighed about 6 or 7 kgs when I first picked her up. The months that followed were amazing. For the first time since I graduated high school, I was over the moon. Every day when I got home from work, she would rush to greet me, with her leash dangling from her mouth, tail wagging wildly. She absolutely loved to grab the newspaper from the mailbox with me. She was an awesome chick magnet, but that's besides the point. She loved my neighbor, a nice man named Paul, whose wife recently passed away from breast cancer. He was an older gentleman, well into his 50s, but didn't look a day over 40. He liked to throw barbecues for the few neighbors we had in our little rural community. He always made an effort, so we all returned the favor with bringing him food and beer. Things began to change in December of 2018. In the early hours of the morning, on the 5th I believe, Nellie woke me up. I grabbed my glasses from the bedside table and flicked on the lamp. She stood there about a meter away from the door, pointing right at it. I could hear a low growl emanating from her. Curious, I got out of bed and opened the door. To my surprise, there was nothing there. I thought that would be the end of it. A few days passed, and it's the 9th, and it happened again. Early hours in the morning, and pointing at the door. This continued for the next week. I believe this is when Nellie disappeared. At about 2 a.m. on the 21st, Nellie woke me up, wanting to go outside. She would do this once every few weeks, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. She would wake me up by licking my face, and then sulk and lay down in front of the door if I wouldn't get up. Behind my backyard is a forest that extends for miles. Sometimes Nellie liked to hunt down rabbits and possums when we go for a walk through the woods. When I let her go that night, she walked about 5 meters before the tree line. I watched her pee, and then she started her way back towards the house. This is where things didn't go exactly as planned. She must have heard something because she whipped around and pointed to the trees and growled. I thought it might have been a rabbit, but thinking back at it now, it was probably something much worse. She barked and made a beeline for the trees. She disappeared into the thickness before I heard more barking. Then nothing. Absolute silence. I was about to grab a torch, but then the tree started rustling. There was no wind. It was distressing to say the least. Then they stopped. I called her name and waited. About a minute later, she wandered out of the trees and back inside. I thought nothing of it and promptly went back to sleep. I should have thought about it. As the months continued, things got weird. She stopped wanting to go for walks. She cut back on her food and began to get skinnier. I decided to change her diet from dog biscuits to meat. She liked that. She really liked that. Sometimes she would run off to the woods to go hunting for rabbit or anything else she could get her paws on. I also noticed that she started getting bigger. Then she stopped playing with her toys. That weirded me out the most because she loved her squeaky duck toy that I got for her the same day she came home and was always in her mouth, and it was always with her inside the house. Now it lay gathering dust in the corner of the room. But she began to show a liking to the barbecue get-together that Paul would always throw. A little too much. Honestly, that should have been a warning sign. The day was the 26th of February, 2019. In the following weeks, people unfortunately died. It was small to begin with. That makes it sound a lot better than it was. Old people died first. As sad as it sounded, we all just thought it was just because of old age. Then we got the details. Horrific details. They were murders. Violent, bloody murders. We were absolutely scared shitless. Paul and I started communicating a lot more than we used to. A text every hour or so, just to check in, or maybe a phone call or two. He told me that I should keep my key from my gun safe in the lock in case of emergency. I listened because I trusted him. I listened because he was one of my only friends. This brings us to tonight, the 24th of May. I woke up to the sound of gunfire. I rushed over to my curtains and yanked them open. Paul's house was on fire. I immediately rushed to put on some thick clothes and grab my flashlight and phone, ready to dial 111 for a fire truck. At that time, I didn't even notice my bedroom door was open, when I clearly remember closing it when I went to bed that night, nor did I notice that Nellie was missing. I yanked open the back door and I froze. It was illuminated by the bright fire of Paul's home. It stood on its hind legs, tall and lanky, completely black with white highlights over its body. The eyes were almost glowing red, its claws were massive, and sadly one set was clearly protruding through Paul's chest. I actually don't know. It feels like so long ago, even though it was only an hour ago. I couldn't feel a thing. I couldn't even feel the flashlight slip through my fingers and land heavily on the concrete ground on my back patio. I instantly realized my mistake and saw it look at me. It looked me deep in the eye, and I saw her, my sweet girl. My Nellie, or more rather, what was pretending to be Nellie. It dropped Paul to the ground and terrifiedly reared its head into the air, and howled deeply. It sounded like a mix between the sound of absolute pain and what I could only describe as Lupin's howl from Prisoner of Azkaban. This was the only motivation I needed to run. I hauled ass into my bedroom and dove into my closet and shut the door. I covered myself with dirty laundry and stayed still. It felt like I lay there for a million years. It walked, or stalked more rather, into my room. I heard its claws clatter against my hardwood floor before stopping. I couldn't see a damn thing, but I heard it howl once again before it sounded like it tore my bed into bits. I heard glass smash and hard objects collide with the wall. Then nothing. Complete silence once again before I heard it sulk off and leave my house, probably to finish off eating my friend. It's now 7 a.m. I hear sirens outside, but I'm too afraid to leave this in case that thing is waiting for me on the other side of the door. The only thing I could do for the last hours was type this out and do research, but it didn't make any sense. I googled everything I could remember about this thing. I got results that I'm fairly certain is what it is. It didn't make any sense. I read pages upon pages of this thing, looked at artwork, folklore, everything. It doesn't make sense. The research says the location for this creature is found in the United States, usually in the Native American land. So what in the hell is a damn Wendigo doing in Royal New Zealand?
I was only 6 to 7 when this happened, but I remember everything. My mom had gone to work, so I stayed at home with my dad and little brother. My brother was playing with toys in the toy room while my dad and I were taking turns playing plug-and-play controllers. You will likely know what this is if you grew up in the early 2000s. Anyways, my dad had fallen asleep, so I ended up playing by myself. I was playing Mappy, a game about a mouse collecting artifacts and avoiding cats. I was pretty far into it, but my brother came up to me and wouldn't stop bothering me about something cool that he saw, and he wanted me to see it badly. I lost focus and ended up losing, so I said, "Fine, show me this stupid cool thing already," in the most annoyed tone a kid could give. Now, the one thing I left out about the toy room is that my dad had taken the door off and spun it around so that he could lock us in when we were bad. It was a pretty creepy room, mostly because it felt so empty and the light in the room was dim. My brother took me in the room and closed the door. I expected him to show me what he planned, but instead, he just turned around and smiled. I yelled at him over and over to show it to me, but he just kept smiling, and then eventually, the smile turned into a creepy laugh. I got tired of it and tried to leave the room to get back to my games, but it turns out my little brother locked the door. I yelled at him once more, but more aggressive this time. He just kept laughing. I started pounding on the door to wake my dad up. Then, I noticed my little brother had gone quiet. I turned around. He was now sitting on the toy slide we had in there. It was a small slide for babies, but he had a much more serious face. I actually got scared at that sight. He'd never made a face like that before. Then he looked up, and I did as well. He was looking at the vent on the ceiling. Then, I noticed something slowly starting to poke out. It was white, like paper white, and it was all wrinkly and veiny. If I had to describe it better, I'd say it looked like the forehead of a bald old man, slowly poking out, but the skin was just too white to be human. My eyes started to water and my brother began laughing again, louder than before. I started pounding on the door rapidly and screaming as loud as I could for my dad. I didn't dare look back again, but I heard it. I knew it wasn't human from the horrible sounds I had been making. My brother stopped laughing at that moment. But after that moment of me just pounding and nothing else, my brother let out a scream louder than I had ever heard. Like he was getting tortured. I still couldn't look back though. I was too scared. My crying and begging for the door to open just became louder. My dad then finally opened the door and I burst out. Only then did I look into the room, but there wasn't anything there, just my little brother crying and holding his leg. My dad went to check it out and he had a large deep cut on the side of his leg. I told my dad what happened, but he just gave me a hit in the back of the head for trying to lie, and my little brother, I could have sworn, had smiled at me again. but I didn't look too well if I'm honest. I grew up starting to think it was just a nightmare, like I've been told every time I speak of this memory. And maybe it was, but my brother still has a scar on where I remember he had gotten cut, but I don't know if I believe it anymore.
At 10 feet tall, it towered over me, arms grazed against the frozen ground with claws made of ice, blood dripping from ragged, withering antlers. It looked at me with bloodshot eyes and gave me an all-too-human smile despite its long, needle-like teeth. It leaned closer. I smelled the wicked stench of death on its breath. It drew back its head and let out a gut-wrenching howl that turned my blood to ice. Even so, I remained unfazed. Hypothermia had dulled my senses as the temperature dropped. I came here to die, and one way or another it was going to happen. I was in too deep, and there was not much to lose anymore. The thing happened to sense my acceptance of the inevitable, and sat next to me. Surprised, I met its glance. "Aren't you gonna kill me?" It looked down upon me, and something in his expression changed. For a split second, it looked wise, almost human. The sky grayed as it began to speak. "No." Its voice was low and raspy. "Your suffering now feeds me, more than if you were dead." I stared off into the darkness. The thing next to me took out a glass jar, roughly the size of my head, but was dwarfed in this being's hands. As it opened it, the claws scraped against the glass, like nails on a chalkboard. It looked down at me. "Your anger warms you now, but all fires burn out. You won't have much longer." It wasn't wrong. There was no way I should be alive right now. With a swift motion, it struck my face with its claw and sliced open my cheek, but no blood came. Instead, a milky fluid leaked from the wound. It billowed and swirled around my head. Memories, beautiful, wonderful memories. I saw my sister, tall and lanky, with her wavy blonde hair spinning in her favorite skirt. I could almost hear her laugh, dancing into the radio at midnight when she thought no one could hear. Squealing in delight as we sped down the highway with our windows down. I smiled, but soon the memories turned sour. I then saw her body limp, broken, after I took that turn too fast. The car crumpled into a tree, and all I could do was watch, helplessly, as my life burned to the ground in front of me. I felt the heat rise up to my chest, but the creature collected the haze around me in a jar and shut it. I snapped back to a cold, gray reality. I felt numb. I couldn't feel anything. I didn't know anything. Who I was, where I was, or what was sitting in front of me with a terrible smile on its face. But at that point, I couldn't even care. "She forgives you," it said as it limbered off into the night. I didn't know who he was talking about, but the snow around me has formed a warm blanket. The stars began to fade away, and I knew that it was my time to go.
About a year ago, I was on my way home from purchasing some groceries on a quiet, dark night. The way back home was fairly normal and nothing of note really happened. When it was time to unload and move everything to the house, I got this weird feeling that is hard to describe. Now, let me explain the way my street is set up. I live on a cul-de-sac in the suburbs. We also live across the train tracks, so it's usually fairly quiet unless the train is passing through and blaring. Because we only have streetlights on the main road, every other road is left to be engulfed in darkness, unfortunately. As I'm offloading my groceries, my garage door is open and is the only light to be seen amongst the dark housing area. Observing the sky around me, I notice a figure walking up the street. It's merely a silhouette from the darkness, and the contrast of the light denies any fine details to be shown. But, for some reason, I felt fear. Whatever this thing is, it was walking on all fours. The thing has skinny and tall, slender legs. It may be seldom, but not surprising to see animals wandering out, as we do live by the woods as well. But I thought it was weird, as I had never seen an animal like that in this area before. The figure was unsettling to see, being alone in the night and all. Still curious, I saw the silhouette's neck move up, and I could tell it also had turned to look at me. Creeped out even more, I was ready to pack up as quick as possible. But then, the freaking thing starts approaching me. I want to say it ran, but I feel like that might be more of an exaggeration. Regardless, I shut off the light and closed my garage as quickly as possible and headed in for the night. I really did not want to meet whatever that freaking creature was.
I have a story that isn't mine, but it happened to my uncle. He used to tell us the story when we went camping, and it scared the lights out of me every time I heard it. We live in Utah, and my uncle, Mark, went on a mission at 19. They sent him to an Indian reservation in Arizona. They paired him up with a companion named Carl. When they first got there, there was a huge rift between the locals on the reservation, with them being there. They didn't want my uncle and Carl staying on the reservation grounds. Eventually, they came up with a compromise that they would stay on the outskirts in a trailer. The reservation wasn't very big and was located next to a heavily wooded area. The first night, they were trying to get to sleep when all of a sudden, their trailer started to shake violently back and forth. Startled and not sure what was happening, they climbed under the table for cover. Mark could distinctively hear someone pushing it from both sides of the trailer, like a group of people. After 5 minutes, it stopped. The next day, they made rounds on the reservation and were talking to the locals. Carl made a comment to one of the families that their trailer was shaking the night before. The family got very quiet and then told them they had to leave. They thought it was strange, but didn't think much of it. The next night, it happened again. They awoke to their trailer shaking back and forth. Again, they climbed under the table until it stopped. This went on for 2 more nights. Anytime they try to talk to anyone about it, they get quiet and then tell them to leave. Mark started to think that due to their tension of their arrival, the locals were doing this to scare them off the reservation. Then they go to a convenience store, and they are talking together about how frustrated they were with the situation. The clerk overheard and said, "They can't talk about it. It's forbidden." Confused, they ask him, "Can't talk about what?" The guy continues to tell them about skinwalkers. He says they are evil demons that were once Native American witches. If they talk about it, the skinwalkers will come for their soul. They just walked out of there, baffled. They thought it was just another scare tactic. So that night, when the shaking started again, my uncle decided to be brave and confront them. He went to the trailer door, threw it open, and yelled, "Hey!" When he did that, he saw 3 animals run off. 2 were wolves, and 1 was a bear, but they looked strange, almost with human features. As he watched them run towards the trees, all 3 stood up on their 2 legs and walked slowly towards the trees, making a human cackling laugh. It scared them so bad that they called the mission president the next morning and asked to be moved. They were relocated that day. For a year, nothing happened. One day, they announced that Carl had been relocated to another city, and Mark was getting a new companion, Jimmy. They had to drive for about an hour to pick up Jimmy from the airport. The road they traveled went through some boundaries of the reservation. They arrived at about 8 p.m. and met Jimmy, and then they go to leave. The mission president tells Jimmy, "We're driving through some dangerous areas at night, so we can't make any stops, so if you need to use the restroom, you need to go now." Jimmy says, "I'm fine." The mission president gets serious enough to even freak Mark out. "I'm not kidding, go do your business." Jimmy was insistent that he was fine, so they hit the road. As they were 30 minutes into the drive, they were going through the area of the reservation boundaries. Jimmy starts complaining that he needs to go pee badly. The mission president says, "We can't stop here, you'll have to hold it." Jimmy keeps going on, "I really can't hold it." So the mission president stops the car and says, "Okay, but you have to do your business next to the door, and if I say get in the car, you better get into the car fast." With a look of confusion, Jimmy says, "All right." He opens the door and starts to do his business. About 5 seconds later, the mission president says nothing and just yanks Jimmy into the car and floors it. Jimmy and Mark are freaking out. What's going on? The mission president says nothing and just increases his speed. All of a sudden, Mark sees something next to the car, to his right. A giant wolf-looking man was running on 2 feet next to the car. Mark looked at the speedometer, and they were going 60 miles an hour and still increasing. The wolf creature kept right next to the car for about 10 minutes until it finally took off into the trees. Shaking, Jimmy gets out of the car when they arrive. They hadn't spoken through the rest of the ordeal. Jimmy says, "What did I just see?" The mission president says, "Next time I tell you to take care of your business, you take care of your business." This happened in Arizona about 7 years ago while on our biannual fishing trip to the Black River out in the Fort Apache Indian Reservation. Each year we would take a little dirt road only accessible via 4x4 vehicles all the way until it ended. The only people we ever saw out there were cattle ranchers that never really went past the tree line, which was about a half-hour drive from where we camped. Needless to say, we were always way out in the boonies. There was one way in and one way out, and we camped at the very end of the road. This trip in specific was our 5th year going out to the same spot. Twice a year, and this would be about our 11th week-long trip at that spot. Never saw another soul outside of our party of 5 all 10 other times. We get up super early, sometimes a little bit before the sun. We get everything ready to fish all day, wanting to get as much fishing in as possible before it got dark. This experience happened on the 3rd day of 8. We were up eating some breakfast, instant oatmeal packets, and protein bars for those who care, and we were getting our gear ready for the day. This was when the sun wasn't quite up yet. We still had lanterns and headlamps on to see. With all of us right there, we hear footsteps coming from the road. We all look up and see 2 middle-aged Native American men walking down the road. No gear with them, both looking straight forward, not even acknowledging our existence. They walked straight past us up a trail along the river. We were spooked because we'd never seen anyone there in the many times we had been. We figured that they may have been camping up a bit further down the road. We went down the same path a bit later, and about an hour in, we hear rustling from the other side of the river. Then we see a fawn burst out of the trees and start running downstream. A few seconds later, 2 very mangly coyotes come sprinting out of the same spot, chasing the deer. They eventually cross back into the woods and disappear from view. Over the next 5 days, we never saw those 2 guys again. If they had gear, I wouldn't be suspicious of this. However, to avoid us on the way back, they would have had to go extremely out of their way to get back to the road, and it wouldn't be feasible. On top of that, the coyotes did chase the fawn back downstream where the road was. Hello, my name is Trent. What happened to me is true. I'm from a cattle and sheep ranch in Montana. I also have 4 saddle horses. The ranch that my cousin and I own is about 4,700 acres, comprising of flat crop and hay fields stretching on both sides of the Yellowstone River. The ranch is located 11 miles northeast of the town of Savage. We run a ranch that's 38 miles upriver from us. That is where this incident occurred. The leased ranch is huge, comprising of over 13,000 acres. The folks that own it are multimillionaires from Oregon who only visit it a few times per year. The ranch has a very rough terrain, and 3 small creeks run through it. In the very northeast corner of it, the land flattens out, and there's an old corral system. There is also a long vacant house nearby in a draw. We had leased the ranch since the mid-2000s and had no trouble until about 5 years ago. It was normal to lose a few cows in the Yellowstone breaks, but we have lost 130 since 2016. Around half of the cattle we were able to locate. The animals that we found were pretty eaten up by coyotes, but a few that we found were not. These carcasses looked a lot like the other cattle mutilations, with the skin around their eyes, the ears, and udder completely missing. It was highly unusual to lose this many cattle, as they were at home throughout the winter, and there are no predators in eastern Montana that could kill a full-grown cow. All of the cattle that were missing were cows, and always between the ages of 3 and 5 years old. This event took place at the end of June last year. We had just trucked the cattle to the ranch 2 weeks prior, and I was checking on them that day. Usually my cousin or his son rode with me, but they were moving the irrigation pivot that day, so I was alone. I parked my pickup next to the corrals and unloaded my horse. This was about 9:30 a.m. My horse's name was Ace. He was a very large horse that weighed a whole ton and stood 19 hands tall. Ace was not very quick or fast. He had great endurance, and you could ride him all day through the roughest country, and he would not tire. It was a pretty usual day until about 1 p.m. when I saw something that didn't belong. About a mile away, I could see an animal bounding up a hill. My initial reaction was a deer because it was as big as one, but had proportions more like a mountain lion. I tried to ride closer to whatever it was, but I couldn't find it. It was odd, but not that crazy, so I just put it in the back of my head. The day continued normally until I returned to pick up my trailer. As I went to load Ace, I noticed that the rear axle of my trailer had just come apart. Keep in mind that I had not used it earlier that morning, so there was no reason for that to happen. It was getting pretty late, around 8 p.m., and it took about an hour to get back to the house, so I decided to leave Ace in the trailer there and take the pickup home. The corral fence was alright, but the gate latch had rusted shut to where you could not close it. I had a roll of barbed wire in my pickup, so I used it to secure the gate after I put Ace into it. As I drove home, I noticed a few large lights in the complete opposite direction from the corrals. They resembled combine lights, even though they were further apart and brighter. Also, there would be no reason for a combine to be up there. I arrived home at 10:30 without having any trouble. The next morning, my cousin, his son, and I rode up together to fix the axle and get Ace back. When we finally got to the corrals, we saw Ace wasn't there. The wire holding the gate shut had not been meddled with, so there was no logical way he could have escaped. The corral had not been used in decades, so there was grass growing inside. But that day, all the grass was turned up, and you could see where Ace had ran for a while. This was quite unusual, as Ace was always calm and quiet. We looked for him the whole day but could not find him, but we were severely limited because we were on foot. The next day, me and my cousin's son returned with a fixed trailer and 2 horses to continue the search for Ace. I also brought my dog Daisy. We split up to cover more ground, and every 2 hours we would meet up. Around 3 in the afternoon, while I was riding around the rim of the steep wooded draw, Daisy suddenly scurried down into the draw. I tied the horse I was riding, Penny, to an old cinder tree and followed Daisy down. The sides of the draw were incredibly steep, and I was struggling to make it down there on foot. For a horse as big as Ace, it would be completely impossible. As I got to the bottom, I could smell something dead, and I immediately knew it was Ace. He had not been touched by predators, but was heavily mutilated. He had the same mutilation as the cattle, with the skin around his eyes being gone, as well as the skin around the lips. However, his back legs were completely free of flesh and was just bone. His ribcage was also opened up, with all of his organs being gone. As I looked around, I could see skeletons of at least 3 cows, and it was obvious that this was some type of dumping ground for whatever did this. I was completely dumbfounded on what had happened. There was no way Ace could have gotten here by himself, so he must have been carefully placed there. I also like to mention that where he was found was a whole 2 miles away from the corrals. Nothing was adding up, and besides, I had just lost my favorite horse. I sadly returned to the spot where me and my cousin's son were going to meet up, and we both rode back to the pickup. After talking to my cousin, we decided not to renew our lease. Our current lease will expire in 2022. My cousin's son spends a lot of time on the internet and thought it sounded very similar to what happened at the Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. For the past month, I've been studying what happened but have been unable to come up with a definitive answer.
I'm half Navajo. For years of my life, I lived on the Navajo Nation reservation in a small town called Shiprock in New Mexico. My Native American side of my family always warned us to be careful at night. My grandparents would always tell me stories of these shape-shifting witches who can curse you, kill you, or mess with you. They called them skinwalkers because they could take the skin of dead animals and wear them to change into that animal, or something in between a human and animal. Not a werewolf. I never believed in it really. I'm only half Navajo and light-skinned, so I was never treated the same by most people here. So I drifted away from the culture and thought it wasn't for me. If you're a skeptic, that's fine. I was also until I came face to face with things I can't explain. It was around summer. This happens when I was in high school, so about 6 to possibly 8 years ago. I would have been like 15 or 17 then. I used to hang out with a group of guys who like to do a lot of delinquent type stuff. You know, smoke cigarettes, stay up all night with the guys, and playing video games at somebody's house. Then at 3 in the morning, if we felt like it, we would go sneak out to Paradise. I know, it's ironic, the name. It's basically a giant metal pipe that carries irrigation water to all the farms, but really, it was also a spot for kids to drink or get high in the evenings. However, the place did have a scary history of kids and adults who drowned or died in the night. I always thought those were urban legends, though. At 3 a.m., that was our time we as boys would test one another to cross this pipe. Sort of an initiation, see how far we could go. We usually could go all the way across. Now, keep in mind that pipe goes well over 3 stories high. It's also wide. I'd say as wide as an average car. And we would walk this thing for kicks in a group of 9 at 3 in the morning. So one night, me and a small group of friends were driving around bored at 2 a.m. wanting to spook each other. So I said, let's go to Paradise and walk the pipe, as most of these friends I was hanging out with had never done anything like that before. They agreed, pumped up on energy drinks, and we drove. It was pretty quiet, the sky was dark, and the night was cold. The boys with me were Michael, Cordy, Tommy, and Theryl. Now, Theryl was the driver because he had the car, and his family was pretty well off too, so he never had to worry about cash. We got to the place and he didn't want to go. Said his parents were traditional and he just wanted to chill in the car. Basically, he wanted to text some chick, I'm sure, without us bugging him. I told him it's fine, keep the car locked and running in case we see something scary. Then me and the other boys went on without him. I remember we noticed a sheep or goat skin placed flat off to the right, just as we were starting to get on the pipe. We all noticed it looked strange, and I remember someone commenting it looked like a ritual sacrifice. Michael said something about a pentagram, but I wasn't sure if he was just joking or serious, but I thought they were just trying to scare each other. As we got onto the pipe, a few of the guys were scared and had me take the lead. As we crawled, I'd say a quarter of the way onto the pipe, talking and laughing, I noticed a faint whitish or light gray bat bigger than my head flying around us. It dived for us a few times and we dodged it, but then Tommy slipped because of his Converses and almost fell off of the pipe. I reached out to him, grabbing his right arm. Michael had grabbed my shirt collar and Cordy had grabbed him. Altogether, we got back on the pipe and were shaking that we almost lost Tommy into the dark depths below. Suddenly, the bat was gone. We were all freaking out, but the guys wanted to continue. We laughed about it as guys usually do, thinking that was weird. We passed the halfway point on the pipe with no problems, but as we got 3/4 of the way across, Michael saw something. You see, at the end of the pipe there is a hill, and behind that hill is very brightly lit because of a church somewhere off in the distance. Anyways, on that hill, there was a black figure of pointy ears, a dog silhouette. Now, Michael is a tough guy. He yelled at the thing, saying, "I'm not scared of you, you damn skinwalker," then tossed a few rocks he had in his pocket. One rock hit the pipe, the others fell into the brush below. That shadow silhouette dog stood up on 2 legs like a person. We all freaked out. Jaws dropped, then Cordy said, "Look, another one to the left." Tommy said there's another one on the right. So 3 silhouettes of pointy dog-eared people on the hill. I told them to back up so we can get to the car. The things to the right and the left of the hill started to move down the hill towards us. Now there's just one standing guard on that hill. the one who first stood up. Now we're trying to go back, but we're still 3/4 of the way on the pipe, and under us is complete darkness. It was quiet for a few minutes. Then we started to hear a girl crying. It sounded like she was hurt and scared, almost in pain. We were overcome with a strange feeling of wanting to help. Michael wanted to go back towards the end and crawl down and help this girl. I almost followed too. Inside, I was like, no, this is wrong. Something isn't right. So I yelled at him and everyone, saying, "Are you all stupid? Look at that thing up there on the hill. Did you not see those things? It's a trap. Screw that fake crying. If that girl's hurt, we'll come back when the sun's up in 2 hours and check." Now, the moment I said this, the crying stopped. All the guys freaked out, saying they can't believe what came over them. They said they'd almost forgot what we saw before. Halfway on the pipe now, and we hear a native drum being played like a powwow. We start running on this pipe. A third of the way almost to the car, Corey stops us. We can all hear it under our feet, sounding like a pack of snarling, growling, yelping coyotes. But it's pitch dark below, but we know they are under us. We run full speed, not looking back until we hit the car. We yell drive and haul ass on that dirt road back to a well-lit gas station and explain what happened to Therrell. We couldn't get the girls crying out of our head, and we went back in the daylight just to make sure. We didn't find a girl. Instead, in the area, we listened to a different kind of crying. The sound was a whimper. Then out of the brush, we saw a coyote watching us. It was so close and unafraid of us. It wasn't even shy. I yelled, "You see that? That's the girl that was crying. She probably transformed. It's one of them." I then asked the coyote, "You're a skinwalker, aren't you?" It just looked at us for 4 seconds, dead in the eye, totally calm, and walked into the brush. We all agreed how unnatural that was for a coyote. We did not go back there after that. My friends in this story I'd like to keep anonymous, so we'll call them M, T, and B. This happened about 3 weeks ago. I'm still shook up from it. My friends and I don't really talk about it, simply because if it's either the things I think it could be, I know better than to say their names. Anyway, back in April, my friends and I began to plan a camping trip. We had created group chats and we were all super excited about it. I should add that all of us are from northern Michigan. Each of us from different small towns, but still, we do basically everything together. 3 of us, myself included, have always been into cryptic creatures and stories. M actually goes to bed every night listening to stories from channels like this one. T was the only one in our group unfamiliar with cryptics. However, they have always been into dark and creepy stuff. And all of us have heard the stories of the Michigan Dogman. My friend B has actually claimed to see one. That being said, we originally planned a camping trip out of state on the back roads of Michigan. An unexpected change of plans, and suddenly we were going to West Virginia. I had never been out of state, so of course I was excited. Plus, Mothman. That's just a cool fricking addition to the excitement. Anyway, upon arriving to West Virginia, the first few nights ended in us staying in hotels, simply because we could find no land to camp on, but what we did find were trails and abandoned bunkers all over on these trails. Our first night, each of us, covered and ready in our tactical gear, went on these trails. I want to say it was around 11 p.m. give or take. Now, let me tell you, the trail we were on had nothing but thick woods next to it on each side. No trails on either side, and without a machete, you weren't getting through those woods. We went inside the first bunker, and like tourists do, we took pictures, laughed, and simply acted like fools because they were incredible. The echo inside was insane. We stayed at the first one for about 15 minutes, and I should add that all of these bunkers are quite some distance apart down this trail. M, who's the oldest and most into crypto stuff, took the lead and left B, T, and myself behind a bit. We could still see him in front of us with the flashlight though. We were close to the second bunker, and suddenly B told T and myself to be quiet. M had abruptly stopped as well. In the woods, and remember what I said about there being no way to get through with tools and no trail there, was suddenly a light, resembling a flashlight, and then we heard talking. Now I would have been okay if it had been people. However, I was looking at my group of friends. M being literally 6 feet away from me on the trail, mouth closed. He hadn't said a word. But that voice was M's voice. It was exactly his voice, but he hadn't said anything. We quickly turned our flashlights off, and I began to head back to the van left at the first bunker. M had already taken off. B and T stayed back a few feet because they stood and listened, and then they panicked as well. As soon as our flashlights went off, and we began heading back to the van trying to understand how the hell M was talking to us from the other side of those thick trees, while also standing 6 feet away from us and without moving his mouth. We were shook up and very confused. Anyways, as soon as our flashlights turned off and we began walking back, whatever was in the woods immediately shut off whatever light they had and started heading towards us through the woods fast. We didn't stay to find out what was in the woods. We got out of there. I was terrified. Hearing my friend's voice, who genuinely could not have done that, yell, "Hey," and "Hey, come here," over and over scared me more than I'd like to admit. Later that night, we ended up getting lost, and I should probably add that these trails are close to military property. But anyways, we were headed back to the hotel and ended up lost on back roads. All of us still trying to figure it out without freaking out even more. We made it back, thankfully. The next day, we decided we were heading to Pennsylvania. Now, the creature I'm about to talk about, I'll never say out loud. Never. It terrifies me beyond belief and makes my anxiety skyrocket by just the thought. B and M had been dating for quite some time. They have a lot of mutual friends. One of their mutual friends is a resident in a small town in Pennsylvania. A few months back, this mutual friend had gone out to help a farmer who claimed to hear a little girl yelling for help in the woods. Mutual friend took a group of men with them. Long side story short, they came across what they believed to be a Wendigo imitating a child to get a poor soul alone in the woods. They loaded it up with bullets until it screeched and ran off. Mutual friend sent audio recordings to B&M. Obviously, my friends were intrigued, as were T and myself. I was scared, but curious. Here's where things get bad. Our first night. B is inside paying for the hotel rooms. T, M, and myself are outside. T and I are joking and screwing around while M looked for what he needed in the back of the van. I told T to never, ever call out for the creature, but ignorance is bliss and curiosity really does kill. Without missing a beat, T yells, "Hey, Wendigo!" And I immediately ran inside, while even M looked at him like he was crazy. Nothing happened that night. We enjoyed our hotel and got rested up because we planned on hiking the next day. We went out to state land on a nature preserve pretty popular for Bigfoot sightings. We were excited. B and M took the left side of the trail to find a camping spot, while T and I took the right side. The woods felt heavy, almost eerie. I constantly felt watched. We had walkie-talkies, and after hiking about halfway up the side of this mountain, we met at a creek that ran directly down the middle. I should add that B has a lot of medical problems, a bad hip being one of them. So M and T wanted to head up to the top of the mountain, and I stayed back with B. They called us on the walkie-talkies and told us about skeletal animal remains with snapped ribs and ripped and tattered clothing they'd found. We headed back towards the van because T had taken my water in his backpack by accident. B and myself stopped to rest on a rock, and after about 5 minutes we heard what sounded like a muffled huff. My dad is a hunter, so I know what wild animals sound like when they grunt or huff. This sounded like a deer, a very large deer. We looked around for a moment, however, we saw nothing and heard nothing more. We made it back to the van. T had started to come back down the mountain towards the van. From across the river, he saw a few locals and figured it'd be best to leave before causing a disruption. M had continued and was adventuring side trails. B and I were sitting patiently in the van, trying to catch our breath and recover from the sun. After about 20 to 25 minutes of silence, B radioed in M to do a location check and make sure he was okay. Before he could respond, I noticed him running towards the van, fast, very fast. I stood up and T came busting out of the trail. T could barely breathe and was visibly scared. T was shaking and ended up dry heaving because of the running. Upon questioning T, he told us that on his way down the mountain he had stopped to take some pictures of the creek and wildlife, and from behind him he heard a voice call out, "Hey, come here." He didn't respond. T thought it was just one of the locals he had seen earlier. Suddenly the voice called out again, "T, come here." It said T's name. He took off and didn't look back. Em was the last one left in the woods, and by this point we were all scared. It was only our second night out of Michigan. Could whatever was in West Virginia have followed us? Em ended up finding very large deer hoof prints, the size of his boot heel, a size 13 wide I should add. I was still trying to comfort T and get his breathing back to normal when Em appeared through the opening on the trail. Em was confused upon arrival. He looked at all of us funny. B asked him, "What's up, babe?" And he told us that he thought he would have seen us at the end of the trail, not in the van. He heard B and T talking in the woods and headed towards him, yet none of us went back into the woods. B was worried and waiting for M's return while I helped T. To conclude the story, I should add that I am a witch. I've been practicing since around age 13. T was afraid, and he's been my best friend for almost 10 years. It felt necessary to protect him. I just didn't know how necessary. As we headed back into town, T fell asleep in the car. M stayed with him just to be safe. B and myself went inside to get everyone Taco Bell. While we were getting our food, T woke up abruptly and immediately began shaking and panicking. Whatever spoke to him in the woods visited him in his dreams. When I got back out to the van, he was a mess, and when he told me about how vivid the dream was, even I was scared. I don't feel comfortable sharing the dream because it's not mine to share, but I can tell you, it was vivid and it was detailed and bone-chilling. I did what I could with what I had available for protection spells and charms, and since that last night after the incident, nothing else of nature has happened to him. I also put protection spells over B and M. I'm very protective of my friends. I love them each dearly and each for different reasons. That being said, I have an idea of what happened in each of those woods those 2 nights, but I can't be certain. What I do know is that these creatures are very real and they've changed my best friend. Someone who once loved the night and is now as scared when an animal crosses the road. If anyone has any idea or can validate my idea, please leave a comment. And please be adventurous, but be safe.
My good friend moved in next door about 6 years ago. He's married and has 3 kids. I have 2. Our families get along very well and we go on trips quite often. Sometimes we like to go camping out into the woods. That is the setting for this Skinwalker story. My friend's wife picked the location. She's part Navajo and thought it would be fun to go camping on the reservation. Unfortunately, that is exactly what we did. The area that she procured for us was pretty nice. It had a nice little flat area where we could put our tents up, but it was also surrounded by trees. This was nice because it felt like we had a sense of privacy within the trees. We were going to be there for 3 days, so we set up camp and had a good time. During the setup of camp, however, we let the kids run around, and as long as they stayed within earshot, we didn't mind where they went. While putting the finishing touches on the rainfly for my tent, one of my kids returns back to campsite with bones. Thankfully, these were obviously not human bones, but that of a large animal, probably a cow or a horse. I told the kids that this is really gross and they shouldn't be playing with dead animal parts. They reluctantly agreed and went back to playing out in the woods while we finished putting the final touches on the campsite. We got a fire going and started cooking up dinner. The sun was beginning to set, but because of the trees nearby, it was already pretty dark where we were. About halfway through dinner, I began to feel this very weird sensation coming from the woods. I had this feeling that I needed to go to the woods, but I obviously didn't want to go. Something was telling me subconsciously that I needed to go in the woods, and by myself. It was almost hypnotizing in a way. For some reason, my attention was drawn to a particular spot in the forest. I stood up and shined my flashlight in that direction. Obviously, nothing was there other than dense brush. This did catch everyone's attention, and they asked me what I was doing. I played it off how I saw a raccoon in the forest and wanted to see it better. Everyone thought this was amusing, except for my friend's wife, who was part Navajo. I could tell the way she looked at me, she knew I wasn't telling the truth. We then soon later finished our dinner and put more logs on the fire, since we were now immersed fully in the darkness of the night. I then began to develop a sense of unease coming from the forest. I felt as if there was a predator nearby. and my survival instincts tried to kick in, but my logical mind told me that I was just being paranoid and I had no true reason to feel unsafe. I was with people I knew and loved, and my friend and I did bring means to protect ourselves from animals or anything else for that matter. I had my shotgun and my friend had his pistol that he normally carries with him. I had no true reason to feel unsafe, and yet here I was. The group decides to tell ghost stories around the campfire, as we usually do on our camping trips. This is normally one of my favorite parts of the campout, but due to how I was feeling, I was already on edge and didn't really want to do this at this time. But I didn't want to ruin everyone's fun, so I kept quiet. During the stories, rather than listening to them, I tried to listen to the sounds of the forest all around us. The normal sounds of the wildlife at night was replaced by dead silence. This is never a good sign. About halfway through my friend's favorite ghost story, we all heard what sounded like a scream. This scream sounded like it came from pretty deep in the woods, but it was too close for comfort. I stood up with my flashlight in hand and recommended that me and my friend go investigate what that sound was. My wife was the first one to shoot down that idea. Yeah, right, and leave us all here by ourselves? Yeah, that was pretty stupid, I admitted. My wife's friend then told us about the forest nearby and how sometimes they could be haunted with spirits of the forest or even inhabited by skinwalkers. At this time, all the kids seemed to be on the verge of tears, so we recommended to do something more lighthearted. My friend grabbed his guitar from his truck and began to play songs. My friend was very average at playing the guitar, yet he thought he was the best. But this did help us switch from a scary situation to a more lighthearted one. And soon enough, we had all forgotten about the scream coming from the forest. We called it a night and everyone went to their tents to go to bed. Me and my friend stayed up and made sure that the fire went out. After 30 minutes of talking, the fire was now coals and the visibility was very low. I had that hypnotizing feeling coming again from the woods. Instead of seeing the dark, empty forest, I was then greeted by the hideous sight of what looked like a horse. My unease was replaced by confusion. What was a horse doing in the middle of the woods? I got up to get a closer look, and the horse slowly receded back into the woods. Luckily, I had my flashlight on me, and I shined it on the animal. This horse was not normal. It looked very ill, and its limbs were almost bent at weird angles. It wasn't until I was practically in the woods until I got a good view of it. Not only did this horse appear to be ill, it almost looked like it was deceased in a way. Parts of flesh and bone were sticking out of parts of the animal that should not have been possible. My initial thought was maybe that this horse was a victim of a bear attack, or even a cougar. I turned back and went back to camp, and I told my friend what I had seen. He was very uneasy by what I just told him. He then gave me the weirdest advice. He told me to not think about it, not even to talk about it ever again, or at least still while we were out in the woods. I agreed and we went to bed. I was then awakened by my friend and his wife at 7 in the morning. We were told that we were no longer allowed to stay on the land and that we were not welcomed by the natives. I was frustrated and a little bit annoyed since my friend's wife was responsible for procuring the campsite for us to camp on. I got up and woke up my wife and my kids and told them to pack up and that we were cutting our camp trip short. They were just as annoyed as I was, but as soon as we stepped out of our tent, our frustration was replaced by fear. What littered our campsite is what appeared to be bits and pieces of animals. Most of the pieces were on the ground, while other pieces were hung up in trees, hanging off branches. The sight was pretty gruesome. It looked like a bomb had gone off, and bits and pieces of meat were everywhere. I can honestly tell you, that was the quickest my family has ever packed up our campsite. While packing up, I took a few seconds to look around, and I looked at the footprints on the ground, maybe getting an idea of who had done this. The only thing that I could see were hoof prints. We were packed up and ready to leave, and we took off from the campsite. The sun wasn't even out yet, so it was still kind of dark. While driving out of our campsite, I swear, despite the low visibility, I was able to make out a figure in the woods. And it wasn't that horse. It was something tall, something malevolent, something I'm glad we didn't stick around to see. We both get home after driving the long trip back to our houses. My wife agrees to cook everyone breakfast while I decide to put everything away. We were in such a hurry of packing that most of our stuff in the back was just thrown in there and not really organized at all. I'm about 15 minutes into putting things away when I pull out parts of the tent. As I pull it out of the trunk of the car, a white piece of material falls out and lands on the floor. I look down and I realize that we had accidentally packed a bone of one of the animals that was strewn about our campsite. It was just a creepy reminder of our experience. Nothing more. Or so I thought. It takes me another 30 more minutes and everything's finally packed and put away. I go back inside and I have my breakfast, or whatever was left over from everyone else. This is the part of the story where I wish this was the end and I could say happily ever after, but unfortunately, this is where everything began. I need to describe to you our street that we live on. Like I said, my friend and I are neighbors, but he lives across the street. But the road we live on is pretty secluded and has a lot of trees on it. Anyways, my friend and I decided to take our families into town and to spend the rest of the weekend in town doing fun things. The weekend went by faster than it normally does. That's probably because we had a great time. We returned from the town after our failed camping trip. I pull into the driveway, and to my dismay, the front door to our house is off its hinges. I tell my family to wait over at my friend's house while I investigate the damage. The front door is off its hinges and in the bushes on our front yard. There are long scratch marks around the door handle and around the corners of the door. The door also has puncture marks which are pretty deep. My guess looks like it looked like it was a bear trying to enter our home. Maybe we left some food out or something and it tried to get in. The real question is the creature still in my home? After a brief search of the house with my trusty shotgun, I found nothing to conclude that the animal was still in our home. However, I did find paw marks along the house. The paw marks didn't lead to any area that contained food, including the kitchen or dining area. Instead, they led to my bedroom, almost directly, as if it went nowhere else. As if it knew exactly where to go and what it wanted to do. I inspected my bedroom and to my horror, I found a couple of objects that were not there before. There was a small circle of bones in the center of my bedroom. What are the odds of a bear bringing in bones to my home and placing them accidentally in a circle in my room? This made some sense with my bear theory, but the other objects in my room did not. Inside the circle of bones was a bundle of twigs that were bound together by rope in the shape of a person. The bundle of twigs had feathers and other objects attached to it that looked very strange. Next to that was a burning candle. Whatever it was, whether it was a Navajo kid playing a prank on us or an actual skinwalker, I was pretty terrified. I was about to investigate the room further when I heard a scream come from across the street. Not just one scream, but many. I run outside with my shotgun in hand and I go across the street to meet my friend and my family. Before I can even cross the street, they all come running towards me, pointing to the back of the house, telling me that it got her! It got her! Out of this moment of chaos and confusion, my friend somehow manages to scream to me that some creature grabbed his daughter and dragged her into the woods. My friend and I then go into the woods looking for the creature and his daughter. We are not even in the woods for 5 minutes when we see what looks like his daughter just standing in the middle of the woods. Her hair is disheveled and her limbs are bent at weird angles, much like the horse on our camping trip. I begin to feel very uncomfortable. My friend, being overwhelmed with emotion, runs over to what appears to be his daughter and picks her up. He then begins asking her, "Are you okay, sweetie? Are you okay? What happened?" The girl begins to give responses, but it sounds as if she had water in her lungs. It was very unusual considering we were in the middle of the woods. The child appears to be injured, but is giving no signs that she's actually hurt. As we're walking back, I start to begin to think that maybe this little girl that he's carrying isn't his daughter. We both emerge out of the woods and both families are elated that we finally found a daughter. We were only gone for about 15 minutes. But in lieu of everything that has happened, they were pretty terrified the whole time we were away. My friend finally sets down his daughter, and I'm horrified at the sight of her. I was unable to get a good look at her while we were in the woods, but now that we were in good lighting, I could get a good look at her eyes. Her eyes were milky white, much like a blind person's eyes. I only note that because this girl's known for having very bright blue eyes. As the chaos is slowly settling and our families are finally getting a grip, I try to get my friend to talk with me in a lone, private area. I try to tell him, "Hey man, something's wrong with your daughter. She doesn't look like herself." We talk for a few minutes, kind of heatedly, and we finally conclude that we will take her into the hospital in the morning. Just with everything that's been going on lately, both families felt like they needed a rest. Anyways, I am finally able to go back to my home and clean up the mess and finally bring my family over. I put a tarp over the doorway so we'll have something covering the front end of our house. I don't tell my family what I saw in the house earlier, and I don't tell them what I think what's going on with the daughter. This is something I felt maybe I should have done differently. My family and I finally turn in for the night, and we go to bed. We're pretty exhausted, so sleep comes pretty easily for us. My family and I get much needed sleep. I sleep in until about 10, and then I wake up and make my way over to my friend's house. I knock on his door. No answer. I call and text his phone. Also no answer. That's pretty strange. Maybe they're at the hospital already and we're pretty busy. I spend the rest of the day just doing other things and not thinking about what had happened this last weekend. Sure enough, time passes and 2 days go by without my friend getting in contact with me. This is very unusual considering he and I and our families are very close. Now I thought about it, I actually haven't seen him or his family since he brought home that little girl that looked like his daughter. I told myself if I didn't see them in 3 days, I'd call the police. Just before that time, however, sure enough, my friend emerges from his home. Except something's different. Something's wrong. My friend's head is kind of at a weird angle. His neck looks bent and his limbs are kind of contorted in different directions. His eyes are milky white. He tells me that I should come over and bring the whole family over. We'll have a great time. He doesn't sound like himself. He sounds like he's speaking out of an old, staticky radio. I tell him, sure thing, let me just go grab my family, and I head back inside. During this time, I decide to call the police and report a missing persons. That thing was not my friend. It was something that is imitating him. Sure enough, the police come about 2 hours later and I fill out a report. During that time, the police decide to take the liberty to go investigate the house of my friend. While the police are investigating, more police cars show up, as well as a fire truck and an ambulance. The police didn't disclose any information until about 2 weeks later, where I found out that my friend's family had disappeared. They told me that the case was still ongoing since they didn't find any bodies, but they have found enough pieces to conclude that they're most likely dead. The official police reports say that my friend and his family were dragged off by a bear of some kind and eaten out in the woods. But something tells me, deep down, that that's not the case. I live in northern Washington, near a ton of woods, and one day, me and 3 of my friends, Aaron, Jake, and Kyle, made plans to go camping in the woods since we all loved the outdoors and just wanted to get away from it all. My friend Jake knew these woods the best and said that he had a great spot for us to go camping, so we all got our stuff and headed into the woods. It took us 2 hours to get to the spot, which was perfect, and we got our stuff set up. After we set up our stuff, we ate and decided that we wanted to go exploring, with Jake leading the way. Everything was going great. We were going to go a lot further than I've ever gone in these woods, and eventually we made it to a clearing. That's when Jake started to act different. I didn't really think anything at first. I just blew it off as him being weird. As we walked across the clearing, I saw a grayish human thing walk into the woods on the far side. But again, I just blew it off since I didn't want to get them riled up for no reason. We were about 3/4 of the way across this clearing when we saw a mutilated deer laying there. When I say mutilated, I mean it was cut clean in half with its head completely missing and parts of its skin ripped clean off. What made everyone so uneasy was the fact that there were no flies around this carcass at all, and it was still warm. I instantly thought to that thing I saw in the woods and told them about it. Aaron said he saw it too, but he thought he was seeing things also. I then got the unshakable feeling that I was being watched, and I could see that everyone else was creeped out. We all decided to go back to camp, and since it was getting late, we decided that we would go to the clearing some other time. That's when I heard the sound of someone running up really fast. I turned around and there was nothing there. I tell my friends that we should hurry and leave because I don't want to go out anymore. They agreed, and we started jogging through the woods with the sun setting. We didn't think that we would be in the woods for so long, so no one brought a flashlight, and it was getting dark fast. About 20 minutes into our jog back to camp, we hear a blood-curdling scream coming no less than 50 meters away. At this point, we are running through the woods, and it is getting darker every minute. That's when we hear a weird growl off to the side of us, rustling and twigs snapping. I'm terrified at this point, and we are all sprinting through the woods back to this site. We finally make it back and tear into our tent with all of us hyperventilating. None of us say anything for about 5 minutes, when Jake says, "Let's get out of here." Right after he says that, we hear a "Let's get out of here" right outside of the tent. Everyone is beyond terrified at this point. We have no idea what to do. We sit there in complete silence, and we hear 2 sets of footsteps going around our campsite, throwing our stuff around. One of the things even tries to open the tent, but I hold the zipper down with all the force I can muster. Literally everyone is crying at this point. Eventually, those things leave, but we were too scared to even go near the door. About 3 hours of trying to figure out what just happened, Jake decides he's going to check outside to make sure the coast is clear so we can get out of here. I decide to go with him, since I didn't want him to get killed. When he opened the door, we stepped out. He shined the flashlight into the woods, and we saw 3 of those things staring right back at us. Their eyes were huge and sunken in, but also pitch black. They were about 6 feet tall and lanky. When they noticed that we saw them, they ran faster than anything I've ever seen run into the forest. Jake and I booked it back to the tent and told Kyle and Aaron what just happened. Aaron became hysterical and came up with a brilliant idea to run back to get to the car and get out of there. I tried to stop him, but he was going to run on pure fear and booked it into the woods. We had no choice but to go looking for him, since those things were probably still out there. As we are grabbing our flashlights, we hear him scream in the distance, followed by a loud growl. We ran out of the tent and began searching for him, and spent the next 20 minutes looking. Kyle begs us to go back to the campsite, since we kept hearing something walking in the woods really close behind us. We get back to the campsite to find Aaron standing facing towards the tent, his back towards us. Jake starts to cry and says, "What were you thinking? You're so stupid." Aaron then robotically turns and says, "Haha, don't worry guys, I'm fine." We all look at each other, but we decide to get back into the tent for safety. Jake says that it's best for us just to wait it out over the night and leave in the morning. I then notice bruises and cuts all on Aaron's arms and legs, and when I asked him about it, he only said, "Haha, don't worry guys, I'm fine." Aaron kept saying that the exact same way. We all just tried to ignore him and get through the night alive. The rest of the night we heard those things walking around our campsite, and Aaron kept asking if we wanted to go back out there for some stupid reason, like, "Hey, I saw the sweet rock back out in the woods. You want to go see it?" After an eternity, morning came and the noises stopped. We all began sprinting to the car when about 20 minutes in, I noticed Aaron wasn't to be seen.
Since my other friends were still running, I didn't want to fall behind, and I kept moving. We finally made it back to the car, and we all agreed that Aaron was probably gone. We sped home and swore to never talk about this to anyone ever again. We told Aaron's mom that he walked off in the middle of the night, and we couldn't find him. We were investigated about 6 months on and on, but they couldn't find any proof or motive that we would have wanted to kill him. We tried helping with the search, but nothing came of it. To this day, late at night, when I hear anything off in the woods, I think of Aaron.
So back in 2019, I remember there being a big uproar of unknown creatures roaming the forest, like Bigfoot and skinwalkers. But this story isn't about them. This story is probably one of the scariest things I think I ever heard about. The Wendigo. A few months ago, after one of my friends, Jacob, mentioned the big uproar, I went to go see him, since I've always been enlisted in the US Marines. I got back after being discharged, and one of the first things I did was go see him. We're having a good time, and he brought up the idea of going out and hanging out at the spot his ex-girlfriend took him when they wanted to get away for a few hours. So I decided why not. So I grabbed my gun and we went out to the extremely secluded area and started messing around on the old docks that was there. It had been pretty much forgotten by the looks of it, poorly maintained, and some of the boards were just completely rotted through. So about 30 minutes into our shenanigans, and Jacob brings up the topic of the Wendigo. The name sounded a little scary even for me. Curious, I asked him about it. He said if you went into the woods and said Wendigo 3 times, you would come across the scariest thing you've ever seen. Me calling his bluff, I told him to prove it. To this day, I wish I hadn't. We start walking on this little path that led deep into the thick of the woods, close to the Alabama state line. We walked for maybe 20-ish minutes and decided we were in a good spot. I feel it's worth knowing that it had been raining a lot over the last couple days, so the ground was completely saturated with water. I turned to Jacob and he dares me to do it. I stood there in complete silence. The rest of the forest was almost silent as well, besides the tall pines swaying in the wind above our heads. Reluctantly, I started to say it. Wendigo, Wendigo, Wendigo. Then, nothing happened. I let out a silent sigh of relief at the fact that nothing happened. One thing about mine and Jacob's friendship is we loved it when one of us would prove the other one wrong about something. In our friendship for 10 years, I think this was one of the first times I had proven him wrong at anything. We started talking a bit of shit back and forth when we heard a noise in the distance. Me still having the reflexes I had from the Marines, I immediately snapped towards the direction of the noise. They were just then turning into noises. I started to move closer to the noises, and shortly after, we saw a few coyotes running across a path about 30 feet in front of us. I breathed a sigh of relief, but the relief didn't last long. I knew something was up. I didn't know what it was at first, but I just knew that it was time for me and Jacob to leave. As we turned to leave the woods, all of a sudden, a pine tree started to groan and creak as it started to come down. Noticing this in a moment of pure instinct, I shoved Jacob forward and the tree came falling through the rest of the branches and landed right between us. Jake let out a cry of terror as the tree landed, and I hopped over the tree to get him. I could feel his heart pounding like a drum as I grabbed him by his shirt and yanked him to his feet. He was still terrified and practically crying as I screamed at him on top of my lungs. "Move, Jacob! Fucking move now!" I spun him around really hard, causing him to fall to his knees. I quickly got him up, and we both started to sprint down the path back in the direction we came from. I didn't dare look back, and neither did Jacob. I was sprinting through the woods when a familiar sound came from behind me. Jacob, come quick!" It was the sound of Jacob's younger sister, Olivia. He turned to try to get past me. The whole time he was screaming, "Olivia!" I stopped him and said, "Jacob, look at me. It's not her. Do you hear me? It's not her." Just then, another pine tree started to buckle. I saw it just in time and tackled Jacob down to the ground, and both of us were nearly crushed. I screamed at Jacob once more. Go! Get out of here! Go now! As I was screaming that, I pulled my gun out of my waistband and aimed it down the trail the direction of where we came from. Jake made it to the opening of the trail and turned back and noticed I was still aiming my gun down the trail. Bradley, get out of there! Come on, hurry! I turned and started sprinting towards him. As I made it into the clearing, a good 50 feet, I turned and me and Jacob both saw it. The thing we had ushered into showing itself, the Wendigo. It stood about 9 feet tall on its hind legs. There's practically no meat on the bones. It had really skinny legs and skinnier arms. Its skin a pale white, almost like vampires. The thing I noticed most about it was its eyes, a vibrant blue, almost like a lightsaber blue, for those who have seen Star Wars. Having had enough fear, I raised my gun and fired it at the Wendigo. Jacob, not sticking around to see if I killed it, ran towards the car. I turned and did the same thing as he passed me. That was my first experience with the so-called Wendigo, and I pray almost every night that I never encounter something that terrifying again. For reference, I live in a rural part of the eastern United States. At the same time every year, for 3 years, something interesting has been happening. It has to be on a warm summer night, and it has to be very dark, like pitch black dark. More importantly, I have to have my windows open. At around the same time every year, at night, I'll wake up to light footsteps in the distance from my window. And just footsteps. Nothing else makes a sound. No crickets chirping or anything. These will grow louder and closer until they eventually stop right outside my window. Then I feel like I'm being watched, like intensely watched by whatever is out there. It invokes some serious fear and is almost paralyzing. This fear prevents me from getting up and turning any lights on trying to look at whatever's out there, as something in my mind says, I don't want to see what's out there. I can still move though, and all 3 times this has happened, have cowered as far away from the window as I could, until I eventually fall asleep. I have no idea what it looks physically, and all I know is the footsteps and the fear, and the fact that it comes once a year. I've tried doing research on stuff like this, but nothing I find really relates. It could easily be a person doing this, but why at one certain time, and why every year? I hope some of you might have an idea of what it could be. To finish off my last year of high school, I had to go to a school which was located about 10 to 15 minutes away from the nearest town in Durango, Colorado. It was a boarding school, and I lived there with about 30 other students and teachers. When I first got there, I never heard of the term skinwalker until one of my classmates mentioned it. I got curious and looked it up. Google made it seem like skinwalker was just a meme, saying it's a magic transforming creature. So we would always say, watch out for the skinwalkers, and no one really took it seriously. The campus was huge, probably about 20 to 30 acres of land next to a river. About 2 weeks after I got there, I was walking around campus and I noticed an Indian burial ground about 75 feet away from the cabin. There was about 20 cabins at the whole place, and each could fit 2 people to live in it. One night, my roommate and I were up around midnight playing Call of Duty, and we started hearing sounds of a very large animal full force sprinting into the back of our cabin multiple times, and we were freaked the fuck out. Our school didn't allow guns, so we had no choice but to double lock the doors and close the shades. Even the night security came by because they thought that we were walking outside the cabin, causing havoc at midnight. He would come by every hour to check on everyone and make sure everything was fine. He was a cool guy though. He told us that he was convinced that we were outside, but after we told him what happened, and after he saw both of our faces were pale white, he sort of believed us. Weird shit like this continued to happen about once or twice a week after that for about 2 months. Whether it was random scratches we heard on the window, or a bunch of lights in the middle of the field that we could see in the distance through our windows, screams and whistles, etc. The people in the neighboring cabins and I would also talk about similar experiences, but stopped shortly after a native that went to the school told us that talking about skinwalkers attracts them. It was getting to the point where I had no choice but to tell someone. I decided to have a meeting with my principal and talk to him about it on behalf of everyone there. What he said freaked me out. He told me back in 2010 he was working late at school one night, and as he walked out of the office, he saw someone sprinting into the cafeteria, ripping papers off the wall as it ran by. He thought it was a student. He chased whatever it was into the cafeteria, which was one way in and one way out, only one door. As he got into the cafeteria, he turned the lights on. There was nobody there. My roommate dropped out of school about halfway through the year because of this, and I couldn't find anyone else to live in the cabin. So I was forced to listen to this shit alone for months on end. It was absolutely fucked. I was on the verge of dropping out, but I couldn't because I was close to finishing my senior year, about 3/4 of the way through. Our school had a quarterly thing where we would go on a week-long hiking trip somewhere around the country. There's 5 different groups, and my group was going to hike up Humphreys Peak in Arizona. We camped the whole way back to Colorado. It was about a 6-hour drive to the peak, and the hike took most of the day. The first night was not bad, and I wasn't thinking about skinwalker shit, as I hadn't been bothered by them for weeks at this point. The next day, we spent most of the time driving and hiking to the next camp spot, which is a random place in the middle of the desert. As we set up our hammocks and start to relax, an older woman in a bikini appears from behind a hill. It was very unsettling as we noticed she didn't have a water bottle, backpack, or anything 6 miles into the trail. She proceeds to start talking to one of the teachers and says that she knows this place very well and can show him around. They start walking and everyone couldn't help but notice her walk. It was like she broke both her knees and was limping, but not limping. I can't even describe how weird of a walk it was. A couple minutes go by and the teacher returns without her. He walks by everyone and goes straight into the tent. I didn't think too much of it but thought her walk was kinda weird. Here's where things get fucked. Third day, we finally get to Tucker Flat after a long day of driving and another long hike into the desert. We end up on a giant rock and decide to camp there. We are in the dead middle of nowhere. It's getting dark, so we have fire, make food, and shortly after go to bed. Too bad I didn't sleep at all the whole night. I spent most of the night staring at the top of my tent as from what happened from the night before, still thinking about that very creepy old lady. It was about 10 or 11 when we started hearing noises that sounded like rustling at first, and then those rustles turned to footsteps, and then back into small rustles again. As my roommate and I both hear it getting closer and closer to our tent, I whisper, "You hear that?" Nearly shitting myself, hoping that it wouldn't hear us. He didn't answer me, so I looked over at him, and he was staring at me, dead in the eyes, bugged out, with a knife in his hand. I grabbed mine too next to me and slowly put it to my chest. I knew what we had to do, but didn't know if I had the balls to. The footsteps finally stopped and I got a sense of relief and decided it was a perfect time to open the tent and check out what was making those noises. As I opened my side of the tent, I am greeted by a pair of eyes staring right back at me from less than a foot away. What was it? A black cat in the middle of the desert? At this point, there are only 2 scenarios going through my head. What the fuck and what the fuck? When my tent mate peeks his head and sees, his jaw drops. How the fuck is a cat into a hiking trail in the middle of the desert at 11 p.m.? We were stumped and decided walking back to the trailhead and getting to the van was our safest bet. So we ended up walking the whole 5 or 6 miles back at 11 p.m. and slept in the van. The whole time we heard rustling behind us, and whenever we used our flashlights, there were a pair of eyes looking at us from the distance. I ended up reading all sorts of information about skinwalkers, and a shiver went down my spine. I read that skinwalkers often turn into small dogs or cats to trick whoever they're messing with. This school was by far the most messed up place I had ever lived, and I thank God every day that I did not have to live there anymore. This is just one experience that I had, and it only got worse throughout the year. If you want to avoid all this shit happening to you, just don't say the word skinwalker. This is my first time going public about this encounter, out of fear of seeing it again. This took place roughly 14 years ago. When I was a kid, my family moved out of the city and moved to a small town called Deerbrook. It was situated on the outskirts of Antigo, Wisconsin. Our house was surrounded by woods on 3 sides and a river and field in the back. The first year was very calm and relaxing, other than the constant coyote howls at night. But every so often, there would be a different howl that would shake us to the core. It was much deeper and louder. At first, my parents dismissed it as a wolf or just a bigger coyote, but something about it just seemed off. One night in mid-July, my brother, my sister, and I decided to pitch a tent in the back field along the tree line. We just wanted to go camping, I guess. We sat there with our sticks roasting our marshmallows till it got really dark. Then the typical howl started up. Once again, that deeper howl was back, and it sounded like it was right in our ears. With how loud it was hard to even guess where it was coming from. So we decided to put our fire out and get in our tent. Later that night, my sister falls asleep, so my brother and I are just chatting and making jokes. Within minutes, we heard animals running around the tent, and then a little raccoon started to claw at the side of the tent that I was sleeping on. At first, I just kept poking at it, and then I heard something else, the crack of sticks from the tree. At this point, my brother thought it was a bear, and I told him to be quiet and woke my sister up. We started to hear footsteps coming closer and closer. Pretty quick, they were right next to me. The raccoon just bolted out of there, and then there was a strange odor coming from somewhere. It smelled like copper, sulfur, and wet dog. It was almost overpowering and made me want to puke. Then we hear our mom calling us, and when she shined the flashlight on us, it revealed the most unsettling thing I have ever seen. The shadow of this thing was shining through our tent, and it was massive. It had pointed ears that were tilted back like a dog on the prowl, and its hands were human looking, with long fingers that ended in a point. The mouth was in the shape of a snout, just a little shorter, and it had a mid-sized tail. My mom started screaming, and whatever the thing was bolted back into the woods. We rushed inside with our mom, and didn't go back out for a few days. Fast forward a few months, and I was in the living room with my mom, while my sister was in the shower. We were watching Wheel of Fortune, or something like that, when my sister screamed bloody murder. My mom jumped up and went to go get her. She pulled her out of the bathroom, and I got curious to why she was freaking out, so I went to see. Above the shower, there was a super small window that only a small head could fit through. In the window was a set of red glowing eyes staring down at me. We stared at each other for what felt like a decade. I didn't feel fear, more like curiosity, and I didn't feel like I was in danger at the time. My mom came in and pulled me out. The eyes turned away as well. The rest of the night was quiet after that. A few days later, my brother came back from my dad's. Him and I had bunk beds, and I always take the bottom bunk. That night was kind of gloomy. It wasn't real windy, but it was drizzling a little bit. Later that night, my brother and I got woken up to the window being opened. It was locked beforehand, by the way. After that, we closed it and went back to bed. It happened again and again, like 3 more times. Each time we locked it, but the final time was the worst. It flung open so hard that the glass shattered, and this time we saw what pushed it open. It had the same hands from the tent, but I could see it clearly now. It had matted black fur covering its arm. The skin and palms were a light tan, and the claws were about 5 to 6 inches long. At the bottom of the window, I saw a face, or whatever it was showing. It was just the eyes, glowing bright red. They looked like embers from a fire. My brother and I bolted up and grabbed my sister and locked ourselves in the back of the gaming room. We stayed there for the rest of the night, and when my mom came home, we told her and packed our things. We moved out of the house in a day and took everything that would fit, filling one car in the U-Haul. My stepdad's truck was full as well, and we left, never to return. To this day, my family is still scared to talk about it, but if my brother has a few drinks, we discuss it. My mom just shuts down whenever it's brought up. Thank you for your time. For starters, this was 3 years ago. I was 12 years old and with my best friend from school named Jesse. We are both Métis in what used to be Algonquin land, and this was in January in northern Ontario. We were in a sand pit, just a big crater filled with sand, probably 30 feet deep and a couple hundred feet wide. We were a good 2 hours from his house, and we were eating MREs I had bought online, avid zombie apocalypse preppers. I was 12. But after eating, a storm brewed, colder than usual. It was around negative 33 degrees Celsius that day, with a piercing wind. Our good gear was at the house for the cold. On our way out, we found ourselves with a problem, or something we were not ready for. We heard a screech and assumed it might have been a wolverine, so we ran, and after a long run, we finally hit a service road. After stopping for a breath and realizing we might not make it, as we were starting to feel warm, which are symptoms of severe frostbite, and we had over an hour to go. Then we saw an animal on its hind legs, but a black-gray color, and maybe 13 feet. We saw the bones pushing through the skin. We stood still. I know for a fact that this was no hallucination, and we had the same exact image of it, despite not talking about details. It gave off the feeling of dread and hopelessness. I realized I might not be able to make it back to the house either way, when something else intervened. After falling to the ground a few minutes later and realizing that I was severely hurt, face planted into the snow, with closed eyes, I genuinely thought I was going to die. After fading out of consciousness, I awoke in front of Jesse's fireplace. Apparently, we showed up at the door with severe frostbite on our legs and some large scratches. Somehow we walked over an hour with these injuries. I think it must have been divine intervention. Even the emergency room doctor said that we shouldn't have made it back. Every once in a while, I see it again, and I refuse to go back to those sand pits where we felt the unnerving energy for the first time. This was the most interesting encounter, but one of many. It was around 4:30 a.m. when I saw something that looked like a silhouette of a coyote, just its head, but something was really wrong about it. Its head was big enough to stretch to my other window pane. My window is about a foot, maybe a foot and a half. Now the thing that really scared the shit out of me is that my window is 4 or 5 feet off the ground, and coyotes are small. The silhouette of the head was almost at the top of my window. My goddamn window was open and unlocked. It still had the screen in its way, but all I had to do was tear it off. I don't know if it knew I was awake because I had my blanket and hood over my head. I was staring at it and trying to be as still as I could. I was trying to calm myself down, so I told myself that it was tree branches, making it look like a head of a wild coyote, and my mind was probably playing tricks on me. Because I was tired, I eventually fell asleep. When I woke up, the window was still open, but there was mud or something on my window, like something was trying to scratch on my window. My parents have told me that my brother used to have nightmares, and they think that maybe it was a spirit with bad intentions in our neighborhood that was bothering him. I put a line of salt and said some protecting words, while my mother helped me. I locked and closed the curtains, and I think I kept it that way. After reading more about skinwalkers, I think it's time to start locking every door and window in the house. Every other time that I've stayed up as late as 4 a.m., I've never seen it. I don't think it was trying to hurt me this time, because it just looked like it was trying to watch me. After hearing that it will come into your house, I want to know if anyone can help me keep it permanently out and away. Me and my 15-year-old daughter were driving over to one of her friend's house a little after 8 on a Monday night. Something passed in front of her car. It looked real. My daughter said it was gray. I say it was black but very muscular. It was the size of a large pit bull with broad shoulders. The arm sockets looked human, but the rest didn't. It had a round head, and it used its front paws to run. It would push off the ground with them, and they would go towards its side. The back legs would come up, and it would kind of tuck underneath it. I know how weird it sounds. It was almost like a panther. It was daylight, and I thought it looked strange, but I didn't want to alarm my daughter, so I didn't say anything. It ran beside an abandoned house on a road that runs perpendicular to the road that my home is on. She said, "Mama, that wasn't a dog." I replied to her that I thought the same thing. I just didn't want to say it. It ran really fast and it looked solid. I have no idea what it could have been, but we were talking about skinned pedestrians quite a lot Sunday night. I heard that those are bad luck. Who knows? I know how crazy that sounds. Edit. In the comments, a lot of you say it's the dog man, and I think you might be right. Thank you. This happened approximately 30 miles west of Charlotte in North Carolina in a semi-rural area. I don't remember the snout or tail, but it definitely helps on my search. It definitely had fur. It was the weirdest thing, and I thought I was going crazy or something. My friend, who happens to be an environmentalist out in the Pine Barrens, saw a dogman in Manchester County, New Jersey. His name is John, and he and his friends were going camping out in the woods, and they were in the large pickup truck. He was looking towards the tree line to make sure no deers were going to come jump into view. The truck was going about 40 miles per hour, and he noticed something that was following them on the trail. He then told his friend to slow down a bit, because they saw something following them. And before they could slow down, the creature jumped in the middle of the path and then back into the woods. They all got a clear description of what it was. My friend said it was tall, about 7 to 9 feet tall, with the body of a bodybuilder, perked ears, and a snout like a German shepherd. He also said that the appendages this animal had were human-like, but with large claws on the end of its hands and feet, and a huge bushy tail. After this event, he looked over at his friends, and they all looked like they had seen a ghost, with the blood drawn out of their faces. He still tells the story to this day, and I believe every word of it. I've talked to his friends who were with him, and they say the same thing. I worked the night shift. 3 days ago, I came home, took a shower, and was sitting on the couch. I had a box fan in the downstairs window, blowing cold air in. I live by an old cemetery in a small village next to a national park. I first thought something was wrong when the cats in the house were panicked, walking back and forth by the wall that faces the cemetery. I watched them for a minute and heard what sounded like crying coming from the cemetery area, and a soft "help me." I sat there listening and heard it again a minute later. I quickly took the fan out of the window and closed it and locked it and made sure everything else was locked. The past few days since then, I've been feeling like I'm being watched. When I got home yesterday, my ears were ringing the loudest I've ever heard it before, and then I heard the soft sob again. I waited in my vehicle for 5 minutes, then I finally walked to my door that's about 10 feet away. When I was opening the door, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I hurried up and closed the door behind me and locked it. Once I was inside, the ringing immediately went away, but the cats were moving in a panicked manner again. I didn't know until recently that you're not supposed to say skinwalkers out loud, as it draws their attention, as does whistling at night. This is in Northeast Ohio. Any thoughts? Okay, so I don't even know how to start this. My friend and I, who actually had some weird premonition dreams throughout his life, never knew what a skinwalker was until this morning, when he had a dream about me warning him about a so-called skinwalker. When he woke up, he searched the term and found out what it was. I've been experiencing a series of very odd and scary dreams, all related to my house and family, for the past 2 months. When my friend called me and told me about the skinwalker dream, I remember the first nightmare I had 2 weeks ago. My dog was entering my room through the balcony, and something seemed off about him. Then I had my 2 legs twisted by something. A series of weird dreams continue to this day. I also live in a countryside area where people raise a lot of animals. All sorts of weird animal sounds can be heard at night, so I can't remember hearing anything out of the ordinary. Has anyone else experienced anything similar, or could this be a bad omen? Also, if something or someone is warning me about skinwalkers, is there anything someone could do as some sort of protection? This story was told to me by one of my good friends who's of Navajo descent on her father's side. It happened several years ago when she was spending the last 2 weeks of summer visiting relatives on a reservation in New Mexico, and is by far one of the creepiest things I've ever heard. My friend Jessie was 12 at the time and playing outside with her cousins. They were tossing a frisbee around, and one of the younger brothers threw it too hard. It flew over the fence and was swallowed up by a small grove of parched bur oak trees. Jessie, being the oldest, went to retrieve it, leaving her 11-year-old cousin Ellie in charge until she got back. The sun was setting, lighting up the sky in brilliant shades of orange, as Jessie made her way over to the grove. After poking around, she found the frisbee caught in one of the tree branches. As she climbed, she began to sing an old Navajo song, but she paused when her body suddenly went cold. That's exactly how Jessie described it to me. Cold, as if she had been dunked in ice water. You know that annoying, scary story cliche of feeling like you're being watched? Well, it's only a cliche because it's true. Jessie could feel a pair of eyes following her, even when she looked around her and saw nothing. Seriously creeped out, she grabbed the frisbee and ran back to her grandma's house, just in time to see the old woman step onto the porch and call for the kids to come inside. The true horror didn't start until several hours later. Jessie, her cousin Ellie, and Ellie's little sister Clara were asleep in their grandma's guest room. Jessie woke up to the strangest sound she's ever heard. She described it to me as a cross between radio static and the noise that the old movie reels make. At first, it sounded distant, but after a minute or two, Jessie realized it was getting closer. Beside her, Ellie rolled over and muttered, "What is that?" "Don't know," Jessie whispered. The girls waited, holding their collective breath. By now, the sounds were right outside the window, and Jessie realized it was singing. At this point in her retelling her story, Jessie went white and began glancing over her shoulder. She told me that the song was the exact same song that she'd been singing in the tree grove earlier. "It sounded so wrong," she said, rubbing her arms as if a cold breeze had rushed past her. "Remember when we listened to that clip of the very first recording of a human voice? How weird it sounded?" When I nodded, Jessie added, "It was like that, but a little clearer. Somehow, that made it even worse." Jessie and Ellie were both terrified while Clara, unaware, slept on. Through the thin blue curtain over the window, they could see a dark shadow of something peering in at them. To this day, Jessie can't explain what motivated her to get up and see for herself, since she was scared shitless. Ignoring Ellie's protest, she slid out of bed and walked across the room on shaky legs. As soon as she drew back the curtain, she regretted her decision. Staring back at her was the most horrifying creature she had ever seen. It had the head of an emaciated deer, with antlers like dead tree branches, and eyes so black they seemed to absorb the faint silver moonlight. It had a scrawny humanoid body, with abnormally long arms and legs, and as Jessie stood there, caught in its hideous gaze, It raised a claw hand and scratched out the window with a horrible screeching sound that made Jessie's skin crawl. It was Ellie's scream that jolted Jessie out of her terrified stupor. She stumbled back from the window and landed on the carpet floor. Clara woke up and began screaming too. Then the grandmother ran in and turned the light on. The thing at the window had vanished, leaving behind 3 scratches in the glass and 3 terrified girls. Jessie's grandmother managed to calm the hysterical children enough so that they could tell her what happened. As she listened, her age-weathered face became progressively paler. She hustled the girls downstairs to the living room and made up a bed for them on the couch. She then sat by them all night, and whenever one of them would ask her what was going on, the old woman simply shook her head. Needless to say, Jessie and her cousins didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, Jessie's grandmother announced that everyone was to stay inside for the day. No arguments. She looked so shaken, nobody dared protest. Around noon, she called for a medicine woman to come bless the house. Later, after the woman left, Jessie marched into the kitchen, where her grandmother was loading the dishwasher. "Tell me what that thing was," she said bluntly. Her grandmother sighed and motioned for Jessie to sit down. "You've heard of the legend of the skinwalker, yes?" Jessie frowned and nodded, vaguely recalling the story. "So that was a skinwalker?" Her grandmother nodded. "Grandma," said Jessie as the light dawned, "I think it overheard me singing in the tree grove yesterday." Her grandmother's dark eyes narrowed. "Why do you say that?" "Because it was singing that same song. You know, the lullaby you used to sing to me when I was little." Her grandmother was silent for a long time before whispering, "You are a very lucky girl, Jessica, but luck has its limits. From now on, you must be more careful." The look in the old woman's eyes as she spoke those words still haunts Jessie to this day. As I said earlier, that was years ago, 7 to be specific. Jessie has returned to the reservation many times, each without incident, but she has never set foot in that tree grove again, and probably never will. Jessie's grandmother died this past March at the age of 87, and Jessie later moved in with her aunt for the summer so she could help clean up the old house, which the family was going to rent out. She had been there for about a week when I went down there to visit her. On my first night, we sat on the porch and drank some beers, and I felt my eyes drifting towards the tree grove. "So that's where it all happened?" Jessie shuddered and nodded. "Tomorrow I'm taking you to see the medicine woman and having her bless you." "Is that really necessary?" The look that Jessie gave me nearly turned me to stone. "You think nothing will happen to you because you're white? But when you're on Navajo territory, you're in skinwalker territory. Take caution." I nodded. That night, I swore I heard radio static outside the house. When I brought it up to Jessie the next morning, she didn't speak, but grabbed my arm and practically dragged me to the medicine woman, where I was blessed. Nothing happened for the rest of the trip, and I went back to the city unscratched. I didn't post this here with the intention of teaching a moral, but I suppose if there's something to be learned from the story of the singing skinwalker, is that there are things out there that we can't explain. The look at Jessie's eyes when she re-encountered her experience told me everything I needed to know. What she saw truly horrified her, and all I can say is, I'm grateful I didn't have to go through it myself. My 2 buddies and I went on a hunting trip for bull elk last November, and we were having a great time to say the least. That, however, would change after what we saw on the 3rd day. Now, I'm not one for superstition, and I don't believe in ghosts and all that, but what we saw there really changed my view about those sort of things. The trip started out normally after we parked our trailers at camp. We got there a day early before the hunt officially started, so that we could settle in and get some scouting done. Only Eric and I had our licenses because Brian didn't draw out this year, but he wanted to come along with us anyway. Brian also brought his German Shepherd named Lucy, which stayed back at our camp with a leash that was connected to a metal spike. The spike was so deep in the ground that I wondered if we would be able to get it out. I asked Brian, and he just told me that the dog was so strong that it had to be that deep. I enjoyed playing with Lucy. She was always excited to see me and would greet me by jumping up on her 2 legs while trying to lick my face. Eric, however, was not amused by her and would constantly yell at her to leave him alone. Anyway, the first 2 days we saw a lot of cow elk in the valley and on the sides of the mountains that I thought for sure that we would see some bulls out there, but there were none among them. It wasn't until the 3rd day of the hunt that we saw a bull elk, but it was too far away to shoot at, and even if we were able to hit it, it would take hours trying to pack that thing out. So that evening we decided to hunker down next to some fallen trees and were able to watch the hillside. While we were surveying the area, Brian spotted a coyote about 250 yards away, walking to a small pond of water strangely, as if it was maimed. Eric took out his binoculars to get a closer look, and he started to describe it, saying, "That coyote, it ain't looking right. It has a hunch on its back like a bear. And its jaw, oh man, its damn jaw seems like it's been broken, and now it's drooping there like a dead fish." "Let me see those binoculars," I asked curiously with an outstretched hand. Eric handed them to me, and as soon as he did, he seemed to grasp his gun tightly. I took them and looked at the animal and said, "You're right, that thing's jaw is just hanging there. Also, did you happen to notice its hair? It's so long and unevenly dispersed." I then handed the binoculars to Brian, and he looked at the coyote for 1 second and screamed. "Shh, Brian, shut up, we're hunting," Eric whispered harshly. "What did you see?" I asked and looked at his shocked facial expression. Brian looked at his feet and muttered, I saw my dog Lucy, but it wasn't her. I don't know what that was." "It couldn't have been your dog. When I looked at it, it looked like a dying coyote. It didn't have the large black spot on its back, or your dog's strawberry red sides and underbelly," I said in a plain yet confused manner. "Well, since we're not going to see anything out here because you scream like a baby, I'm going to put the coyote out of its misery," Eric said angrily as he raised his rifle and looked through the scope. A large shot followed, and we saw the animal drop soon after. It was a clean kill, and Eric was curious about seeing what was wrong with that animal up close, so he started getting ready to hike out. As soon as he got his stuff together, he said, "You probably just didn't get a good look at it, Brian. Your dog is fine." Brian stood up, and as he brushed the dirt off of his butt, he replied, "I swear I saw my dog, but an evil, demented version of it, with human eyes. But you guys are probably right. There's no way she could have had the strength to yank out that metal spike holding her back at camp." "Well, let's go find out the truth about this animal," I said somewhat excitedly as I started walking towards the dead animal. It took about a half hour to hike over to it, and we lost sight of the animal's corpse as we passed through some trees. Once we finally got to the spot where the animal had dropped, there was no corpse, just a puddle of blood. However, the blood was blackish and very dense. Eric observed the scene and started to scratch his head and said, "I could have sworn I shot that thing straight through the heart. There's no way it could have gotten back up and just walked off." I had an eerie feeling about this whole situation, and Brian was still afraid it might have been his dog that got shot. Eric, however, noticed the trail of blood leading to the dark tree line. Without asking, he started to follow it and unloaded his gun. As he did, me and Brian both freaked out and just watched Eric as he went into the forest. He soon went out of sight, and Brian and I could not leave him there, so we waited. I passed the time by taking a skinny stick and poked the puddle of blood. It smelled terrible, and the aroma hit me pretty hard, so much so that my stomach convulsed and I threw up. "You okay?" Brian asked as he put his hand on my back. Before I could answer, there was a loud shot that echoed through the trees, and we both looked in the direction it came from. "Must have found that animal," I said as I spit into the grass. As soon as I said this, we could now see Eric, but he was full on sprinting. "Run!" he screamed as he ran at us. I noticed that he must have dropped his gun because he wasn't carrying it. I was about to ask him what happened, but Brian grabbed my arm and yanked me towards where we parked the truck. Without hesitation, I ran. We soon made it back to the truck, and my shoulders hurt from the rubbing of the gun strap. I looked back for Eric, who slowed down for nothing. I soon looked behind him and saw nothing chasing us, so I opened the truck and got in without worry. Eric then climbed in and told me to hit the gas and go. I was perplexed on what Eric saw out there, and I knew he hardly ever got scared of anything, so this started to freak me out. I started driving fast back to the camp and asked Eric, "What did you see out there that was scary enough to make you drop your gun?" "I don't know, man. That was no damn animal." I followed the trail of blood and it stopped at the base of a tree, and I was wondering how that coyote was able to climb the tree. But when I looked up, I saw a hairy humanoid creature there. It smelled so freaking bad. Eric went on about how scary that thing was and how he was done with the hunting trip and wanted to go home. We soon pulled up into camp and mutually decided that we were going home. I started to pack up my things and felt like something was missing. I thought to myself, "Lucy, where's Brian's dog? She's usually so excited to see us back at the camp. She normally wouldn't stop barking and whining to be set free." As soon as I thought this, Brian started screaming and crying. I ran over to where he was and saw that his dog was gone. However, on further inspection, I noticed what Brian was looking at. Something had pulled out the metal stake in the ground and strung Lucy up in a nearby tree and had skinned her. Brian could just not stop crying, and Eric ran over to see what was wrong and just stood there, jaw dropped and frozen. He then muttered, "She was skinned alive. There's a bunch of bruising caused by strangling her neck where the collar is." "Shut up, Eric. You ain't helping," I said as I put my shoulder around Brian, who had unstrung his dog's body from the tree. "Skinwalker," Eric said in a low tone of voice as he looked into the distance. He then screamed, "It's a damn skinwalker!" I followed his gaze and saw the animal that looked like Lucy, but it had humanoid eyes and a sticky green glazed looking coat of fur. Brian stopped crying and just stood there, eyes locked on the beast. Eric then whispered with his voice quivering, "We all need to run to the truck on a count of 3. Just leave everything here." Brian and I slowly nodded and agreed with the plan. "Okay, 3, 2, 1, Eric whispered sharply, and we all took off like a pack of gazelles for the truck. We hopped in, and soon after we did, we saw the skinwalker lunge at us and struck the right side of the door with such a powerful blow that it nearly tipped over the whole truck. It didn't stop me whatsoever, and I drove out of there faster than I ever could have. After that, none of us went hunting again in that area. We never even went back to claim our camping trailers and supplies. It was too terrifying to think about what happened to Brian's dog, and that it could happen to us, and that thing would be walking around in our skin. Since that experience, I'm now a superstitious person. Growing up in Arizona, myths and legends are part of life. Native traditions, mystic places, vortexes, UFO abductions, and dozens of other stories of the unknown that I always found fascinating. I grew up spending a lot of time wandering around the desert and the mountains, hunting, camping, etc., so I felt very home in the wilderness. One late spring day, on one of my many hiking adventures, I wandered off the trail, came upon a small group of old mud adobe houses. A few people heard me coming and came out of the houses to investigate, and after apparently making a collective decision that I was not a threat, one of the elders dressed in old-style, traditional, native clothing and a headdress came over to greet me. The man spoke slowly and told me that I had wandered onto the Navajo reservation and asked me if I was lost or needed help. When I told him no, I was lost, but intentionally, he chuckled and invited me to eat with his family. The next several hours were some of the greatest experiences of my life. The whole thing was like being thrown back in time. While we ate and talked, others from the surrounding houses began coming over to join us, and I got the feeling that they didn't get many outside visitors. We shared stories for hours about life, family, their history in the area, and time spent in the wild. And the longer we talked, the more they opened up and the more interesting the elders' stories got. Throughout the time, there was one man who never spoke. He just sat in the circle listening and watching me. At one point, I told him I did what I call walkabouts every year around September, where I'd go out by myself into the wilderness for 2 to 4 weeks at a time, and this got the attention of the old silent man. When I finished, he came over to the circle around the fire, sat directly on the ground in front of me and asked me to join him on the ground. He told me that years ago he used to do the same thing, and went on to tell me about the canyon he went to. He described it as a dangerous but magical place, and that I would see the world differently if I came back. If must be for dramatic effect. When he finished, he invited me over to his home. The house was small, and through the open door in the back room, I could see it was filled with various animal pelts, coyotes and wolves mostly. He walked over and closed the door, then picked up and handed me an old map and some written directions that seemed like they had been holding on to them for a long time, and just walked away into the back room and closed the door behind him. It was late, and one of the families had invited me to stay the night, which I gladly did. The next morning, as I prepared to leave, one of the women came over to me with something in her hands, handing me a talisman, and simply said, "Dip your bullets in the white ash at the hottest part of the fire," then just walked away. September came, and I packed up for my walkabout. I saw the talisman in the drawer, and something felt right about taking it with me. After a beautiful drive, I was happy to find the Forest Service road marked on the old map. The entrance of the area was remote and overgrown, and tough to get to even with my Jeep, and took me much longer to get there than expected. So I decided to make camp and start the hike in the morning. After a few hours on the trail that looked like it had been forgotten, I came to a stream and the entrance of a secret valley. It was a narrow crack in the tall cliffs with about 4 feet of water running gently through, but too narrow for a kayak or canoe. I hoisted my gear over my head and began to wade sideways through the chest-deep water. The crack in the cliffs seemed to go on forever, but after almost 2 hours I came to a place where it opened up to a small lake in an incredible valley surrounded by tall rock fences. This may have been the most remote place I've ever been to, in the sense that there was no signs that people have ever been there. No trash, no bullet casings, not even evidence of campfires. My first night there was the quietest night that I've ever spent in the wild. No birds, no frogs, not even crickets, but I didn't feel like I was alone there. In the morning after breakfast, I headed out to my first exploratory hike to explore my new home for the next couple weeks. After being stalked by a mountain lion on the hike about 10 years ago, I make it a point of now bringing a pistol with me when I'm on my wilderness hikes. After looking around, I found a narrow path that appeared to be a game trail that led up the side of one of the cliffs and towards what looked like caves from the canyon floor. I made my way up them and came upon an entrance that was much larger than it appeared from below. I made some noises to alert any possible animals I was there and made my way inside. The cave was an expansive singular chamber that went back a couple 100 feet. As I walked, I inspected as much as I could see with my light, but there were no tracks of any kind in the dirt besides mine, so I decided I was alone there and pushed towards the rear of the cave. As I came around the last bend of the cave and approached the end, my headlamp panned across a large pile of bones. Some animal, some human, and very old looking. A small candle sitting on a natural stone shelf. This is the first thing that has scared me in as long as I can remember. But focusing my wits, I remembered that there were no other tracks in the cave, and figured it was from a long time ago. I was still a little uneasy as I exited the cave and was ready to get back to camp. As I came into the light, about 75 feet away, there was the largest wolf I had ever seen, that looked like it was coming down from standing on its hind legs. It dropped down to all fours on a rock and just began staring at me, not growling or baring its teeth, just staring. I pulled out my .45 and shot 2 shots to the side of it to scare it away, but it didn't even flinch. Not only have I never seen a wolf on this part of northern Arizona, but I have never seen a wild animal that did not at least flinch at the sound of a gunshot. We both stood there staring at each other for a moment. I turned and set my backpack down to grab my binoculars and get a closer look, but when I turned back, the wolf was gone. I made my way cautiously down the path back towards camp. I have encountered wolves before, and usually it's not the one wolf you can see that should worry you, it's the ones you can't see, so I was extra cautious for my return trip. Back at camp, I made sure that my gun was fully loaded, and I got my bowstring just in case the wolf came back. I've seen plenty of predatory animals on my adventures. It's part of being in the wilderness, so I wasn't too afraid. Just prepared myself the best I could, and went over to the lake to go fishing. Within 20 minutes, I caught 2 of the biggest brown trout I have ever caught, so I decided to stop fishing for the day and take a swim. Back at camp, I made a fire, cleaned my trout, and made dinner while the sun went down. As soon as the sun went down, all the life in the canyon seemed to go silent again. As I put out my fire and prepared for bed, I noticed there was a small flicker of light coming from the area of the cave I had explored earlier up the cliffside, which didn't make sense. It was a moonless night and the stars don't reflect that way. It couldn't have been the candle I had seen. It was way too old and wouldn't burn so bright. I decided to keep my gun close and try to get some sleep. I would investigate the cave again the next day. When I woke at sunrise, there was a gaze along the ground throughout the whole canyon floor, but as the sun rose, it disappeared quickly, and the area came back to life. I made my breakfast, gathered my gun and bow, and headed back down towards the cave. When I reached the entrance, I saw that there were no tracks besides mine around the entrance, and decided to push up the hill further. Just a little further, I came to the entrance of another cave, much smaller than the first one. There was a small flat landing with a large, heavy twisted juniper tree that to my surprise had many small objects hanging from the thin, old-looking ropes tied to the branches. There were bones, but there were also old things definitely made by humans, and looked like they were old Native American artifacts. Thinking I might have found the spot where the old man I met at the reservation had stayed when he was there decades ago, I went into the cave. This cave was much different than the first one. Just a few feet in, I noticed that the walls were covered in what looked like ceremonial cave paintings. As I pushed further back, the cave got dramatically colder, much colder than it should have been, and the walls were completely covered with the paintings the entire way. When I reached the back of the cave, I was not prepared for what I saw. There was what looked like an old altar made out of wood and bones. As I looked around, I saw a little before the back of the cave, there's another shaft in the ceiling that went up, and on the ledge about 20 feet up sat a small figure of what appeared to be a woman. She was small and pale with her face painted white and wearing some sort of crown made of woven branches with 2 small antlers at the front. I stopped and stared at it for a few minutes, and the figure did not move, so I assumed that it was the mummified remains from a long time ago. Not wanting to disturb the burial site, I turned and walked back out of the cave, but when I began to walk, I heard what sounded like a faint voice in an unknown, ancient language. I instinctively looked back towards the figure, but it was gone. I was immediately terrified and ran from the cave as fast as I could, but my headlamp flickered and died. I made my way out, feeling along the walls to find my way, and the whole way I felt like something was right behind me. When I saw the first light from the cave entrance, I began to sprint towards it. Just before I made it out, I looked back, and there was nothing, so I slowed down, but I could still hear the faint voice, and the volume never changed. When I got outside, all the bones and artifacts hanging from the tree were gone. I ran down the path as fast as I could, headed back towards my campsite by the lake. Just as I reached the floor of the canyon, I noticed a large wolf at the tree line to my left, but this time it stayed standing upright on its hind legs. I stopped running, hoping not to initiate its predatory response to chase me, and again, it just stood there, staring at me. I reached my campsite safely and immediately began to pack up. It was too late in the day to make it out before dark, and I did not want to make the hike out at night with all that was going on. I moved my tent so it would back up to the canyon wall by the crack of the cliffside, so I didn't have to worry about anything sneaking up behind me. I built my fire much larger and knew I wasn't going to get any sleep that night. Just as the sun was going down, I began to hear noises coming from the trees, and it felt like I was being hunted. Finally, in the last light of day, I saw the wolf slowly walking around by where the path leads out to the trees, and it began to slowly walk towards me. This time I drew my gun and fired towards the creature, intending to hit it. And while I saw a couple hit the dirt around him, several bullets hit it. Several rounds from a .45 will at least slow down anything I've encountered, but this giant wolf kept walking towards me like nothing happened. I continued to fire until the click of an empty magazine. I reached down and fumbled around in my backpack looking for another magazine to reload, and as I lifted it, the talisman the woman had given me fell onto the ground. I picked it up and put it around my neck and immediately remembered what she had told me. Dip the bullets in the white ash. I looked around but I didn't see my backup magazines, so I grabbed my bow, put my arrow that was tipped with a hunting broadhead, and dipped it into the white ashes, drew and fired. I hit the creature just in front of its right hip, and it let out a noise somewhere between a growl and a person screaming that made my blood curdle. I can hear the noise in my head to this day. It immediately turned around and ran back to the trees, and in the flicker of the firelight, I saw the small woman with the antler crown standing there waiting for it. They both retreated into the trees for the rest of the night. I could hear the same faint voice I had heard earlier in the cave. I spent the night outside my tent, as awake as I've ever been, but no longer afraid, and at dawn finished up packing so I could get out of the canyon. The next spring I went back to the small group of houses on the Navajo reservation that I had found the year before. I was wearing the talisman around my neck, and the first person to greet me was the woman who had given it to me. She ran up to me, giving me a big hug. "You heard me." I asked a group of men about the man who had given me the map, as I was desperate to talk to him about the experience I had, so I could compare it to his own. They told me that he had disappeared shortly after I had visited them the first time, and had not been back. Strangely, when I tried to tell them what happened to me, no one would let me tell the story. The oldest man there, who sat in the corner, kept mumbling words like, "Yi nalushishi." We once again sat around the fire and shared other stories of life and a meal. Before I left the next morning, I found the old woman who had given me the talisman and offered it back to her. She smiled and told me I had a good heart, then just closed my hands around it, telling me to keep it to watch over my next walkabout. I went back to the small village on the reservation several times over the next 10 years or so, until I moved to Oregon, but they never let me tell them what happened. I never went back to that canyon, and while curiosity sometimes gets the best of me, I don't think I ever will. Let me start off by saying that my wife doesn't believe in paranormal entities or anything of that nature. We have 3 cats, and one of them likes to be a rebel, jumping onto counters and meowing at the top of his lungs, just looking for attention. He does this throughout the night, and it's a regular occurrence. Last night, after a few beers and video games, I decided it was time to head to bed with my wife. When I woke up this morning, my wife was basically attached to me with wide eyes and a nervous look on her face. I asked her what was wrong, and she proceeded to tell me what happened last night. She said around 2:50 in the morning, she was woken up by a noise that sounded like our cat downstairs, meowing unusually loud. After giving her a few seconds to perk up and fully pay attention, she said the meows sounded more like a person trying to mimic a cat. It kept saying, "Hello." After meowing for 2 or 3 minutes, a loud bang came from the door, and then a notification went off on our motion sensor at our front door. When she told me this, I checked my phone. Sure enough, there was a notification for motion detected at 2:52 a.m. I asked her why she didn't wake me up so I could grab my gun. She said she was frozen with fear and didn't want it to hear her make any noise. We're out running errands while I'm typing this, but something made me uncomfortable about her story. Last night, I set the home security alarm around 9 p.m., and we didn't turn it off until we walked the dogs this morning. To make things worse, we had slept with all the animals in the room, and the door was closed. So whatever was in our house or outside the front door was not one of our animals. Obviously, the first thing that came to mind was a skinwalker, but maybe I'm just paranoid. I checked all the rooms in the house after I got up. I'm not sure what I could have done anyway. It's very odd that my wife was scared so badly by something she doesn't necessarily believe in. We bought this house brand new, so no one had lived here before. When I'm home alone, I do feel like I'm being watched, or someone's always walking directly behind me. My wife also said that this house has given her chills since we moved in. Something is just off about it. We just got home and I went to hang up one of my t-shirts in the master bedroom closet when I noticed the board that covers the attic access had been shifted a little. When I asked my wife about it, she said that she's never been up there, and the builders would have placed it back in the original place before they made the purchase. I'm generally getting anxious thinking about what could be going on. Has anyone experienced anything like this? Or similar at least? We were going to my mother-in-law's to get some sage. My wife said burning it should keep whatever's around our house away. My wife and I recently welcomed our sweet daughter into this world, but I've got a bad feeling that she may not be as sweet as she seems to be. To understand why I would say this about my own daughter, I need to give you a little backstory to the situation. We haven't been married very long, as it's not really frowned upon to marry soon in my family. But when we first started dating and staying with my parents, we slept in their living room, and when we woke up in the morning, I noticed the door was still unlocked, but I was always sure to keep it locked. I never really noticed anything else though. I never saw handprints on the door or windows. I never saw anything out of the ordinary at all that would be a telltale sign of an intruder. I brought this up to my dad, so he took me to his office to check the CCTV monitor. No one had approached the house that night at all. In fact, everything was eerily still, except for a large cat that would always hang out in their yard. The cat had been around there for a long time though. We thought maybe it was a neighbor's cat, because we lived on the backcountry of Texas and there were other people out in the woods. But growing up there, I actually noticed a lot of things that scared the shit out of me. I once saw my cat, Salem, shapeshift right in front of my eyes when my little cousin and I were playing soldiers near the woods. One of the old men down the road would tell us stories about a panther that would kill people's horses, but I always wondered if it was really my shape-shifting cat or something. My dad also told me a story about the man that lived on our land before we did, that killed his daughter's bus driver for what she said she did to her one day when she came home crying. He would see ghosts of the dad standing over him while he slept, with a blood-stained shirt and evil radiating from his eyes. And of course, countless other stories of all sorts of things that go bump in the night. None of that really related to the night I noticed the door was unlocked. However, since then, I've noticed a lot of things are different about her than she used to be, but nothing too extreme, just minor things. Things that only people really close to her would know. Like she started wearing makeup when she never really liked it before, and what she liked to eat changed, but I don't really know how to explain it. I only had known her for months, and only had to ask what she liked to eat so few times for dates and family gatherings. Every time I tried to talk to her about it, or ask her if something was wrong, she'd shoot me down. So I just had to deal with the fact that maybe I was just discovering her for who she really is. I got used to it. It wasn't a big deal after all. Like I said, it wasn't anything major, and she still seemed like the girl I loved. And like I said, we had only been dating for a few months at that time. She also started calling me Delicious, which wasn't really a pet name we had used before. I tried to ignore how uncomfortable her tone was when she would say it. It was probably just a sexual way. More recently, I've noticed odd smells originating from under the house when I'm out working around the yard. I've also noticed a greater number of flies and carrion birds. I was hoping a lost dog or some large rodent had crawled under and died, but one day I found the promise ring I had given her that she said she lost before we even moved into this house. It looked extremely old now and caked with mud. I started nosing under the house near where the ring was laying, and I found a large indentation in the earth, as if someone was laying there, but had been moved. Soon after this day, she surprised me with the news that we were going to be parents, and I had been so excited at first until I realized something. I knew my initial suspicions were proven true when she got pregnant. You see, my wife warned me right away not to expect children because of an accident she had when she was small. She was infertile.
I'm a park ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains, but I think this thing came from hell. I've lived in East Tennessee for most of my life. Growing up, I've heard old wives' tales and urban legends about strange creatures that roam the forests. For the longest time, I thought what every other kid thought, that they were just stories told to scare kids away from dangerous places so they wouldn't fall into a ravine or get lost in the massive wilderness. I never thought any of it was more than made-up stories. That's not to say I didn't spend my share of time with covers pulled tightly over my head when the wind blew branches against my window that happened to face the woods. As I grew older, I found myself gravitating towards the stories of strange creatures in the woods. That curiosity is what started me to investigate such things in my spare time. People around here seem to be obsessed with Bigfoot, as if he's some local celebrity. They tend to ignore or downplay other cryptids. I don't know why. With the hundreds of thousands of acres of unexplored and barely exposed forest, it seems like there's lots of space for anything that feels like making it home there could be left in relative peace. Me? I'm more of a fan of Dogman, unofficially of course. You see, once I graduated high school, my only goal was to become a park ranger. Where else could you work and be surrounded by such glorious nature, even at its most dangerous? There are literally dozens of stories I could tell, but the one that sticks with me is the hikers from a couple years ago. I remember it was early October. I always made the hike up to Klingerman's Dome several times during autumn, gazing out over the canvas of trees spouting a myriad of colors, looking every bit like nature's fireworks show reinforced that I made the right career choice. I was on patrol when a call came in to go to the cabins near Fontana Lake. I got the address and headed south, crossing into North Carolina. When I got there, I was met by a woman who said that her husband, son, and brother-in-law had gone to the lake fishing and hadn't come back. I got the information I needed about their general description, names, and description of the truck and boat, then headed out to search for them. She said they were heading up to Wolf Creek. I called it in and told the station that I would be driving down to Flat Branch to see if they went in the river there. It was a decent drive to get there, but then it was a decent drive to get pretty much anywhere out in the backwoods of the Smoky Mountains. When I got there, I found 3 trucks parked off to the side. 2 of them had empty boat trailers. I checked the description the wife had given me, and it matched one of the trucks. I had a beginning point for my search. I walked up to the water and looked both ways, hoping to luck out and find them coming in from a hard day's fishing. No such luck. There was a house nearby, so I walked over and asked if they had seen my quarry. The man said that he had been out fishing himself yesterday and recalled seeing a boat like the one I described with 2 men and a boy in it. I asked him which direction they were going, and he said west. I asked if he had a boat and could take me up to Wolf Creek. The man's demeanor changed from friendly to deadly quiet. He agreed to take me across the river, but not all the way to Wolf Creek. I accepted what I could get. After a quick jog back to my truck to get my backpack, he ferried me across and quickly left. It was a mile or so to the rural campsite I suspected they had camped at. I started walking along the edge of the river, keeping an eye out for them. It wasn't long until I spotted a boat sitting on the shore. I approached the boat and it seemed to be the right one. Everything about this missing persons report seemed just like someone who stayed out later than planned. It was a little too easy. I would be very happy to find them sitting by the campfire about to pack up and go home. It didn't take long to hike to the campsite, but when I got there, things stopped being easy. There was only 2 tents set up. Both looked like they had someone or something had torn into them. I checked inside each one and found sleeping bags and general camp equipment strewn about. I did my best not to disturb anything. When I came to the second tent, I found something more disturbing. This tent was also in disarray, but as I looked, I saw distinct drops of red. There was a notebook sitting near one of the sleeping bags. I picked it up and paged through it. October 3rd. We headed out for our annual fishing trip this morning. Mom wasn't too happy, but we told her we'd be back tomorrow. To drive to the boat launch was kinda long, but we filled the time talking in about the fish we were gonna catch and generally telling stories about the area. Dad tried to scare me with a story about a cryptid that lives in the area, but I knew he was just yanking my chain. We got to the boat launch and headed out into the water without too much of a hitch. Uncle Roger nearly fell in trying to get the boat undone. He didn't find it nearly as funny as Dad and I did. Once we were out in the lake, we had our lines in the water. He seemed to settle in and enjoy himself. After a few beers, he was laughing about it with us. We caught a couple of fish, but they were too small, and we had to throw them back in. Dad said he heard about a good spot up by Wolf Creek. We had better luck when we got there. Uncle Roger caught 3 largemouth bass and I caught 2. Dad had a big one on his line, but it got loose before we could net it. It was starting to get dark, so Dad said that we should go to one of the rural campsites. We pulled the boat up to shore and tied it to a large tree, then took our gear and hiked up to the campsite. There wasn't anyone else there, which Dad said was odd because the site is normally full. We unpacked and set up our tents, and Dad got a fire going while Uncle Roger cleaned the fish. We ate and laughed and talked until it was dark, and we turned in for the evening. Dad said there was a better fishing spot further west, and he wanted to go there early in the morning before we headed back to the cabin. It's the middle of the night, and Dad is playing a joke on me. I woke up for some reason, and he wasn't in the tent. I could hear rustling outside along with something pawing the ground and snorting. I knew it was Dad trying to scare me. He and Uncle Roger had been telling cryptid stories while we ate supper. I told them they weren't going to scare me like they did last year. They just looked at each other and smiled. I knew they would have something up their sleeves. I didn't bother to turn the light on or go out to check. I knew they would just run away and hide, pretending to be the creature I had scared off. Then, in the morning, they would ask each other if they had heard the commotion, hoping to scare me. I wasn't falling for it. One thing you learn from having a prankster for a dad is not to believe anything you see, or in this case, hear. I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep, but Dad was making it tough. He was stomping and growling around so loud trying to get my attention, but I wasn't having it. When I got up in the morning and went outside, the camp had been destroyed. Uncle Roger asked if I had heard anything last night, and I played along that I had heard some creature outside our tent, but I was too scared to go out and check. He made a good show of searching for Dad and seemed genuinely concerned. I was just waiting for Dad to get tired of the game and come back to the campsite. As the morning wore on, Uncle Roger started talking about going to look for him. I wanted to tell him I hadn't fallen for their little prank, but didn't want to spoil their fun. When noon rolled around and Dad wasn't back, I started to get worried. Maybe he had fallen and hit his head on a rock or something. Uncle Roger was beside himself. He told me he would have already gone looking for Dad, but didn't want to leave me alone at the campsite. We decided to go look for him. Uncle Roger found what looked like a scuffle, and we headed off in that direction. He told me to stay right with him as we struggled through the forest looking for any sign of Dad. I was starting to doubt that this was a prank. I was getting worried about Dad. The further we went, the more I realized how wrong I had been. I wanted Dad to jump out and scare me just so I'd know he was okay. We walked around for hours, searching for him, but we couldn't find him. I was beyond worried now, and I could tell Uncle Roger was too, but he didn't let it on. He just kept saying Dad was probably already back at the campsite now. When the sun started sinking low in the sky, we gave up our search and headed back. Twice, we lost our way and had to double back to get to the site. There weren't many trails out here, at least not many that people had made. When we got back to the site, I ran to our tent, hoping he would be there, but he wasn't. We ate a quick supper and turned in for the night. Uncle Roger promised he would wake me up when Dad came back. October 4th. Uncle Roger never woke me. Dad didn't come back. I said we should call for help, but he told me Dad had the only phone. We were trying to decide what to do when we heard a rustling in the woods and the birds went silent. We looked around for the source of the noise, and unfortunately, we found it. There was a thing coming towards us. It stood on its back hind legs, and its body made these loud cracking sounds, like its bones were snapping into or out of place, echoing all around us. This thing was huge. I literally froze. My body refused to move as this horror came towards us. Uncle Roger grabbed me and yanked me over behind his tent. We tried to hide, but this thing saw us and let out a massive roar. We were so close I could see blood on its claws and teeth. I prayed it wasn't Dad's. What do we do?" I asked. He put his finger to his lips. It looked over at us, then went into my tent like it was searching for something. "Come on," Uncle Roger said. We snuck away from the monster as quietly as possible. We slipped down the bank of the creek and walked downstream to the water. "Where are we going?" I whispered. "There's a bridge downstream. If we're quiet enough and that thing loses our scent, we could hide under it and hope it goes away." I focused on walking as quietly as I could through the water. The sound of the creek was loud, so I was hopeful it wouldn't see or hear us. It seemed like forever until we reached the bridge. It was a small wooden bridge that panned the creek, allowing hikers to pass over. It wasn't a lot of cover. We tried to wedge ourselves into the shadows at the furthest end of it. Time slowed to a standstill as I sat there on the uncomfortable rocks, shivering. Neither of us had our jackets on, and the sun had gone down, taking the warm air with it. I started to doze when I felt a nudge. I looked up and Uncle Roger was motioning me to be quiet. I was about to ask why when I heard the creak of a board on the bridge right above my head. It wasn't a steady walk of a hiker going down the trail. It was a slow, deliberate step on something sneaking or hunting. I listened in mortal terror as the board slowly gave way to the weight of whatever was on it. One slow step at a time. As if I wasn't cold enough, my teeth began to chatter with fear. It couldn't have been very loud. Uncle Roger barely heard it, and went into silent convulsions, motioning me to stop. I bit my tongue to keep the noise down and continued to listen. Only there was nothing to listen to. Whatever was on the bridge had stopped moving. It was as if it was listening to be sure it hadn't heard anything. I strained my ears to listen for any movement. When I did, I heard sniffing. The thing was trying to catch our scent. For the first time, I noticed there was a slight breeze blowing. It was blowing in the same direction the water flowed, but I had no idea which side of the bridge the creature was on. The wind could be our savior or our doom. Another slow footstep sounded like a bomb going off as the board creaked beneath it. For the briefest of moments, it seemed like it was moving away towards the far end of the bridge. I hoped and prayed that was the case as another footstep sounded, then another. Then another. I breathed a sigh of relief as I heard it step off the edge of the bridge and onto the trail. My relief was short-lived, though, as I saw a face peek around the corner and peer under the bridge. I froze in terror as the thing had looked like a giant monstrous dog walking on its hind legs, snuck around the corner of the bridge and dipped its feet into the water. It sniffed the air and poked its snout into the shadows under the far side of the bridge. Coming up empty, it turned its focus to the side of the bridge where we were hiding. Daylight had faded to dusk. There was precious little light to see by. That was our only saving grace. The shadows were darker here, making us nearly invisible. But that was rapidly ending as the beast approached. My mind was vapor-locked. I had no clue what to do. Running would just give us away more quickly. It was looking like our only choice was to die. At that moment, I was 100% sure of what had happened to Dad. Hot tears streamed down my cheeks at the thought of my father being torn apart by this monster. As I prepared to die, I felt Uncle Roger lean over a little closer. He was right in front of me, and it was hard to see the monster. I saw his hand move towards the ground and picked up a stone the size of his fist. I knew right away what was happening. He was trying to shield me. He would offer himself as a sacrifice to protect me. My tears redoubled, making it hard to see. The monster was almost on us. It hadn't acted like it knew we were there, but at this point it didn't matter. A few more steps and all doubt would be removed. I saw it reach out with its terrible claws that nearly touched my Uncle Roger's nose. That was it. Suddenly it stopped. It lifted its head and sniffed the air. I saw the hair on its back bristle. Then in a heartbeat, it disappeared. Uncle Roger slowly stood and looked around. I tried to do the same, but my legs didn't want to cooperate. I dislodged some stones as I stood, making a little noise and causing Uncle Roger to hiss at me. We stood silently waiting for that thing to come jumping out at us from whatever hiding place it was in. After a few minutes, I began to hope that we were okay. Uncle Roger led the way back to our camp. He said we should change into some dry clothes and get a little rest. It felt so good to be warm again. I snuggled up in my sleeping bag and wrote this message, so if we don't make it, someone will know what happened. I hope my dad was as lucky as we were. I read through the entire message, then went back to reread the description of the creature. It was what I thought it was. It was amazing they were still alive. Knowing what I was tracking put me on guard and made me wonder if I was being hunted right now. If it had intentionally left things lay so it could ensnare another victim. I didn't have much hope of finding them, but I would look anyway. I started with the tracks in the camp, specifically the ones around the tents. It seemed like the boy and his uncle had gone towards the creek. The creature's tracks went that way too. It followed them to the creek where its tracks seemed to wander around as if it had lost its prey. I saw where they went into the water to throw off its scent. Smart move. I followed the meandering tracks until they came to a small bridge that forded the creek. The tracks went over the bridge, then through the creek underneath it. That didn't make sense unless they were hiding in the shadows. The creature's tracks made a sudden turn and went towards the trail, then up a hill, almost like something had spooked it. If it was what I thought, I couldn't imagine anything spooking it. I followed the creature's tracks up over the hill. Then they doubled back and followed the creek from the top of the ridge. I noticed there was a good view of the creek. It didn't make sense to be going this way until I found myself back in the camp. It had put them right back in its sights. I was confused for a while. I couldn't find a second set of tracks where they had left the second time. If the creature had slaughtered them at the campsite, there would be a lot more blood, but there wasn't. In fact, I couldn't find any proof they had come back. Then it hit me. I went back and looked at the tracks again. There were a few here and there, but they were doubled. The boy and his uncle must have come back here after the bridge, then left again the same day as before. The disturbing thing was I still hadn't seen any tracks of their father. I circled around the camp slowly, looking for anything I might have missed. Eventually, I found a set of adult tracks leaving a tent and going to the edge of the trees. They stopped facing a tree. There was a dark spot on the bark a couple feet up. This had the earmarks of a late-night bathroom break. But the confusing thing was that the tracks never returned. Like he had stopped there to relieve himself and they just disappeared. I searched all around the tree when I made a startling discovery. There were flecks of blood farther up on the bark. I circled out further from the tree and found my terrible discovery. Tracks of the creature with drops of blood beside it. My marrow turned to ice at this implication. I found my new trail hoping I wouldn't find what my mind was telling me I would. I tried to report to the station on my radio, but strangely all I got in response was static. I knew there was areas out here that didn't get good reception, but I didn't think this was one of them, right near a posted campsite just off the trail. I decided I would try again later. I adjusted my backpack and started off after my prey. As a precaution, I pulled out my sidearm and made sure it was loaded. It seemed like a silly thing to do, but when dealing with a dangerous alpha predator, it's best to make sure you're ready to shoot. My hand shook a little when I put my gun back in its holster. I knew this was dangerous. I knew it would be just as easy to go back to the station and let search and rescue take care of it. But I also knew there was a man who was in the clutches of a deadly creature and was losing blood. I didn't have time to waste. I followed the tracks as best I could through the brush and fallen trees. I would lose the trail sometimes, only to pick it up again when I found a few more drops of blood. The tracks ran along the base of the hill heading west until it came to a stop. It was right in front of a mountain. I looked all around, but the trail had disappeared. Finally, in desperation, I looked up and noticed a cave partway in the mountain. I thought about going up there, but was unsure. This could be the home of this creature, or it could be the home of a dozen other animals, none of which appreciate me storming into their living room unannounced. After another thorough look around the area, I decided it was likely where my prey had gone. Clouds had been rolling in all day, and now decided they were done playing nice. The rain began slowly enough, but was soon coming down in sheets. The cave was looking better as I covered my eyes and tried to see where I was going. It was raining so hard I couldn't see the cave anymore. I just kept moving forward in what I hoped was a straight line, over fallen trees, through brush and rapidly rising streams. I finally looked up and saw that I was at the base of the mountain. My direction was off by a little bit, but I ended up a few dozen yards to the right of it, but it was no matter. I started climbing the mountain, being extra careful of my footing, especially in this torrential pour-down. After a few slips, including one that had me nearly tumbling off the mountain, I made it to the mouth of the cave. I slipped inside and enjoyed a moment without water dumping on me. I looked down, and the water dripping off of me made a little puddle like I'd brought my own rain cloud into the cave with me. I shook off as much water as I could as quietly as possible. The rain pouring down outside made loud splashes inside the cave. It would have been difficult to hear anything else, but I still wanted to be sure. I unbuckled and sat the backpack down just beside the mouth of the cave. The rain had made it gain extra weight, and I didn't know if I would have to move fast. I opened my pack and got out a bottle of water and drank. It had been a while since I drank anything, and I chugged half of it down. I closed it and saved the other half for if I got out of here alive. With that happy thought rattling in my brain, I stowed the water bottle back in my pack and pulled out a small flashlight. I turned it on while pointing it at the floor. The bright beam illuminated the cave. It was large as caves go. I could stand up in it and not reach the ceiling. There were more boulders and stones. It wasn't a smooth floor. The walls were rough. There weren't any cave drawings in here. I walked slowly. Each step felt like I was closer to my doom. I pulled out my gun and held it tightly. The sense of foreboding thick in the air. Two thoughts impressed themselves on me. Firing a gun in here would probably deafen me, and the stench was horrific. It smelled like an open sewer in the middle of August. As I crept deeper into the cave, the sound of the rain diminished, replaced by an eerie silence. I could hear the step of my feet, my breathing, and my heart pounding. As I was seriously considering turning around and leaving, when I saw something ahead of me move. It was big, at least as big as me. I dove against the wall for some cover, forgetting that I was holding a bright light in my hand, so it didn't matter if I tried to hide as long as the light was on. I pointed it at the floor, but I didn't turn it off. I heard a shuffling sound getting closer. I was tempted to turn off the light, but giving the edge to the creature was not a good idea. It already had the home field advantage. I heard it sniffing, but I couldn't see it yet. I decided to find out more by bringing my light up and shining it deeper into the cave. I got the shock of my life when my light landed on the creature, and it was only a few steps away. It was big, at least 6 feet tall, and looked like a dog, with a long snout, only its body seemed elongated. It stood on its hind legs and had hands attached to muscular arms. Overall, it looked like a nightmare. It recoiled from the light and let out a growl. It was all I could do to keep from soiling myself. Without thinking, I pointed my gun and fired. The sound was deafening. My ears instantly started ringing. The creature roared at me and then turned and ran deeper into the cave. It had roared a mere few feet from me, yet I barely heard it. I stumbled and I had to take a minute to steady myself. Then I started following it deeper into the cave. To this day, I really don't know why, other than needing to know if this hiker was alive. I looked at the ground to see if there was any blood, but there wasn't. I must have just startled it with a shot. That wasn't great news. I'd hoped if I would have hit it, it would be wounded. Just scared meant it would be ready to fight when I saw it again. After all, I'm sure to the creature I was the invader and it was defending its home. I continued farther into the cave, shining my light and watching for any sudden movement. I had no idea where it was or if it was setting a trap for me. I felt a whiff of air and jumped back a split second before the claws sliced the air where my face would have been. I rolled and came up shooting, holding my light beside the gun to illuminate my target. I fired over and over, pointing and shooting without having time to aim. I watched as it ducked every shot and ran with inhuman speed. Just before it disappeared from sight, I saw it skip a step as I fired my last shot. My hopes soared that I hit it at least once. I ejected the magazine and put a fresh one in, reminding myself that I only had one more, and chastising myself for not being more careful with my limited ammo. I justified it by telling myself there's no use dying with a full magazine. I followed once again, nearly jumping for joy when I came to the spot where it had disappeared, and saw a spot of fresh blood on the ground. I was hoping for more, but as I went, the drops were every few feet. Even though it didn't seem like much, at the speed it was running, I was sure it had sprung a major leak. I followed the trail deeper into the cave. There was a chill in the air that made me shudder. My mind told me it felt like a tomb, my tomb. I shook off those thoughts and continued until the blood stopped. I shone my light on the small puddle in the ground beyond where there was no blood. My mind screamed at me that it was a trap. I shone my light all around, even on the ceiling, but I couldn't see it. I started backing out the same way I had come in, my eyes darting all around in search of my prey. It hit like a bulldozer going 60 miles an hour. It had come out of nowhere and rammed me in the back. I sprawled out onto the floor, rolling to a stop. My flashlight laid a few feet away, and I had no idea where the gun was. The wind was knocked out of me. I tried to breathe, but couldn't. I just laid there gasping for air. It slowly circled around me, growling and bristling. I knew it was going for the kill. I screamed at my brain to move, but my body refused to cooperate. I tried to focus on my breathing and regain mobility as it circled closer. I could see its breath chugging out its mouth like a steam engine. I knew it was time. My arms were the first to recover. I slowly moved it towards the flashlight. It stopped circling just as I got a grip on the light. I saw the creature hunching to lunge at me. I clicked the light to strobe and aimed it at the creature's face. It screamed and clawed at the air as if it could fight off the light. I rose to my knees, keeping the light on. When it turned away, I shone it around, desperately searching for my gun. I found it a few yards away and tried to run for it, but my body hadn't fully recovered and I fell flat on my face. My life in the balance, I didn't bother with the pain of my freshly broken nose. I crawled towards the gun with every ounce of energy in me. It seemed like an eternity until I put my hand on the grip and brought it to bear on the creature. It had recovered and was running at me full speed. I shone the strobe at it again and it veered away from the light. I stood and aimed at it, squeezing the trigger. I saw the satisfying impact of the bullet in its side, and squeezed the trigger again, and making another hole on the far side of its chest. I squeezed over and over, hitting it each time and watching it reel from the impact. But it stayed on its feet. It growled and charged as my slide locked back, showing an empty chamber. I shone the strobe in its eyes once more, but this time it just ran off to the other side of the room. I used the distraction to eject my magazine and load in the last full one. I released the slide and started firing immediately, hitting it in the hind quarter and leg, but not stopping it. I stopped shooting and forced myself to concentrate. I aimed carefully as it ran towards me, and at the right moment, I squeezed the trigger. It went down hard, squealing like a stuck pig. It thrashed and clawed at its face, tumbling over itself. Blood flew everywhere from its many gunshot wounds, but it still continued flailing about and squealing in pain. After a few minutes of this, it finally settled down and was still enough for me to see my handiwork. I had shot it in the eye. There was nothing left but a bloody hole. I didn't dare approach it. I stood at a respectful distance and watched, my gun ready if it tried to make a move. Its squeals became moans, finally turning into a heavy sigh, and then it was still. I shone the light at it, feeling cautiously optimistic that this thing was no longer a threat. And then I remembered what I was doing here in the first place. I tried to get my bearings and proceeded further into the cave. My main thought was not only finding the hiker alive, but also hoping and praying that there wasn't another one of those creatures here. I didn't have another fight like that in me. The path curved downwards until it came to a large open area. I shone the light around looking for anything. Off in the corner, there was a flash of red as I panned through. I approached it cautiously and found it was a jacket. Inside the jacket was a piece of meat that used to be a human being. His throat had been ripped out and his legs were gone. All that was left of him was some bones. The thing must have been working its way up, saving the arms and torso for later. The man's face was a frozen scream. I can't even imagine the horror of being dragged away from your loved ones, only to be murdered and eaten in some cold, dark cave. I wasn't even sure if he was dead when the thing ripped his legs off. I had to stop focusing on such things and decide what to do. If I left the remains here, there was no doubt that some other animal would come by and finish off what the creature had started. I needed to try to get him to his family for closure and a proper burial. I bent down, trying to figure out how to carry him. A fireman's way was out. There was no legs for counterbalance. In the end, I picked him up by his arms and flung him over my shoulder, holding on to them and turning his body into some macabre backpack. I started back out of the cave, hoping I'd be able to carry him all the way back to the campsite and finally back to my truck. As I trudged back through the cave, I came to the section where our fight had taken place. Shell casings and blood were strewn about the ground. I wondered to myself how I had avoided getting hit by a stray ricochet when I looked over to where the creature lay. Only, it wasn't there. I shone my light all around, frantically whipping around, but it was gone. I found the spot where it had laid still, and I thought it had died. There was a huge pool of blood there, but no body. I pulled my gun out of my holster, ejected the magazine, and checked to see how many rounds I had left. There were only 2. I hoped that wherever that thing was, it was no longer in the mood for hunting or revenge. In the end, I decided there was nothing I could do. If that thing attacked me, I was defenseless, carrying literally dead weight on my back. I holstered the gun and hitched up my human backpack, then shone the light towards the mouth of the cave and kept walking. My hearing was starting to return to normal, although I was sure I would have some permanent hearing loss. I could hear the shuffling of my feet as I staggered towards the cave's opening. When I got there, I found a world transformed. Daylight was just starting to peek its way around the corner. However, the rain had created a massive fog bank. I couldn't see anything down in the valley I had come from. It was a sea of fog. Only the peaks of the mountains escaped its suffocating blanket. I looked over and saw my backpack patiently waiting for my return. I laid my burden down and got the water bottle out, glad I had saved the last drink for now. As I sat on the edge of the cave precipice, I looked down and wondered how I was going to get the body down there without falling to my own death. For an instant, it was tempting to throw it down and find it at the bottom once I had climbed down.
but I thought this fellow had been through enough and didn't need the indignity of becoming a human frisbee. I dug through my backpack and found some bungee cords. I bungeed him to my back and carefully started my descent, leaving my faithful backpack to watch me desert it. I wish I could take it with me, but there was no way I could carry both. As I climbed down, there was a few times I lost footing and nearly took the short and deadly route down. Fortunately, I made it to the bottom in one piece. Instead of celebrating, though, I discovered a new problem. The fog was so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face. I had no idea how I was going to find my way out of here. I decided to go straight away from the mountain and hope the fog cleared as I went. The rain had turned the forest into a marshland. The ground was soft and the streams had overgrown their banks. I found myself wading through knee-deep water on more than one occasion. As I trudged along, hoping I had enough energy to get back without collapsing from exhaustion, two thoughts chased each other around my mind. Where was the other hikers, and where was the creature? I hadn't seen any other remains in the cave. If it had killed them, it hadn't had the time to take them back to the cave yet. Perhaps my pursuit had forced it to retreat to its cave before it could properly retrieve its other bounty. I had to keep my ears open for any sounds of it following me. The most disconcerting thing was the lack of forced noises. The animals and birds were strangely silent. Usually that meant a predator was nearby. In this ungodly fog, perhaps they were just sleeping, waiting for it to clear. That sounded good. It gave me the false illusion that I wasn't in mortal danger from a wounded alpha predator bent on revenge. But I couldn't focus on that, or worry would drain my resolve to get us both out of here. I took a breath from trudging and tried to get my bearings. I checked my watch and I had been walking for over an hour. It was late morning and the sun should have been high in the sky, but the oppressive fog continued to smother it. I looked around, but there was nothing to see except the dingy gray curtain of hopelessness. I was about to collapse and give up when I heard it. The faint sound of hope. I could hear the creek running. As hope rose, it was suddenly dashed. I heard the sound of a footstep behind me. I whipped around so fast that my macabre backpack nearly made me lose my balance. I couldn't see anything through the fog, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. With a renewed surge of determination, along with a strong desire to elude whatever was pursuing me, I set out towards the sound of the creek. It was still low going, but I found fearing for my life was a great motivator. I had no doubt whatsoever that the footsteps behind me were those of the creature bent on revenge. After what seemed like an eternity, I gazed at the most awesome sight I had seen all day. Wolf Creek in all its 6-foot wide overflowing bank's glory. I followed it until I came across Lakeshore Trail, and the journey became much easier. The fog was even beginning to lift, which was a blessing but also a curse. I could finally see far enough behind me to confirm that the creature was indeed following me. I'd wondered the entire time why it hadn't overtaken me, but now that I caught sight of it, I understood. It was grotesque. It looked like it came straight from hell. Its one eye socket was leaking gore, and the many bullet wounds covered it in blood. There were places where I could see internal organs trying to escape the body, and its right leg had a bullet wound. It limped severely. As I watched it, I wondered how it made it this far. But then I looked into its remaining eye and saw intense rage burning. I knew I would die a horribly grotesque death if I slowed enough for it to catch up. We continued this slow OJ pursuit of death until I reached the banks where Wolf Creek opened up into the lake. My energy was nearly gone. At one point, I considered dropping my human backpack in hopes that it would feed on it instead of me. But then I would have failed. I came here to find this hiker and bring him back. The thought of it lit a fire deep within me. I came to the edge of the lake, with the creature a mere few yards behind me. I glanced around, hoping to see a boat I could flag down, but no such luck. With no other choice, I waded into the water. It was cold, but instead of refreshing me, it chilled me and sapped my little remaining strength. The creature entered the water behind me and seemed to be gaining. It got deeper to the point where I was no longer able to walk and had to start swimming. The far side of the lake looked like it was miles away, even though I knew it was much less than that. I swam for all I was worth, knowing at any moment I could be pulled under by the creature. My passenger strap on my back wasn't helping either. The literal definition of dead weight every minute I had to fight off the urge to dump him. When I reached the other side, I was exhausted. I laid there on the shore, waiting for the creature to disembowel me, but unable to move to defend myself in any way. With great effort, I turned to look back and see when my doom would come. To my surprise, I saw it staring at me from the far beach. I guess it couldn't swim. I chuckled to myself as I laid there gathering strength for the continued journey back to the truck. Eventually, I got there. As I opened the door, for a fleeting moment I considered putting the hiker in the passenger's seat. But then I looked at the wet, gore-soaked torso and reconsidered, gently laying him in the bed of the truck. The drive back was long, and I continually had to shake myself to stay awake. But eventually, I made it to the cabin. I stumbled up the door and knocked once. "Oh my God," the woman said when she saw me. "Are you all right?" I hung my head. "No, but I will be after around 3 days of sleep. Unfortunately, I have bad news for you. I found your husband, but not your son or your brother-in-law." A man and a boy came out of the cabin and stared at me. I instantly knew who they were and grabbed them both in a huge hug. "I'm so glad you made it out," I said, fighting back tears. Thanks," the man said, pulling out of my hug. "Who are you again?" "He's the ranger that came to look for all three of you," she said. "I don't understand. Your tracks were confusing," I said. "I followed them down to the bridge, but then they went back up to the campsite." "We got some rest," the boy said. "Then Uncle Roger came and said we were going. We left everything and slipped away on the boat, rowed our way across the river and left." I smiled. "I'm very happy you did." He looked at me with expectant eyes. "You said you found my dad?" My face fell. "I did, but it was too late." "So he's..." I nodded somberly. "Where is he?" "He's in my truck, but you don't want to see that." Before I could say another word, he ran to the truck and looked in the passenger seat. A look of confusion fell over his eyes as he saw no one there. And then he slowly looked towards the bed of the truck. He stepped back and looked over the side into the bed. He instantly dissolved into tears and slid down the side of the truck sobbing. "I'm so sorry," I said to the woman and man. She grabbed me and gave me a hug. "Don't be," she said. "Without you, we wouldn't have known for weeks, months, maybe even years what had happened. We would be going on with false hope. You've given us a chance for closure and to properly grieve." She released me and I wiped my eyes. I looked at the man and walked down to the truck. He followed, and we gently removed the body and laid him on the couch, then covered him with a blanket. The boy followed us back to the cabin, but wouldn't look at me or anyone else. He sat in a chair and stared at the blanket covering his father's body. I knew I had done all I could, so I excused myself and started towards the door. I paused and said to the boy, "I promise, I'll make sure that thing never hurts anyone again." He looked up at me, eyes full of tears, and said, "How will that help my dad?" His mother opened her mouth, but I held a hand up to silence her. I knew the boy was just hurting. I left without another word. On the drive back, I called the station and told them everything that had happened, and then told them I was going home and calling off for the following day. After getting home and stumbling into a shower and collapsing in bed, there was only one thought on my mind. I would return to Wolf Creek very soon with more and bigger guns. I would end that monster if it was the last thing I did. But that is another story.
Back in 2012, I was a senior in high school. One time, I babysat the infant son of a couple who were close family friends. I put the baby down to bed early, probably around 8 o'clock or so. He slept upstairs while I chilled downstairs in the living room watching some TV with the baby monitor nearby. The parents said that they would be back around midnight. At around 11 o'clock, I hear the baby screaming through the baby monitor. And I don't mean crying, I mean screaming. I worked at a daycare all through high school, and even to this day, I have never heard a baby scream like this. He didn't sound like he was upset, or crying for food, or a diaper change. The scream made the hairs on my arm and the back of my neck stand up, as if my instincts could pick up on some kind of primal terror infected within. I ran upstairs, opened the door of the baby's room, and turned on the lights. He was there, standing in the crib, holding himself up on the rail with one hand. His other hand was pointing at the closet. Still screaming, I picked him up and calmed him down a little bit as I patted him on the back. I brought him downstairs with me. His parents were going to be home within an hour. I didn't have courage to check the closet at the time. I'm not ashamed to say it freaked me out, as it was just me and the baby in the house. The parents arrived home around midnight, as they said. Confusion and frustration as to why the baby was still awake with me downstairs. When they questioned me about this, I told them what happened. I thought I would sound like an idiot. I was kind of worried about how I would explain it leading up to their arrival. However, when I said what happened, the mother's expression dropped. She shook her head and welled up, obvious distraught, and took her son upstairs without a word. Weird, because remember, these are family friends. We were usually on good terms. The father apologized on her behalf and for what I had experienced. Then he shared that his wife has been seeing a ghost of a Civil War soldier standing at the foot of their bed. He had never seen it, but he knew her fear was real and that they didn't know how to explain it. I never experienced anything paranormal myself that night. However, I have never seen anyone react with such fear and distress for seemingly no reason ever since. The way the baby screamed, the way the mother's demeanor immediately changed when I said what happened, is what still gives me the creeps. So I was about 11 years old. I'm 24 now, and it was my best friend's birthday. Me and many of my friends were supposed to meet at his house, have a little cake, and then go to the movies and watch Spider-Man. So yeah, I was really excited. So the day comes, and I really wanted to arrive early. So I asked my mom to drive me there at 2 p.m. instead of 3 p.m. And it was usually just a 10-minute drive. We arrived and rang the doorbell, and the housemaid answers. "Hi, I'm here for Jamie's birthday." She looked confused. We're going to the movies later?" "I'm sorry. They left like 2 hours ago. It's 5 p.m. "Oh, okay. Sorry, bye." I walked back to my car, where my mom was still waiting, and told her everything. We checked the time, and in fact, 3 hours had passed since we left the house. We thought it had been our fault. Maybe the clock's wrong or something. That was until we got home and my dad was waiting for us, all worried, as we were missing for 4 hours and calls were not reaching my mom's cell phone. Sometimes I talk about this with my mom, and it still freaks us out. Has this happened to any of you guys? I'm in real estate. Also, for privacy, I've changed the names of the clients. One of the few haunting things I've experienced. Anyway, my clients, Jim and Pam, have been looking for a home to buy for a while. We'd seen a few houses that were in the price range, but it didn't have the features they wanted. So when a home matching their requirements and price point popped up in the market, we were all more than motivated to give it a look and hopefully make an offer. We scheduled a showing for 7 p.m. that evening. I didn't have much going on that day, so I got there around 6:45. And since I still had 15 minutes before the buyers would get there, I decided to look through the house, also turn on the lights, as it was very dark, and turning on the lights for a showing is always a good idea. When I walk into the house, right away, I notice it's fairly nice for the price it's at. Seems to be underpriced by at least $10,000, if not more. And this gets me excited. I know the buyers are going to want to make an offer, so I just have to make sure there's nothing super awful. As I make my way through the rooms, turning on lights, I come upon an intercom in the hallway next to the kitchen. I press it and talk through it and hear that the other receiver is directly below me in the basement. Very cool, as I've only seen intercoms in movies. Then I walk through the door frame into the kitchen. The counters and cupboards look nice, but cheap. And I notice the refrigerator is open. Must have been bad suction, or someone left it open, I think to myself, and I go over and shut it. I give it a little tug, but it seems sealed pretty well, so I figure someone from previous showing left it open. Even though the refrigerator had nothing in it, it's still rude of the last agent to not do a once over and shut it. As I mull this over, the intercom buzzes and static comes through. I slowly walk into the hallway as it continues, and am a few steps away, and it cuts out. Must have an electric shortage or something downstairs. I hadn't gone downstairs yet, so I figure I might as well turn on the lights and check out what was going on with the intercom. The basement doesn't have a switch, just one of those pull string attached to the light in the middle of the room. The light from the outside is just enough so I could see where I'm going, but not much more. Before I could pull the string, I hear the intercom buzz back on, but this time it's static through the basement receiver. So the interference is coming from upstairs now. Not really sure what's going on at this point. I turn on the light and run upstairs. Again, the intercom stops as soon as I get close. But something in the kitchen catches my eye. I walk into the kitchen and find that every cupboard, drawer, and the refrigerator is wide open. My heart sinks and the hairs on my neck stand. At this point the scare was over, and the clients called to let me know they just arrived. I hurriedly slammed everything shut and tried to act normal for a bit. When I opened the door, Jim asked if I was feeling alright. I assume I was slightly pale. We quickly walked through the house. Nothing opened this time. And afterwards, I asked how they felt about the house. They both agreed that something felt off and dark about the house. I told them I sensed that too, but didn't go into detail. Needless to say, we didn't write an offer, and I've never gone back. Definitely creeped me out, and is definitely haunted. This just happened about 2 hours ago, and I'm still shaking. I live on the coast of South Carolina, and my backyard is directly on the marsh. I woke up and went downstairs to the bathroom. I kept having a weird nagging feeling like I was forgetting something, or something was off. So I went to find my mother. She's a night owl, and usually stays up super late doing gardening stuff, and she likes to feed the raccoons. I went into the backyard and saw her about 100 yards from the back door facing the marsh. I called out to her, but she didn't hear me, so I started to walk out to her. Once I started getting closer, she turned to face me with a complete blank expression. So I asked her what was wrong. I was about 12 feet away from her, and she turned back towards the marsh. Then the back door opened, and I turned to see my mom standing on the deck, and she called out asking what I was doing. I've never ran so fast in my life, but I looked back at the marsh, and I could see that thing disappearing. It looked like my mom. I yelled at my mom to go inside, and something was out here. I told her what I saw, and I've been crying and shaking ever since. We wake up my husband and my dad, and they think I must have still been in a sleep state and I dreamed it or something. I can't stop shaking. What the fuck just happened? Am I crazy? Did something lure me outside to the marsh? I must be losing my damn mind, but I know what I saw. The last week of July last year, I went to Ocean City, Maryland, with my boyfriend at the time. The first few nights were great, and I got to see my longtime friend who lives there, and he was tagging along the night this happened. My boyfriend and friend decided they wanted to go get crab fries. I wasn't really interested in eating that, so I decided to sit on a bench and wait for them. I saw a family go by, and I saw the daughter walking behind them. She looked really mad and was texting quickly as if she was in a really heated argument. She had short bleached white hair and really sick tattoos. That's what made her stick out to me. Her tattoos. They were awesome. So anyway, my boyfriend and friend come back over, and we walked behind the family for a while. We ended up getting distracted by the boardwalk performers, and I lost sight of them, but I didn't think anything of it. Around 2 a.m., we were some of the only people on the boardwalk, besides a small group of drunk teenagers smoking cigarettes and yelling. And I saw her again, running towards the beach crying. I wanted to ask her if she was okay, but my boyfriend advised me just to stay out of it and keep going. We went to the hotel and fell asleep. About 6 in the morning, I got up and rolled a joint and quietly left the room. The hotel where we stayed at had a nice sitting area out front looking over the ocean. I admired the view for a few minutes when I noticed her again. She was walking down the boardwalk, looking confused and scared. She was still crying. I got a weird gut feeling to follow her, so I tucked my joint into my clutch and followed a little bit behind her. She looked nervous and was looking over her left and right as if she was lost. I followed her all the way to the 2nd Street beach ramp. She suddenly busted out in a full sprint, crying hysterically. I don't know why, but I shouted, "Hey, wait, do you need help?" I ran to the beach and just stood in shock. Nobody was there, but I could hear soft sobbing nearby to the right of me. I walked down the beach a little ways before I saw it. Where the sobbing sounds had led me, there was an arm sticking out from under the sand. It was her arm. It was her tattoos. I'll never forget them. The sobbing stopped, and suddenly, the ambient noises of the beach became louder again. I didn't notice that at the time, but the whole time I was following her, and then following the crying, everything else was completely silent. When I realized what I'm looking at, I screamed for someone to call 911. A middle-aged couple came jogging up to me. The wife screamed and the husband dialed 911 right away. The police arrived a little later. When they took my statement, I didn't know what to tell them. I said I'd been walking down the beach and I just found her. It took them hours to dig her out. When they finally started pulling her out, they asked all the civilians and witnesses to be led away. As we were walking with the police to a nearby spot to answer more questions, I saw her standing behind them, looking down at her own body. She looked up at me and nodded, and then she was gone. All said that she sat in a hole and it collapsed around her, but then it was later discovered that the big sand cleaners may have pushed the sand into the hole by mistake. But here's where it gets scary. She had been missing since 2 a.m. She died between 2 to 3 a.m., and yet I still followed her the entire time, and I swear she looked real. I still have dreams about her. Firstly, 2 things you should know about me. One is that I've always believed that there could be something out there, but no matter how many haunted houses or places that my friends who have experienced the paranormal and said were definitely haunted, I've never experienced anything paranormal. There were teeny incidents here and there, but I have never experienced anything that made me sure that something paranormal was happening. 2 is that my dad collects antique stuff. Some are 100 years old, and he recently bought a particularly old clock, which may be connected. It started 4 days ago, when said clock entered our household. I was half asleep until I heard my sister's voice, which she was currently in another country, and I thought I was dreaming. I got up to get water, laid down, and felt like something resembling a breath against my ear, and my sister's voice, "Wake up." I get up, call my boyfriend, then blame it on my meds and go back to sleep. Never mentioned this to anyone again. The second encounter, I was taking a nap. I was woken up by the door opening and my father's voice telling me to get downstairs. I did. Him and my mom were both watching Game of Thrones and were pretty weirded out, told me I dreamt it. The third encounter happened to my mom. She asked me if I was whispering in her ear last night, or was that a dream? She said it was strange because it felt like someone was breathing on her neck. I told her I had a similar encounter, but she thinks I'm joking. She doesn't believe in the supernatural. The fourth encounter. So today, I'm watching TV, and one of my posters falls off. So jokingly I say, "Hey, if you're here, just know that I mean no harm to you, but can you give me a sign?" And my wax beads fell from the box. And I'm trying to tell myself that's just a coincidence, but I can't. Not anymore. I'm scared now. Please tell me what to do.
I used to explore foreclosed and abandoned houses when I was in high school. I ran into something angry in one house. So this story takes place around the time of the housing crisis back in 2008 or so. I was in high school at the time. A buddy, I'll call Eric, and myself would do some urban exploring by sneaking into empty, abandoned, and foreclosed homes. Of course, we'd do these explorations in the dead of night to avoid any trouble with the law. I can't give away the location because people now live there, and I have no scientific rational explanation for what happened, but I know what I saw and I know what I heard. I'd like to share it with you all. So we set out around 12 a.m., and about an hour or so in, we find a house that I often saw on my walks to school. As we walk up to the house, we scanned for anyone, and then we made our way down the large driveway that leads into the backyard of the house. The first thing I noticed is how tall the grass was, like it hadn't been mowed in quite some time. Months, I'd say. Then I noticed a smaller house farther near the back of the property. We told ourselves we'd check that house out once we've explored the bigger one. We enter the bigger house from the door that leads into the garage, and from the garage we stepped into the kitchen. Believe it or not, the doors were unlocked. When we enter the kitchen, we see the house was almost pitch black. We can only see a few feet ahead thanks to the streetlights, so I used my only light source at the time, a cheap flip phone with the screen brightness on max. We start our exploration down the hallway and check out each room, 5 in total counting the 2 living rooms. Eric is close behind me as we make our way through each room and eventually back to the kitchen. Once in the kitchen, we chat about how nice the house is and its size given the area it's in, much bigger than the surrounding houses. As we're talking, I notice a metal decoration hanging above the kitchen doorway. It almost looked like some sort of decorative shield. I pull it from its spot and inspect it closely. Once done, I can't figure out how to put it back, so I set it between my feet on the tile floor. I take a look at my friend and take a step into the kitchen. Then we both hear what sounds like something sliding along the floor, and then a bang at the end of the hall. Eric and I both freeze and stare at one another through the streetlight shining through the kitchen window. Eric whispers to me, "Is there someone here with us? Did someone follow us in?" I honestly didn't know, but after a minute or two, we decide to walk down the hall and see what the noise was. As the light on my phone creeps the end of the wall, we see the shield I had just pulled down. We were both relieved, and I thought, well, maybe I kicked it when I stepped and didn't notice. I picked it up, and this time I figure out how it needs to be attached to its original position. Once again, I look at Eric and take a step towards him, and hear a few clangs on the floor, and that familiar sliding sound, and the bang against the wall. Now we're really scared and frozen, not moving for what seemed like forever. Then an even louder bang is heard at the other end of the house, and we both jump and stare into the dark hallway. Then again, bang, and then quiet. Then 3 rapid bangs. Someone was thrashing around in the very last room in the house, and we didn't know what the fuck to do. Determined not to let this person scare us, we run towards the last room to confront this asshole. When we get there, nothing. No one. The room was empty. But how? Who? We were sure it was coming from this room. There's no way whoever it was slipped by us. The room had a sliding glass door leading into the backyard, but it was locked from the inside. Then before we can gather our thoughts and ask each other what was happening, bang, 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 this time from the kitchen. Scared out of my fucking mind, we both agree it's time to leave. We make our way through the back door in the room and finally to the street, all while checking over our shoulders to ensure no one was going to come running out of the house after us. No one came, and the neighborhood was quiet. Eric and I start walking home, talking about the house when Eric notices his pocket knife is missing. He then turns his pockets inside out to show me he isn't joking. We stop and he keeps telling me we have to go back since it's his favorite one. Frustrated, I asked him, "How did you lose your favorite knife?" He assures me he never removed it from his pocket and has no idea how it could have been removed. I agree to go with him and find it. We make it halfway up the street, then Eric tells me his back feels like it's on fire. I can see it's really bothering him because of the expression of pain on his face. He asked me to lift his shirt and look at what could be causing the burning. I lift his shirt and quickly notice 3 very large scratches, starting from his right shoulder blade, going all the way down to his left hip, then from his left hip across to his right hip. I tell him this, and he immediately says the house is haunted, but he still wants to get the knife. I'm scared, but I'm not going to let him do it alone. So we make our way back into the house and immediately hear that banging noise. But we made a pact with each other that we wouldn't run no matter what happened. We begin our search for the knife, looking high and low, all while hearing banging, and now things are being thrown across the room. Of course, I'm fucking scared shitless. I want to leave, but we haven't found the knife yet. We do one pass through the entire house and end up in the kitchen. In the kitchen, there's an entrance to the second living room that you can see from the backyard. In that room, there's one piece of furniture, a hutch. Now, we had already checked this room since it's near our point of entrance and found nothing. But we decide one more pass through the room wouldn't hurt. I make my way into the dark room and let my light lead me to the hutch. And there it is. On the hutch, we found the knife. But for fucking sure, we check this room and the hutch. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He grabbed the knife and we hightailed it out through the garage and back onto the street. This is far from the end of the story, but to summarize, this house is fucked up. The rest of the story includes shadow figures leaping from the bushes, dozens of light bulbs shattering at once, and a knife jammed deep into the front door of the home. Thanks for reading. Update number 1. I decided to add more to the post. We made our way back to our homes, but the entire week we would do nothing but talk about the house and what was going on there. We brushed it off and didn't believe it. There had to be some explanation. So we go back. But we bring 3 friends with us because they wanted to see the haunted house Eric and I wouldn't shut up about. While walking through the backyard, I can't explain it, but for some reason I wanted to get a closer look at the back house. I start making my way towards the house, but I start to feel scared. A sense of dread came out of nowhere. I turn away from the house and start my way back to the group, but at the corner of my eye, I saw something leap from the bushes. Some dark figure leaped into the tall grass, but when I gave it my full attention, it was gone. I stared at the bushes for a moment, a little confused, but I brushed it off. I did mention it to the group when I caught up with them, but it was quickly dismissed. We enter through the garage door. This time we noticed a white bookshelf full of light bulbs in the garage. The bookshelf was probably about 5 feet high and 3 feet wide, and completely filled with packaged light bulbs. We study it for a moment and make our way into the kitchen, with Eric leading and me in the back. I enter last and shut the kitchen garage door behind me. As soon as I release the doorknob, we hear what sounded like someone in the garage breaking all the light bulbs on the bookshelf. Stunned, I remember my heart beating a mile a minute, waiting for whatever the fuck it was to start trying to fight its way into the kitchen. But nothing came, and Eric finally said, "Fuck, I guess we're not going back now." We make our way into the very last room in the house. The same room Eric and I had exited through the last time we were there. Whatever it was did not disappoint. Random objects were being thrown against the wall in front of us. We could hear loud banging all through the dark house, like there were people fighting in the damn house. One of my friends decides he's had enough and opens the glass door to the backyard, and 4 of us start making our way through. I turn around to wait for Eric. He wasn't moving. Caught in a daze, standing in front of an unhinged door that was propped against the wall for support. Eric was staring down the hallway, as if waiting for something. I had to call his name 3 times before he realized we were leaving. He stepped forward, and before my eyes, it looked as though someone tried to throw the unhinged door on top of him. Eric jumped out of the way and started towards me, scared out of his wits. The other 3 are already almost to the street, so we both just keep the pace and catch up with them. As soon as we reached the street, one of our friends kept telling us how fucked up that house was. You can see the look of terror on his face as he expressed his feelings about the place. He then mentions a burning feeling going up his calf. Sure enough, he's got those fucking scratches starting from his ankle and stopping midway through his calf. Just before we split up to go home, the 3 of them swear off that place. And that was the last time those 3 friends spoke to us. So there's more to come. Unfortunately, I'm on a time constraint, but we'll definitely be telling more of what happened. Again, thanks for reading. Final update. We ended up going to the house a few times after that, but nothing absolutely memorable happened. We heard the knocks and the bangs and whatnot. It wasn't until we took Eric's older brother, I'll call him Derek for clarity and privacy, that it got crazy. By this time, we'd visited the house a few times and became numb to the banging and throwing. We found it more amusing than anything. Like, check this place out, it's haunted. This time, it got more aggressive. After touring the house and seeing Derek freak out, we decided to have a chat in the kitchen. I was standing in front of the window. Eric was to my right, leaning against the wall, and Derek was standing across from me in the front of the doorway that leads into the second living room I mentioned earlier. We talk about how scary the house is and all that. Derek turned around to check out the living room behind him. I mentioned to him that that's the hutch we found Eric's knife on after running around the whole house searching for it. As he turns to face me, Derek fell into the room almost like being pushed or dragged from behind. I remember looking at his face and seeing a look of terror as he tried to grab on for dear life to the doorway. But the push or pull was too strong, and he fell on his ass into the room, but immediately jumped up and ran over to me. He grabbed me by his shirt and started screaming at me, "Yo, what the fuck is your problem? Why'd you push me?" I kept telling him I didn't push him, and Eric jumped between us and confirmed what I was saying. "He didn't push you, you fell in." Derek explains that someone, or something, pushed him in. After that, he obviously wanted to leave, so we all agreed. But before we leave, Eric and I both told Derek to check his pockets to see if anything was missing. Of course, his pocket knife is missing. But it's okay, right? We found the last one, we'll find this one, right? We searched the whole house and found nothing, as expected. Now it's time to check the hutch. First pass, nothing. Second pass, nothing. Third, nothing. And now this knife is really fucking gone. Derek wants one more pass through the house. We agree. We make it to the far room with no luck. We started making our way back to the kitchen with me leading. As I'm coming up to the kitchen, my cell phone light starts to reflect off something shining in the front of the door that leads into the front yard. It was the fucking knife jammed deep into the door. There's no fucking way that the knife could have been jammed into the door without any of us hearing it. Derek takes his knife and we fucking leave. I never went back after that. Out of all the bullshit that went down in that house, that was the not welcome sign I took seriously. And that's it. That's everything I can remember. Eric moved not long after that, and I moved away at the end of 2009. I haven't seen the house since, except when I tell the story to my friends, I'll pull up the house on Google Images. I visit Eric from time to time, and we always talk about what happened there. Thank you for being open and understanding.
I don't even know where to start. I guess I'll just write it all in chronological order from when I heard other people's stories and then experienced what it was for myself. To preface this, I should mention that it all took place back home on my reservation. I'm Algonquin First Nation from Canada. Another thing I should mention is that on the res, traditional beliefs and legends of the paranormal are still a big part of our community. The attitude of most people towards the paranormal is one of assurance. To us, the paranormal is a regular part of life. We believe in a spirit world, and we believe that sometimes these beings can cross over into our world and maybe even live among us. When I tell paranormal stories to my non-native friends, they're always in such disbelief that things like this have actually happened, and how casually I talk about it. But it's only because it's been so normalized for me. Where they have absolutely no paranormal experiences, I have a bunch, and most everyone I know on the res has even more than I do. I don't really care to explain it. Maybe we're all crazy from drinking our toxic tap water. I don't know. Anyway, here's the story. This all happened in the fall of 2011 when I was 16 years old. I was living in a nearby city with my mom so that I could get a better education than the one I could get back home. But we go back every single weekend to see my dad and little brother. One Friday, during the drive back home, I got a text from a friend of mine. She told me about a party that was happening that night and asked me when I'd be home so they could come pick me up. I gave her a time and that was that. We get home and as soon as we stepped inside the house, we see my dad and my cousin sitting at the table drinking some beers. They're both cops on the res, so usually beers with his partner on a Friday evening means they've had a particularly tough week at work. Typically, the toughest cases to deal with are the child abuse and molestation ones. So a part of me felt sad immediately that something bad had happened. They both look tired and drained, but they are happy to see us. We say our greetings, catch up a little. My dad asks me if I have any plans. I tell him about the party and where it'll be, and he and our cousin share a weird look. "Why are you guys making that face? Did something happen?" I asked. "I don't know. Should we tell her?" my cousin said, looking at my dad. He laughed, and they decided that I should probably know what's been going on, since I'd be going to a cottage pretty deep in the woods later that evening. They start with the first strange call they got on a Monday night. An older woman called, saying that people were outside of her house knocking on all of her windows. She said she couldn't see anybody, but there must have been at least 3 people, judging by all the different locations of the knocking. They arrive at the woman's house, inspected all around the house, even checked the woods, but nothing came up. They tell her that it's probably just some teenagers playing tricks on her, and that there isn't much else they can do, besides patrol around the area in case they come back. On Wednesday night, the same woman called again with the same problem. It had rained that day, and there was mud all around this woman's home, so they figure that at the very least they'd find footprints. But they couldn't find a thing. This is when they started feeling like something was off, because one of the windows where the woman was adamant about there being knocking was completely impossible to get to without stepping through this huge mud puddle. This is when they started to think that the woman was lying, but they just told her the same thing they told her a few nights prior. By Thursday night, everyone on the res had been talking about these strange experiences. It turns out, this woman wasn't the only one experiencing the knocking. She was just the only one to call the police. I mean, all of this was taking place on a res, so it wasn't long before people were linking it to supernatural causes. My dad was still sure it was just a group of teens pranking people, but then they got another call from the same woman for the same reason. They rushed over and were met with the same situation, except this time, the neighbor walked over, looking pale as a ghost. He says, "Is this about the knocking?" They notice he's a little shaky. "Yeah, did you see something?" they asked him. The man nodded and said, "You guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but yeah." And he goes on to explain what he saw. He said that he'd stepped outside for a cigarette on his front porch when he heard knocking. He looked around to see where it was coming from, and when he looked to his neighbor's house, he saw it. There was a black figure standing outside the woman's window, the same one with the mud puddle I mentioned. It was looking into her home. He said it looked humanoid in stature, but completely made out of shadow. You could tell it was something solid-ish, but you couldn't make out any features on it. He stared at it, completely in shock, and watched the thing as it knocked a couple of times, and then darted around the house, knocking on every single window. He said it moved too fast to be human. It was practically a blur. It went around the house a few times, then ran across the road into the tree line, behind one tree in particular. The man was frozen, but he couldn't look away. It then leaned out from behind the tree, staring directly at him with yellow eyes that reflected the light, similarly to a cat's. And then it smiled, showing its small but numerous pointed and sharp teeth. I almost shit my pants. He attempted a joke, but his voice was still shaking. Fast forward to Friday. Stories are being exchanged all over the res about other sightings and experiences people were having. On top of multiple people experiencing the knocking, there were also quite a few sightings with everyone describing the creature in the same way. One woman was bringing her trash bin to the road, and she thought she saw someone in her peripheral vision, standing near the trees. She walked back up the driveway and into her home, feeling like she was being watched. Right before she was about to open her door to go back inside her home, she looked back and saw 2 reflective yellow eyes watching her from the trees. She said it was about 5 feet above the ground. Another couple was driving home at night, and they saw a humanoid figure standing in the middle of the road. As they got closer, They slowed down, and it turned around to face them. That's when they saw the reflective yellow eyes and the sharp, pointed teeth as it smiled at them. They stopped the car, too afraid to go any closer to it, until they decided to just drive past it. Being on a narrow road, they drove past it with the figure being only a few feet from the window, staring at them the whole time. "You sure you still want to go to that party?" my dad asks. But my friends were already pulling into the driveway. I gave my family hugs and kisses goodbye, and they told me to be careful, but I felt fine. A common belief among native people is that negative energy attracts negative energy. Therefore, an evil spirit will be drawn to people with unresolved issues, traumas, and sinners, I suppose. If you're someone who is spiritual, self-aware, and basically a good person, that, in and of itself, will be protective. I get to the party, and within 20 minutes, the conversation shifts towards all the paranormal experiences people have been having. I'm really curious about what everyone has to say, because they have stories that I hadn't heard yet. But my friend, us being 16 and all, couldn't hold her alcohol very well, and was crying about how she wishes she was closer with her brother. I was trying to make her feel better while listening to everyone's stories. One of the people at the party was related to the neighbour of the woman who was calling the police. The experience really shook him up, and my friend was just explaining everything that he was doing later on. For one, he smudged his entire home, which is something our people do when we're looking for extra protection against paranormal entities. He also went to visit multiple elders around the community, asking for advice and any information they had on similar happenings. What we do know about paranormal experiences on the res is that they don't happen as often as they used to. If you talk to one of our elders, they have endless stories and even more advice to give you about how to protect yourself compared to now. One of the explanations that was given to this guy about the shadow thing was that it was evidence that someone had been doing an unauthorized shaking tent ceremony. If you don't know what that is, you can look it up, but it's basically, and I'm generalizing, like a Ouija board session that takes place inside a tent of some sort. People stand around the tent, while the medicine man or medicine woman goes inside and asks questions. The tent begins to shake, and you can hear the voices of spirits coming through. I've never personally been to one, because we haven't had a good enough reason to make one. But typically, our ancestors used shaking tent ceremonies when they were starving in the dead of winter and needed some direction on where the nearest food source was. My mom's been to one, and her story is absolutely crazy. She described multiple voices of men and women, only speaking the native tongue, and they were upset that the people were doing a shaking tent ceremony when they weren't on the verge of death. The people there had to explain that they were only doing the ceremony to prove that it was real, as we had been losing our culture as a result of residential schools. But the spirits were angry about this, saying that the bridge between the two worlds should never be opened unless absolutely necessary, because you don't know who you're communicating with. It could be evil spirits, and it could be good ones. It could be ancestors, but you never know. Anyways, the elders told him that the spirit crossed over into our world because of a shaking tent ceremony. Someone on the reserve has been doing them without consultation of the elders. So, we started thinking about who would do that, without proper guidance and without good enough reason to do so. Then, two of the drunkest dudes at this point start saying shit like, I'm not scared. That thing could show up right now, and it couldn't do shit. Basically egging it on. All of us were looking at each other like, Why the fuck would you disrespect an evil spirit? That's exactly how you attract it to you. And that's when I decided to leave the sunroom where everyone was hanging out. I went to the living room to console my drunk, crying friend, when I noticed that the rocking chair outside on the porch was going back and forth. I looked away immediately, refusing to make direct eye contact, but I did look at it from my peripheral vision. Anyways, I'm inside the cottage, and I keep seeing this rocking chair go back and forth, and back and forth. But another thing we're raised to do in our culture is to ignore paranormal experiences. Spirits feed on the energy that people put towards them, so if you freak out, if you get angry, if you yell at it or start crying, that's exactly what it wants, and it will stick around once it gets a reaction. It thrives on energy of any kind, so while I knew something fucked up was happening on that rocking chair, I wasn't about to pay it any attention. 5 minutes or so go by, and I'm still seeing it move in the corner of my eye. That's when my friend screams, and she runs to the other side of the sunroom. My other friend sprints to where a girl was sitting and bursts through the French doors onto the balcony. All of this happens in a split second, but I immediately go to the patio and ask what's going on. A girl is crying on the couch with friends all around her. She claims to have seen the spirit, which we later nickname Kokogi, Algonquin word for monster. She said that she was listening to the boys talk about the spirit, when she saw one boy's face as he was looking out onto the balcony behind her. She turned around to see what he was looking at, and directly on the other side of the window was the shadow spirit sitting on the rocking chair, smiling at her, literally 3 feet from her. That's when the boy sprints towards it and bursts through the French doors. I walk outside to find the boy, and he's on the lawn, staring into the woods. I call his name and he looks up at me. All he says is, "Get everyone inside." And the tone of his voice just makes me automatically obey. I get all the drunk teenagers inside the cottage. This is when the phrase, "Come at me, bro," was just gaining popularity, so you can imagine the drunk kids yelling that into the woods. It was terrible. I eventually get everyone inside, and the girl is now in a trance, freaking everyone out. She doesn't speak to anyone. She doesn't say anything but, "I want to go home." The boy comes back inside and tells everyone to clean up and that we should leave as soon as possible. Everyone has trash bags and are cleaning away all of the beer bottles and cans away. Everyone goes into the cottage, and it's only me and the boy in the sunroom now. I look to him for answers, and all he says is, "It's outside." I nod and start cleaning faster. The sooner we're out of here, the sooner we're away from that thing. As we're cleaning in the sunroom, we hear knocking on the windows in multiple places. The entire sunroom is made of glass, but it's dark out, so you can't even see outside. I immediately look to the boy, and he just says, "Ignore it." Within 2 seconds, someone comes running out of the bathroom and says, "I'll fucking kill whoever's outside knocking on the bathroom window." But everyone's inside and accounted for. Someone else comes running out of the bedroom, saying that there was knocking on the window in there as well. Now everyone's freaking out, and me, the boy, and one of our friends are the only ones sober enough to calm everyone down. We get the place clean, and get outside to the cars immediately. Everyone's getting into the trucks, and I'm standing with the boy. He's relaxed. But then all of a sudden he looks behind me and shoves me inside his truck. We peel out of the driveway and drop everyone off. A few days later, I end up hanging out with the boy, and he tells me the story from his perspective. He said that when the boy started talking shit about the spirit, it appeared on the rocking chair behind the girl. He said he made eye contact with it and couldn't look away. They were staring each other down, and that's when the girl saw the boy's expression. He said it was instinct to defend the people he was with and ran towards it. He said that the feeling he was getting from the Kokogi was almost like he was daring him to do something. He said the second he got up, the Kokogi stood and ran into the woods, disappearing from the patio in a blur. The boy ran onto the porch and was looking around the lawn when he saw it standing at the tree line. Looking right at him was a smile on its face. He said the whole time it felt like it was mocking him. I called the boy's name and it disappeared. He didn't see it again until everyone was getting into the trucks, which explains why he suddenly pushed me inside. He said it was standing on the far end of the truck, super close to us. Later that night, when he dropped everyone off, they realized they never locked the door. So he went back to the cottage, but his friend, whose cottage it was too scared to go in. The boy goes in by himself, but the second he opens the door, he sees the thing standing inside the living room. He locks the door as quick as he can, and they peel out of the driveway. So yeah, sightings continued for a few days after that. We definitely weren't the only people on the res to have experiences like this. And then it stopped, all of a sudden. It was the talk of the res. Everyone was curious about what happened to it. Would it come back? What was it? Etc. But word ended up getting around that there were sightings north of our community. White people in the town just north of us were having sightings. Then other reservations were having sightings as well. It's like it was traveling north, the way the stories were going. Anyways, it's 2018 now, and no one else on my reserve has had any sightings of this particular thing. But yeah, that's my story.
I don't know if this fits here, but my 15-year-old special needs cousin just passed away a couple of days ago. And that night, I had a dream. She's never been able to walk or talk, and she told me everything was alright. I cried and hugged her, and she said she felt the hugs we'd given her before, and said she was sorry she couldn't hug back until now. That same night, she came to my grandma, who was her primary caretaker, to tell her what dress she wanted her to wear to her funeral. My grandpa just passed away a few months ago, and I really believe he went first so she could have someone to be there with her. My family moved into a small house in Northeast Ohio when I was about 5 years old. I had a bedroom on the first floor for a few years and everything went fine. The entire upstairs attic was my parents' bedroom since it was one giant room. When I was 12, I switched rooms with them so I could have the big room. The attic always gave me a strange feeling, but nothing horribly off-putting. Sometimes I would be sitting at my desk alone and I would manage to spook myself out with what I thought was just my wild imagination. I never felt completely alone for some reason. A few months after staying in the attic, a young boy appeared in my dreams, probably about 6 years old. He was almost blue in color, had short dark hair. He wore little shorts and a button-down shirt, almost like a 1960s type school uniform. He always had a neutral expression on his face. He never spoke in any of my dreams. He was just there. He would occasionally point to things or just stare at me. I never once felt like he was evil or malicious. I think he just wanted to be seen by me. I would always wake up feeling like I was being watched after seeing him in my dreams. One night, I had a dream that he was standing next to my bed staring at me. And when I woke up, I felt the overwhelming presence close to my bed. I felt sick, like something was horribly wrong, but still didn't feel like the boy was evil. Just sad and lonely, maybe. Like maybe he was having nightmares and wanted to be by me. I started to recognize his presence whenever I would feel like I wasn't alone in the room. Fast forward to when I was 16. I hadn't seen the boy in my dreams for quite a while, until my grandmother passed away. I fell asleep the night before her wake and saw the boy in my dreams. I was in a field and he was standing on top of a hill with his back turned towards me. Keep in mind, I've been dreaming about him for about 4 years and he has never spoken to me before. He turns around and looks at me, and with a slow, soft voice he says, "You know, her feet are cold." Then I woke up. I felt strange because he literally had never spoken to me before, but then randomly tells me something about her cold feet. So I went to my grandma's open casket wake that day, and my mom started to throw a fit because along with my grandma's favorite belongings that were placed on her body in the casket, there was a pair of her favorite slippers on top. My mom wanted slippers to be put on my grandma's feet because her feet were always cold when she was alive. She wanted to make sure my grandma's feet were warm in the afterlife. I had no idea that my mom even asked the funeral home to put the slippers on her. Then I realized that the boy who often visited me in my dreams was letting me know that my grandma's feet were cold. Although I still saw him in my dreams and felt his presence, he never spoke to me again after this. I always felt a special appreciation for him. I felt more connected and at ease when he appeared in my dreams, or whenever I felt his presence. He was a guardian of some sort, and I grew to love him. I don't live with my parents anymore, and ever since I moved out, he stopped appearing in my dreams. I miss him now and then, and I'll go into my old bedroom and sit on the floor just so he can see me, so he knows I'm okay and I'm still thinking about him. This was a real experience of mine, and I've been waiting to share this with people for years. Maybe I'm crazy, but I know what I felt. This is told to me by my parents. When my twin brother and I were about 6 months old, we started crying as babies do in the middle of the night. They had a baby monitor sitting next to their bed. My parents, both groggy and half asleep, debating who's going to deal with this one. The baby monitor is flipping out, and a crystal clear man's voice. Shh, it's okay. Don't cry. My parents jumped out of the bed as fast as they could and ran to the room. There was no one in there. We had both stopped crying at this point and had smiles on our faces. My older brother and dad went looking around the house and backyard, but found nothing. It freaked them out for a few nights, and so on. This wasn't the only incident. Fast forward when I was about 3 years old. I would always sit in front of the bathroom's doorway and roll the ball there. My dad couldn't figure out why, but just blew it off as a kid thing. He started to notice I was giggling and pointing at something in there. My dad finally asked me what I was giggling at. I responded with, "The man with the owie on his head is making funny faces." My dad said he felt his blood go cold looking into the semi-dark bathroom. My parents decided to reconstruct the bathroom, new bathtub, shower, etc., hiring some house remodelers. As they were destroying the bathroom wall, they freaked out, finding small fragments of a human skull in the shower wall. My dad started to remember what I said about the man with the owie on his head. My dad tracked down the previous owner of the house, a lady in her late 40s. She explained that her husband had shot himself in the bathtub a few years before he moved in. He loved children, but sadly never had any of his own. It explained why he was making friendly faces towards my brother and I. After discovering this, my parents didn't really mind his presence too much. Almost feels like he's still around, even after all these years and moving. This is the real thing that happened. No exaggeration. A little backstory. My grandparents met at university because my grandpa would air his stinky shoes on his dorm windowsill across from the nursing school dorm window from my grandma. They're opposites and completely in love. The kind that led him to hide little gifts for her each week for 60 years. The kind where they no longer need words to communicate with each other. He was her protector, and she was his everything. My grandpa passed away a few years ago, after a long, tragic battle with cancer. My family moved Grandma into an assisted living home after her mental health declined rapidly after his passing. I went to visit my grandma in a different city, so I stayed on a cot in her living room while there. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a loud, unmistakable, deep, guttural laugh of my grandpa coming from her bedroom. It was his laugh. I know it very well. I know it as well as I know his face if I saw him on the street. Then I heard her chuckle and speak in a murmured voice, but couldn't make out the words. I tiptoed over to her bedroom, where I found her asleep, with a huge smile on her face. He always used humor to cheer her up in life, and for whatever unexplained reason, he still is. I went to a friend's house and drank some cheap blue-colored vodka. Almost instantly, I felt something wrong with my stomach after taking that shot. I stopped drinking and tried to ignore the pain. Says it wasn't that bad at the time. Eventually, I went home, but the pain became worse and became unbearable. I thought I could just sleep this off and see how I felt in the morning. When I woke up, the pain was still there, and now it's a strong, throbbing pain. Walking has become an issue. Cue my trip to the emergency room. While this was going on, my mother was thousands of miles away in a Dominican Republic family. While there, she and one of my aunts went to one of those fortune tellers and palm readers. My mother didn't believe in that stuff. In fact, she was against it and called it devil's magic. She opted out and said she would wait outside while my aunt gets ripped off by a gypsy. She said all of this to the fortune teller's face. Fortune teller didn't take any offense. She wished my mother well. As she was heading back inside, she asked my mother if she had any children, which she replied yes. The fortune teller calmly tells her to come home and make sure we're alright. Back in the States, I'm being discharged from the hospital. The nurse told me I had a stomach ache and was reacting to something I ate. Well, no shit. Anyway, the trip turned into a waste of time, and I had no answers for the pain or a remedy. So I go home, turn on the TV, and lay down on the couch. By this time, eating isn't a possibility, and all I can do is drink water, and I can't use the bathroom. Walking just hurts too much. Not 15 minutes after I get home, my mother calls the house asking how we are doing, if anything is wrong. My sister answered the phone. She says we're all fine, except for Chaos, who came down with some stomach issues and is laid out on the couch. When I tell you my mother flipped the fuck out, I mean, I could hear from across the room over the cell phone receiver. Told me the story of the fortune teller and how she was being snotty to her and that she feels she might have placed a curse on her. So anyway, back to the hospital I go. My mother made me promise not to accept any crap diagnosis from that hack nurse. Speak to a doctor, get answers. Do not under any circumstances leave that fucking hospital. Well, when we went back, my sister raised hell and got me rushed past the waiting room into an MRI or an X-ray or something like that. From there they rushed me into surgery. My appendix was about to blow any minute now. I'm not a very religious man, but I thank God for that fortune teller to this day. I would have died on the couch that day if it wasn't for her. A few simple words from a complete stranger on an island 1,000 miles away made such a huge impact on my life. That's some butterfly effect shit right there. My granddad, Tony, passed away. A few things about my granddad. He smoked really strong tobacco, and my mom would tell him off for smoking in the house. He also loved to wind my mom up by moving her wedding photo, which hung above the fire. Anyway, odd things started to happen a year after he died. We would smell his tobacco when we woke up in the morning, and my mom's wedding photo would be on the wall. Also, whenever his favorite football team was playing, our TV would change the channel when his team scored. We weren't overly concerned, and we have always believed in spirits. We would come downstairs in the morning and greet our granddad as if he was at the table. This continued until me and my sister moved out. My mom moved not long after we moved out. We never actually saw him though. Fast forward 22 years, and I have a daughter of my own, and she is 8. The other evening I was in the bedroom, and my daughter was supposed to be asleep, but I heard her talking. I got up to investigate, and as soon as I got in her room, I saw her sitting on her bed, chatting away and explaining what she had done at school that day. I asked her who she was speaking to, and she said she was speaking to Tony. It took me a couple of seconds to process what she said. Obviously, I was only 5 when my grandpa passed away, so clearly he never got a chance to meet my daughter. I didn't say anything to her about who she was talking to. I just stroked her head and told her she had school in the morning and had to go to sleep. I looked at the end of her bed where she was facing and didn't see anyone. And I'm not going to lie and say I wasn't disappointed. The next morning I got down a photo of Granddad. Now my daughter has never seen a photo of him, as these are all kept in a box on top of the wardrobe. I didn't say anything to my daughter. I just left the photo on the kitchen table. She sat down for breakfast and let out a little squeal. She held up the photo of my granddad and said, "This is Tony. He comes and sees me sometimes and asks me about school. He loves it when we talk about books." It's strange, but I am extremely comforted by the fact that my granddad is still watching over us, and even over his great-granddaughter too.